please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere?
Please be seated, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of City Council for Monday, December 9th. Before we get to the actual agenda, just a couple of opening comments. Unless Council says otherwise, we would like to proceed with delegations tonight and finish with delegations tonight completely, and then move to the actual budget deliberations tomorrow. So we want to make sure we hear delegations first. And if members of council are okay with that, I would take that as a begin with the end in mind. Let's get through the delegations first. And just a reminder that we, of course, with delegations, that you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards. And for members of council, a gentle reminder that it is a direct question with a short preamble, but no long dissertation before you ask the question, so we can get through our delegations. So with that, I would like to do that unless the members of council feel otherwise, so we can continue on and then begin tomorrow with our actual reports itself. So if we finish at 9 o'clock, as an example, we finish at 9 o'clock. Okay. And so unless no deliberating. No, the only hearing delegations tonight. Only hearing delegations tonight. If that's the case, I'd like to have a confirmation of the agenda with the withdrawal of 3 presentations tonight and a tabling or receive and file of delegation DE 19-176. If someone could move that. Councillor Stevens, seconder. Councillor Hawkins, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Boyce, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm at the hospital with somebody right now.
Understood. So let's begin with delegations. We have our first one on the public library. John Havelock. Good evening and welcome to City Council. You have been here before, so you know it's 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
The floor is yours.
So my name is Joanne Havelock. I'm chair of the Friends of the Regina Public Library. It's a pleasure to be here this evening and talk about the Regina Public Library budget. As you can see from the budget proposal submitted by the library, there's a number of new services and programs and many more initiatives planned for the future. One highlight I'd like to mention right off the bat is the fact that this year's budget recommends an increased emphasis on reconciliation, and the library is well positioned to be working on that. It's through Albert Branch and other efforts, it's been working on these issues for a number of years, and so it's good to see it continuing and strengthening that initiative. A number of the library's new facilities and programs relate to digital literacy and skills and connections promoting creative literacy, including the digital media studio and musical instrument lending. We would like to see a continued emphasis on classical and contemporary literature in the books and other materials purchased, as well as the current focus on popular literature. The Prairie History Room is well known for its resources and staffing. It's known internationally, and we would like to make sure that that resource in our community is continued for the benefit of the city and the province. Another item that we're wanting to recognize in terms of the fact that the library is spending funding on a good service is outreach services. And they say they are working with people who cannot read printed material or cannot visit the library because of illness, age, or disability. And they have equipment available, they have staff available to help, and they will also take out reading materials to individuals or care homes and so forth where people can't get to the library in person. A topic we've talked about a number of times is the film theatre, and some changes were instituted in 2017 over which there was considerable discussion. The library continues to offer programs in the film theatre, and that includes a lot of free screenings and events organized in conjunction with community groups. It also continues its role in bringing in repertory films, such as foreign films and new Canadian films and so forth, and we're pleased to see that continuing. And of course, the Dunlop Art Gallery, which is well-renowned and offers many interesting shows and programs as well. So with all the changes that have occurred, it's important for the RPL to manage transition with the staff and to provide support for the staff. One of the issues we've raised before is sometimes at certain branches there's challenges, and I think the library is stepping up and providing training and additional support and better conditions to ensure that the library is open to everybody, but yet everybody respects and doesn't disrupt the experience of others. So again, that's a good use of money. A big money ticket will be in the future the review of the Central Library building. They've hired a consultant that's going to be looking at all the previous studies and coming up with some recommendations about renovating or replacing Central Library. And so they're supposed to consult with the public before any decisions are made, but that's an important thing to keep on your radar. It's a heritage building, and we'd like to see it maintained for some kind of a use.
You have just under a minute to go in your presentation.
Oh, perfect. So following the cuts from the provincial government in 2017, there was a big protest, and it seems that they've restored library budgets to its current level. I think that the only major change that I've heard about is Prince Albert Library moved from being regional to municipal. However, Friends of the Library will be writing to the Minister of Education and encouraging the government to keep up its funding towards libraries and especially recognize the important role that the libraries play with different populations, which I've mentioned, as well as newcomers to the province. And because we're part of a provincial library system, what happens in the regions is really important to RPL as well.
Ms. Havelock, your time is up. I'm going to have to stop you. Your 5 minutes is up.
I was just going to say thank you very much.
Okay, you just did. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any members of council have questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce? No question, okay. Good. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Our next delegation is Shayna Stock. Welcome to City Council, Ms. Stock. I see you have other people coming with you. If you could identify everyone who's there, you have collectively 5 minutes for your presentation and then maybe questions afterwards.
Sure, I'm Shayna Stock. I'm president of Central Zone Board and executive director of the Heritage Community Association, and I'll let everybody introduce themselves.
Murray Giesbrecht, executive director of North Central Community Association.
Jen Moffat, executive director of Val Ritchie Community Association.
Brad Olson, chair of the Cathedral Community Association.
Thank you very much. You start.
So we're here tonight asking you to vote in favor of the recommended increase in financial supports for the City of Regina's local community associations. This same time last year, we were here presenting to you on our impacts and struggles as Central Zone community associations. We did this to request a long overdue funding increase. You may remember us describing the range of vital services and programming that we offer, such as clothing banks, cooking classes, community gardens, youth sports and recreation, community cleanups, festivals, art classes, newsletters, and community forums. We told you that our organizations serve some of Regina's most vulnerable and impoverished communities, that all of our services and programs are free or very low cost, and meeting needs for basic life skills and necessities to which all Regina residents should have access. You may remember us presenting data on the impact we have on our neighborhoods and on the money that our work saves the City of Regina. We also brought detailed information on our current and past funding levels and the ways we've been impacted by stagnant funding since 2007, which has amounted to funding declines since it did not keep pace with the cost of living increases. Finally, we shared our struggles with rapidly increasing needs in our neighborhoods where issues such as poverty, homelessness, food insecurity, addictions, and related social issues tend to be concentrated. Over the past 3 months, our various staff and board members have engaged with the consultant and city staff to reiterate and elaborate on the successes and challenges that we experience and the supports we seek from the city. We are your eyes, ears, and helping hands on the ground. We are your direct link to Regina neighborhoods. Our role is fundamental in the well-being of those who comprise our city and our communities. The resulting recommendations are more comprehensive than the simple funding increase we were asking for last year. They include regular networking and professional development opportunities for community associations organized by the city, a joint insurance package that will help us save money on our own insurance, establishment of clearer roles and expectations, publicly recognizing our work, and other in-kind supports that respond to the needs and challenges we expressed. We sincerely hope that this process will result in a closer, more communicative and interdependent relationship between community associations and the City of Regina. We have been assured that city staff are committed to talking further about developing an easier process for community associations to request a funding increase and ultimately to ensure we're not in this same position 12 years from now. If this increase is approved, Phase 1 community associations will be eligible to receive an additional $11,000 per year. Phase 2 will be eligible to receive an additional $5,000. With this money, we can afford to more fairly compensate our staff, hire out services such as bookkeeping and cleaning to free up staff time, and or develop more programs and services to meet our ever-evolving community's needs. It's worth noting that in real terms, when we account for inflation, a 20% increase today just brings us back up to 2007 levels. There's a lot more that community associations can and should be doing. As crime rates, gangs, and addictions increase, the city needs to be investing more in community programming and services that meet people's basic needs and help foster a stronger sense of belonging and community pride. Community associations are well poised to do the work of creating safer, more equitable, and better connected neighborhoods. We look forward to continuing these conversations with city staff and with you in the coming years. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Murray.
Very much through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Stock, for coming forward. Thanks to all of you. My only question is actually if anyone from any Phase 3 community associations, the smaller associations, has reached out to you, being members, being both 1 and 2, regarding the funding increase and the potential framework.
We were all part of kind of a feedback session that city administration organized for us to give feedback on the recommendations. So we had interactions with Phase 3 community associations there. And personally, I've talked to the chair of West Zone Board, which represents some Phase 3 community associations. I know at the meeting, the feedback session, there was concerns from Phase 3 community associations about not being included in the funding increase, which would get them, right now they get 1,000 and the increase would get them 1,200, and the feedback from city administration was that for the amount that would be, they felt that the money from the city was better invested in in-kind supports for Phase 3 community associations, which are mostly doing fee-for-service programming, recreational programming, and not the same types of social, like basic needs type programming that Phase 1 and 2 community associations are doing. So, yeah, that's my experience talking
Great.
to
I just wanted to check
us.
with you. Thank you very much.
Anybody else had?
Yeah, so that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you and welcome. You always seem to be the one coming here, so I want to ask this question. What's the one thing, if you could identify, that your community does for this community? Whether it's one or all 4 of you. I know because you're all tightly knit. But what's the one thing that we could take back and say, this is why we're giving you the money, this is why?
Anybody else want to take that?
Sure. Well, I think in 2 words, mental health.
Okay.
So especially for Phase 1, we tackle a lot of the basic needs right off the bat. So whether it's programming locally that they can get to, or we provide transportation, we provide snack during our programs, we provide just a safe place for these people to be. I think that speaks volumes for phase one, for sure.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I'd also like to say relationships with community members.
Okay.
Being able to offer a wide variety of programs that people find value in, find meaning in. It's an opportunity for us to build relationships and help them move forward, even if it's bit by bit.
Thank you. Just on that mental health, that seems to be a big one in today's world. Do you have trained staff, or is it just being there as other support?
So we work with a lot of other trained professionals,
Okay.
but definitely preventative. So we're on the forefront trying to prevent a lot of that before it gets to that point. So just having somewhere where they can start out and then find those needs, somebody professional to go to. So we create those relationships and build that trust so that they trust us to be able to resource other things that can hopefully prevent them from even getting to that point.
Perfect. Good, thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Councilor Flagel. There are no other questions from members of council. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and
Thank you.
on to our next delegation. Angelique Poirier. I'm sure you'll correct me on your name if I have it wrong, and I apologize in advance if I have. Welcome to City Council.
Thank you, Mayor
You have
Fougere.
5 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you so much. My name is Angèle Poirier. I'm here representing Bike Regina. Good evening, Mayor Fougere, distinguished members of the council, and fellow citizens. So as a cycling advocacy group, Bike Regina is a stakeholder in City of Regina budget decisions around infrastructure. We as a volunteer-run, nonprofit organization wish to voice our support not only for the $250,000 per year that was previously committed to cycling infrastructure, but the increase of this commitment going forward. Firstly, let us recall that the TMP, the Transportation Master Plan, included recommendations for several kilometers of painted bike lanes in the downtown and core area, but we've gained new information since 2017. So based on traffic counts of 5,000 to 7,000 vehicles per day in the downtown and core area, TAC guidelines are that painted bike lanes aren't enough. We need protected lanes in these high traffic areas. Instead of costing $30,000 to $50,000 per kilometer for painted lanes, protected lanes are going to cost 3 to 6 times as much, averaging $160,000 per kilometer. Let us recall that protected bike lanes are a lifetime asset. They contribute to the safety and health of our community, and they even attract new cyclists to this active mode of transportation. Secondly, let us observe that the Sustainable Infrastructure Branch, which is newly put together in light of the restructuring of the city this year, did implement some infrastructure in 2019, but 2020 is planning to be a little busier year as far as implementing infrastructure and spending the money that's been ear-tagged for such. And so therefore, next year might just be the perfect year to spend more than $250,000. Thirdly, I'd like to point out what other Canadian cities are doing. In Saskatchewan and Alberta alone, cities are allocating between $600,000 and $800,000 a year towards active modes of transportation. Some of these cities even have long-term plans. Looking out in the rest of Canada, Ottawa has committed to spend $70 million over the next 20 years on bike infrastructure. And while we fully recognize that these cities may not be identical to Regina, we can't deny that there is a demand for urban planners to commit, not just in the short run, but also in the long run, to active and sustainable transportation. This type of commitment can be viewed as an investment into Regina's future, both in terms of the well-being of the population, as well as keeping the city clean and modern relative to other Canadian cities. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, let us recall that the city must align its policy goals with its decisions around infrastructure and budgeting. The City of Regina is committed to 2 specific policies: improving active transportation in a city-wide network for safe commuting and recreational cycling, and hitting targets regarding peak time travelers using mainly active transportation. Currently, that sits at less than 10% citywide. The targets are hitting 20 to 25%. Improving bike infrastructure would align with both of these policies, and this can only be achieved by allocating the appropriate resources towards these goals. In closing, Bike Regina encourages Council to strongly consider doubling the funds to $500,000 for the next fiscal year and subsequent years. We respectfully leave this for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And
You're
let's see if
welcome.
there's questions from members of council. Councillor Stevens.
Angel, you're really clear on the amount. Do you have a preference in terms of where these dedicated bike lanes should start? Where does that network begin? Or are you simply leaving it to administration to work with the community and the TMP to plan where this infrastructure goes?
If I understand your question correctly, are you asking whether Bike Regina wishes to voice an opinion on where to focus infrastructure? Yeah. I guess it's a bit of both. We, like I said, as a cycling advocacy group, we are a stakeholder, and we do have a bit of an ear towards the cycling population in Regina, and so we are positioned to voice our opinions on that. That's something that we've conferred in the past with the Sustainable Infrastructure branch about. The best we can do is just give our perspective, but ultimately we do realize that it is the city's decision.
Thank you. Through the chair, one final question. Just to be clear, you are in conversation with staff, the Sustainability branch. You are part of the conversation about where bike infrastructure is going to go. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bryce, do you have any questions? None? Okay. Councillor Flegel.
Welcome out.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, how many registered bike people are you in Bike Regina?
Our membership is over 1,000.
Okay. And is that in Regina?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to know because I've always asked that question, never got a number. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Murray.
Thank you through the chair. Angela, thank you very much for the presentation.
You're welcome.
The $160,000 that is cited, can you explain for protected bike lanes, is it per kilometer, 160,000 is what you've written?
That is the number that we've been told that it costs on average.
Okay, perfect. So for those protected lanes, is that similar to other cities having the plastic barricaded protected bike lanes, or are you talking about the concrete protected?
Yeah, that's an excellent question regarding the costing of protected bike lanes, because it's true. There's a plethora of options, ranging from the wavy kind of little pogo stick looking things to these cement barriers. Honestly, I don't have the specific breakdowns in front of me. My guess is that the range was calculated and that the average comes in at 160. Unfortunately, I didn't bring the breakdown with me and I don't have it at my fingertips. However, it's easy to get and I can certainly get back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. The other question I had was around the protected lanes being seasonal versus non-seasonal and permanent. What's Bike Regina's perspective on those? Whether removable?
That is an excellent question. Just to recap, you're asking what is Bike Regina's position on what should be implemented, permanent physical barriers or removable ones, thus facilitating things like snow removal?
For sure, and even just the pros and cons of both if you've had those conversations.
It's something that we toss around ourselves, yes. We do have conversations about it. We do have a realistic view on the geography of where we live. You know, most of us on the board are year-round cyclists, and so we see the difficulties that we have in Regina around snow removal and bike lanes, and putting in bike infrastructure is great, but then you have to maintain it correctly. Our position would be that whatever would be best as far as a maintenance and seasonal clearing perspective, we would be behind that. And so if that means seasonal barriers that are then removed during the winter, we would fully support that.
Thanks for your advocacy and work with administration. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. There's no further questions.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Carl Churland. Carl Churland. Guess he's not here, so I might just set that delegation aside. He may come later on and we could add him, but for the moment we'll just move on to the next delegation in line. That's Jim Elliott. Good afternoon, Mr. Elliott. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here to address the draft budget you have before us. I see a number of, I guess, what I would call significant problems as well as questionable initiatives. First point I'd like to put forward is that this document doesn't make much mention of the acts around truth and reconciliation, besides giving some limited funds to other groups. We have a judicial system that includes our Regina Public or Police Service, which in most cases has a negative impact on many of our neighbors, and again, coming from our own mistakes in the past as well as today. Now, we continue to push our responsibilities onto other governments or in some cases expecting individuals or civil society to fill in the gaps. And likewise, we continue to push more police officers onto the street thinking we are increasing our well-being, and I would suggest we are not. Point 2 is the city's vision of sustainability. My interpretation of that is, in fact, that vision is a mirage. We've not been sustainable in the past. Today we're not sustainable, and I don't see anything in this budget that tells me that we're going to be sustainable into the future. What I would think we need to be doing is doing more bold steps such as free transit, starting to grow all of our food in this city, as well as ending the homelessness issue. Point 3 is that our utilities are supposed to be a break-even proposal where revenue pays for expenses. Currently, we have too much infrastructure that will not survive into the future, and we continue to build more infrastructure that will eventually need to be replaced in the future. And my proposal is that, in fact, we're going to be paying twice as much for our utility rates in 20 years, and yet we still don't have a sustainable system. We also are continuing to create waste. We have fees for recycling garbage and water that don't have any incentives to reduce that waste. And as well, we continue to build and expand our landfill. The previous delegation talked about building bike lanes. I've been around for 25 years, and we've had many plans to put forward to do this, and yet we still haven't gotten much done. And again, for someone that puts on 250 kilometers a year on the roads in this city, we definitely do need designated routes or more designated routes and protected lanes as well. Point 6 is we made a point of saying we're going to be 100% renewable by 2050, which is now 15 months old, and yet we still haven't done anything. I looked at just 6 city buildings that could be providing approximately 4 megawatts of solar energy every hour the sun shines, and based on that, we could be generating today between $650,000 and $1.3 million in savings each year over the next 25 years. And again, once built, it's going to be saving us money every day. So if we're in fact going to be doing that, then we should be doing more. And obviously there are more buildings and more people in the city that would be willing to participate in that initiative. And I guess lastly, what I consider to be significant problem with this budget is we continue to exclude any mention of the 2019 surplus that's in this budget document.
So you have just over a minute to go.
Thank you. With $6.5 million sitting in that surplus this year, I would ensure that, or I should assume that this council would not be, or would not have any incentive to cut programs or initiatives. In fact, what I would suggest this council do and make it more of a permanent initiative is that the city administration should automatically be bringing this one-time revenue in and pay one-time costs into the following budget year. I've got more in my brief, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have all read your submission, so let's see if there's any questions from members of council. Any questions? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Florence Stratton. Good evening, Ms. Stratton. Welcome to City Council. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. A better budget for a better Regina. That is what I am calling for. What do I mean by a better Regina? I mean a city that is actively striving to live up to its vision statement to be, quote, Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community. To realize this vision, Canada will need a better budget in a number of areas. I will focus on 3 of these. First, better public transit. Public transit is the solution to many of Regina's problems. For example, rush hour traffic congestion, downtown parking, texting while driving. You can text to your heart's content on the bus with no safety or ticket worries. Environmental sustainability. Inclusion. Anyone and everyone can ride the bus. The challenge is to further grow ridership. There are 2 tried and true ways. First, more frequent service. More people take the bus when buses come every 15 minutes. Second, free transit. This is one of the most effective strategies for getting people out of their cars and onto public transit. I learned recently that some Regina high school students miss weeks of school during the winter because their families can't afford the youth bus pass, which costs $64 a month. Free transit for K-12 students could be Regina's starting point for a plan to completely eliminate fares over a 5-year period. Climate action is my second focus. In 2018, Regina City Council voted unanimously to make Regina a 100% renewable city by 2050. 2050 is much too late. Then, rather than taking climate action, the city decided to host a conference and invite the oil and gas industry. To borrow a couple of phrases from Greta Thunberg, our house is on fire, we need to panic, by which I very much doubt she meant sitting down with oil company executives at a conference table. Like many Regina youth, Greta is calling for urgent climate action, which in Regina would include more bike lanes, more money for public transit, replacing diesel buses with electric buses, retrofitting city buildings, and so on. Ending homelessness is my third focus. Regina's plan to end homelessness requires an investment of $25 million from the federal government and $38 million from the provincial government. The problem is that these contributions are unlikely to be immediately, if ever, forthcoming. We can't wait for the federal government. We can't wait for the province. The matter is far too urgent. Last month, I was introduced to a woman whom I will call Rose. Rose is in her late 30s and has been homeless for about a year. Rose told me that her health is failing. Do you know that the life expectancy for a homeless person in Canada is 39 years, more than 3 decades shorter than the average life expectancy? According to the plan, 2,200 people were homeless in Regina in 2018. How many of them have since died from homelessness? Rose left these words ringing in my ears. It's the 21st century. How can anyone be homeless in Regina? Indeed. At the very least, the City of Regina can provide a model for the other levels of government by making an annual contribution to the funding of the plan. How about $5 million, the amount of city tax dollars going annually to pay for Mosaic Stadium? A better budget will cost a lot of money. Where might that money come from? Here are 3 suggestions. First, impose a 4% property tax increase. Many people see taxes as a burden. But taxes pay for those things we do together. For example, parks, libraries, streetlights, public transit, swimming pools, city water lines. Second, levy a personal vehicle tax. Private vehicles are heavily subsidized by the city. It is Regina taxpayers who foot the bill for road infrastructure and maintenance. Third, defund Regina Police Service. The 2020 budget allocates $96 million to the RPS. That's $3.6 million more than in 2019 and over 20% of the budget. We keep handing the police ever increasing amounts of money and nothing changes because the root causes of crime are not being addressed. Please, Mayor Fougere and City Councilors, in 2020, let's have a better budget for a better Regina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, and welcome back. It's nice to see you. You didn't mention organic waste collection. Is that an important fact for you in your world?
Well, I think it's part of what needs to be done to keep this planet healthy. I only had 5 minutes, so I couldn't include it. But
so I'm going to ask you that question. What's your opinion on the city going out and collecting organic waste from your house and charging you for it?
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah? Is there a large contingent of your in your area that would support that, or do they want to keep the organics and use it for their own gardens and flower beds? And
I mean, I actually compost, so I would have very little organic waste to contribute myself.
Okay.
But I think in general terms, it's a good idea.
Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. You also mentioned in one of your number 2 saying something about private vehicles. I didn't quite understand what you meant by that.
Sorry, I didn't bring the figure, but the amount of money that is put into the capital budget for busing is like 5% of the amount that goes into road construction and road maintenance. So that's what I meant. I mean, I ride the bus. I don't drive a car. But I, through my taxes, am subsidizing those people who drive the cars all over the place.
Gotcha. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. There appear no other questions, so thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll speak with Casey Peart. Welcome to City Council.
Thank you.
You as well. If you can identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Mayor Fougere. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding my thoughts on the 2020 City of Regina budget and some ideas I have going forward, which also tie into the recently presented community safety and well-being motion put forward by several members of a council a few weeks back. It's distressing to me and many other citizens that despite increasing our investment in policing year after year, the occurrence and severity of crime in our city continues to escalate. It is well researched and has been widely demonstrated that social interventions, namely the investment in programs which aim to reduce disparity and address the social determinants of health and crime, improve outcomes not only in terms of crime statistics, but in many facets of our society as well. While I understand that the onus to address these social issues rests with all levels of government, I am confident that the changes we have the power to implement on a municipal level will have a positive, measurable effect on our community and can propel Regina forwards to serve as a leader in community health and safety measures. We must begin to consider new research-supported approaches to many of the big issues of our time that we are facing. It is time to start thinking differently. I propose that city administrators, along with mayor and council, adopt an intentional focus, not only on reactive measures of policing and justice, but on crime prevention and harm reduction strategies as well. This would require a financial commitment to conduct studies into which methods are the most effective to ensure policy going forward is based on evidence. This includes consultation with those in the community who are involved in both the provision of and in receipt of these services to see what gaps they identify in current social supports. This would also include a meaningful and consistent investment into social programming, which aims to mitigate the precursors of crime, such as homelessness, addiction, poverty, mental health, and inequality. We already have so many community-based organizations doing this meaningful work, However, they deal with constant resource constraint, budget uncertainties, and they need resources to put all of these strategies that we talk so much about into action. The city can show their commitment to these initiatives and to the safety of our communities by designating a percentage of the budget to social crime prevention strategies year over year, as they do for reactive measures in the Regina Police Service budget. This investment will begin our transition to a different approach to community safety, and over time, spending on policing and punitive measures will stabilize. Our city will become a safer, healthier place that is more desirable to live in. The longer we wait, the further behind we fall, and the more difficult and expensive the resolution will be. I certainly do not aim to minimize the work of the Regina Police Service and the work that they do to improve the safety of our communities. And I know that Chief of Police Evan Bray has expressed his support for adoption of a more prevention-based approach to community safety and crime. We must realize that dealing with these issues from the same angle, which is one of punitive reactive justice, will yield the same results at a higher human and fiscal cost each year without any real advances on the problem or community safety. I realize that addressing these social determinants of crime is a tall order, and I will agree with what you said, Mayor Fougere, that this is a massive undertaking. However, we must take a step towards the complex issues we face, rather than push them to the back burner because they are difficult. The way we are handling crime in this city is not sustainable, and if we do not act now, we will pay for our inaction as we have been for the last 25 years. I support using a collaborative systems approach, not only in the realm of community safety, but also in regards to tackling some of the city's other major portfolios, such as development of our city sustainability plan.
You have just about a minute to go on your time.
Thanks. The city must demonstrate dedication and leadership in these pivotal areas by developing evidence-informed policy and being bold enough to act differently, using the vast knowledge of our citizens, the power of collaboration to approach these issues, and not to just talk, but to create actionable plans using methods that have been proven to work. If we continue to defer these issues, we will never reach the destination that we all aim for, and we'll miss the opportunity to truly become, quote, the most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions from members of council. Councilor Massanelli.
Your presentation coming out and caring. Excuse me. In your presentation, you define the social aspects as a percentage of budget, you define social aspects as a percentage of budget. Do you have a best practice scenario? Are there any other communities doing this or accounting for it in that manner?
I don't have any of the references in front of me, but I've looked at comparison studies showing that an investment in prevention yields a savings over time, and it just makes sense.
$10
right?
in cure. No, I get you. I was just wondering if there's been any other communities that actually tied to a correlation of percentage of overall budget and what the best practice is, if you've come across that.
I'd have to look into that, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for coming out, Casey.
Yeah.
So you mentioned something I want to ask you about, and that is the leadership that the Chief of Police has said in terms of we need to address these social determinants. So if we're getting down to how this is going to work, is it a matter of reducing the RPS budget and its increase and investing it there, or is it we need to invest a comparable amount in each, the social determinants as well as the police on an annual basis?
I think that initially to freeze or decrease the policing budget wouldn't make sense because the problems are still at hand. I think it would be a gradual and a substantial investment in programs and services that will yield a balance, I guess, or to halt the skyrocketing costs of policing without any result. So as that investment in prevention starts to yield its results, I believe that the spending in reactive policing will stabilize and reduce.
Terrific.
And that will allow more streamlining of that budget into prevention.
Thank you. So the city has a role, I agree. You work in healthcare. Do you witness these kind of issues in your day-to-day life as a nurse? And is this something also the provincial government needs to invest in from a healthcare, education, and social services perspective?
100%.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I believe that it is. We see constantly, it's not only social determinants for healthcare, it's crime, it's dealing and paying for the result rather than investing in prevention.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're going to see some delegates later tonight insisting that we reduce the mill rates, creating economic havoc. Would you see yourself being willing to pay more to invest in both the policing and the social supports necessary through taxation?
Well, it's tough because some people, that little increase affects a lot more, right?
Yeah.
I think that you have to prioritize. Personally, myself, I would be willing, but I know that lots of people, every nickel and dime makes a big difference. So I think it would have to be an investment over time.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I just have a couple questions for clarification. I understand the passion of your comments and your position. Do you speak with the province in terms of their investment in, I'll say, the social determinants of crime? And just, you know, I know you're a nurse, so do you talk to provincial representatives about this?
Yeah, I've been in conversation with my MLA.
Okay. Now, further to Councillor Stevens' comments, as I understand this, are you looking for the City of Regina to invest in the antecedents of crime or crime prevention, over and above the city budget or the police budget?
I think yes. I think the first thing that the city can do is approve the motion for the community safety and well-being motion, which would study the best ways to invest in prevention methods. I think that the city can also do things such as funding and supporting community associations, as we heard earlier, to invest in strategies to reduce homelessness, to put forth education and prevention initiatives and programming in the community, unemployment strategies, emergency shelters, mental health and addiction support. Absolutely, it needs to be at all levels of government, but there are definite areas where we can invest, and I believe that we should. Otherwise, we're kind of just on a runaway train of cost and crime going up and cost to deal with the crime going up, and we're never really getting our foot in the door to stop anything.
Good, thank you very much. I believe that Councillor Bryce has a question. Councillor Bryce?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering, we're also going to be talking about Regent Park a little bit later. So with the investment that we have in the city with recreation and things for our youth to do you think things like this help with crime rates and the determinants of kids staying out of trouble, I suppose?
Thanks. I believe that they do. I think that as long as they're accessible to people, because we know that people who live in poverty and have kind of low income disparity and everything like that, these are all barriers to accessing the programs that help, I guess, prevent the predisposition for crime. But I think that absolutely the work that community associations do is extremely important in giving kids and youth a place to find meaningful participation and something to do. So I think it's very important.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you very much, Casey, for your presentation. My question for you is, outside of mayor and council and the chief of police who you referenced as community leaders that could spearhead initiatives like this, who else do you see as a stakeholder that could help spearhead this type of initiative, get people all together around the right tables to develop, obviously, a very ambitious goal?
Thanks. I think that there are many community-based organizations dealing with poverty and homelessness and mental health and addictions issues. I think that all of those people need to be around the table because they see firsthand what the issues are. I think also people who have been involved in crime or are currently find themselves impoverished. I think that those people live it, so I think that their voices are extremely valid and need to be considered. Members of the community, everybody.
For sure. Thanks. So it's, when you try and develop something like this, it's good to try and figure out who all should be
Right.
involved and where those lines are. So thank you very
Awesome.
much. Appreciate
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
answering questions and your presentation.
Thanks.
So if members of council are agreeable, I'd like to move down the order for a moment to Dylan Moore, and he has to leave for a meeting, as asked if we could bump him to the front. So members okay with that? I'd ask Dylan Moore to come forward, please. Good to see you, Dylan. Come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you to Mayor and members of council. As most of you know me, my name is Dylan Moore. I am a transit rider. I'm a paratransit rider. And I also am a part of the Regina Citizens Transit Coalition. What I'm here to talk to you about is an increase in both transit and paratransit service hours, definitely on Sundays. The end time for transit and paratransit service hours isn't good. It ends at 7 p.m. There's a number of my friends that couldn't be here today are dissatisfied with the transit service ending at 7 p.m. I'm one of them. I attend Special Olympics Regina track, and that doesn't, I have to rely on a ride when I could be relying on transit or a paratransit. I would like to see the Sunday more frequent bus service on Sunday. I so support free transit for youth. Hearing that story that there was youth that aren't able to get to school because the parents can't afford to pay for bus service, that needs to change. I also want to see council and administration look at the request to invest in airport bus service. The Regina Airport has committed to put money through to airport bus service for city transit. I am thinking, how come council and administration aren't supporting it? I'm also looking for council and administration to rethink it. A better transit system would benefit all in the city of Regina. Many people with disabilities, many people that don't have vehicles. I so support the free transit initiative. That's from my presentation, and I really urge council and administration to relook at the airport transit service.
Good. Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions.
Perfect.
Councilor Brasciani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Dylan, for coming
Thanks,
forward. I just have a question. So I know you've been an advocate for transit.
Yes.
Paratransit.
I also have one more question, if I might not ask.
Sure, it's fine.
There has been, since Andrew's campaign, he has really strongly voted to put paratransit in-house and not contracted through First Transit. How come that's not the case? How come paratransit is contracted through First Student Canada?
We may have the discussion later on, Dylan. We can't answer questions you give to us, so I'll ask Councilor Brasciani to ask the question.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
That's okay.
Councilor Brasciani.
Yeah, thank you. So Dylan, in 2021, that will be relooked at. So whether the city, how we move that contract forward. So just so you know that.
Okay.
But what I want to ask you is, you've been an advocate for paratransit and transit.
Yes.
You actually help the city, right? Help people take transit, getting
take
them,
conventional transit
right, moving them off
to,
of paratransit, right?
yes.
How many people would you say you've helped in this last year?
Well, I'm one of 4 trainers,
Yeah.
and we have helped over 25 people roughly.
That's great.
Good.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for helping in that way. I want to ask about the paratransit, because you also...
Yes.
There has been a refusal rate, of course.
Yes.
But one of the questions have you advocated this to the provincial government to add more funding to transit and paratransit? Have you, or an organization, have you done any of that through the chair?
No, I haven't. I had a meeting with the Minister of Social Services. My focus with them is more provincial transportation, and because of the loss of STC,
Right.
it's not viable. I also wanted to put forward something to council that maybe council should get on board with helping funding a transit system that wouldn't leave individuals in prison.
Okay. So through the chair, so Dylan, just to ask, with a person with disability, if you can't get out and you cannot be picked up because, say, on Monday mornings, that's full, you can't get onto programming because there's a wait list, what does that do for the person with the disability? How does that affect their life? You can just share a little bit about that.
Well, it means like if somebody can't afford a taxi, if somebody with a disability couldn't afford a taxi, or they had nobody to drive them, then they don't go out. I also wanted to I didn't include presentations, but I would like to see taxis subsidized for people with disabilities if they can't get transit.
Great. Okay. No, good. We'll be talking about that. But thank you, Dylan, for your advocacy.
Thank you, Dylan, for your presentation and answering questions. Councillor Stevens is next. He has a question for you. Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, I think you'll see some people making a shot at paratransit improvements in the airport shuttle. My question has to do with Canada Day. Have you been in touch with the organizers of Canada Day to have them put forward the request for funding for transit on?
No, I forgot. That's one thing I forgot to put forward to council. I would like to see holiday service for transit and paratransit extended, especially after the Canada Day fireworks.
Okay, thank you. Have you been in touch with the organizers of Canada Day?
Yes,
Okay.
and they are thinking about it, but I do think that should be a city priority.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now you can return to the gallery. And we'll go back to higher up on the list here to Brent Dolder. Welcome to City Council. Mr. Dolder, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Fougere and honorable councillors. My name is Brett Dolter. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Economics at the University of Regina. I was here a year ago speaking in support of the motion for the 100% renewable by 2050. And at that time I mentioned that I have a research project ongoing calling the Regina Energy Futures Project. I wanted to bring some of the results of that project to you today that might be relevant to your budget discussions. I should mention too, I met with the organizing committee of the May 2020 conference about 10 days ago and presented some of these results to them. You should have them in your package, some graphs that show some answers to some survey questions. I hired a research group to conduct a survey in August and September of this year. They surveyed 452 Regina residents, so enough to get a representative sample of Regina. And they asked a whole number of questions, but there's a few that I thought would be relevant for you tonight. 2 in relation to, do people support that motion that you passed to move towards 100% renewable by 2050? And then I also asked people whether they'd be willing to pay to help move in that direction. So you'll have it in your package there, but just for the sake of presenting it, the first question I thought would be of relevance to you is the survey asked, to what extent do you support or oppose the City of Regina working to power all of its buildings and vehicles using 100% renewable energy by 2050? There was support for that. About 75% of Regina residents supported that. 54% strongly supported, and just over 20% supported it. Opposition to that was less than 10% of Regina residents. So it seems to be there's significant support from the public for that target, and the phrasing of that was that a focus would be on City of Regina operations, so buildings and vehicles. I was also interested to know whether there'd be support for a broader goal of encouraging the entire city, including private buildings, private vehicles, to be powered by 100% renewable energy by 2050. There remained a majority support for that broader motion, and that broader interpretation of what the motion could mean. The support was at 64% for that broader target of having the whole city, all of the energy in the city, move towards 100% renewable by 2050. So just under 40% strongly support, 24 plus support, and opposition was a little higher, but still less than 15% to that broader interpretation. So in both of those definitions, it does appear that there is support for the city moving towards that 2050 target of 100% renewable energy. Now, as an economist, my next question, of course, is, are Regina residents willing to pay to achieve the goal? And so asked on the survey, would people pay more on their property taxes if it was going to help Regina move towards that target? So the question, would you support an added charge in your property taxes that would be dedicated to encouraging renewable energy in Regina? If someone identified that they were a renter, they were told this would mean your rent would go up by that amount. So would they be willing to pay more? You might be surprised to know, I was surprised to see the results, that more people said yes than no. So a third of people, 33%, said no, they wouldn't want to pay more. But just under 40% said yes, they would pay more. And just over 25% said it would depend on how much more. And so the next question in the survey had a ladder of amounts and asked people randomly. So this is something that we do in economics as a survey tool. Ask people their willingness to pay. Ask people a specific number. If they say yes, ask them a higher number. If they say no, ask them a lower number. Try to zero in on what they'd be willing to pay per month.
Dr. Dolce, just about a minute to go.
Sure. And with that approach, the average of the whole sample, including those who said they'd pay zero, would be $32 more a month, which is actually quite high relative to most people's property taxes. Now, of course, a limitation of this is, you can see in the table I've presented there, that first amount people are presented with influences their final, what they say they'd be willing to pay. So if they're given a high amount, they'd be willing to pay more, but that's part of the influence of the survey. So I think I wouldn't take it as the holy grail that people want to pay $32 more per month on their property taxes, but there seems to be some willingness to pay some more to get towards this target. As I've seen some of the other delegations tonight, I think this conversation would be probably best held in a broad budget conversation about where are the priorities. If you're going to pay more, what is that spent on? I hope to do something like that in April, holding dialogues about what people would like to see to move towards that target as part of a Regina's energy future.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Murray?
Through the chair, Brett, thank you very much for conducting this work. It was very promising data that I saw. It makes me feel like I'm not alone, so thank you. My only question for you is, have you ever done this type of a study before in Regina or another area? Ask these similar questions?
I haven't, but I rely on some of the literature where these approaches are used in other academic studies.
So from that, has it changed a lot in the last decade?
People's willingness to pay? You know, I'd have to look at the literature to find out, but I think that's an interesting question I could have a look at, see. I mean, August, September, that was a time when you did hear about climate change in the news, and that might have influenced people to say, hey, let's do something, let's move towards this target.
Okay, thanks for your input.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you and welcome. When you speak of $32 a month, what does that actually get a resident?
In terms of what would it mean towards moving towards this target?
Yeah, and what would it do for the resident? Is there a payback to the resident? Is there?
So this is a sort of a general question on would they be willing to pay more on their taxes so the city as a whole would meet this target.
Right.
So I would interpret it as a willingness to see action on that public policy priority. So I wouldn't necessarily see it as a sort of a payment for a specific service they'd receive, but
a support of moving in that direction as a city.
So kind of more of a fact finding to see if it would actually work?
So I would see it, I think the study that needs to be done, and part of the future work in this Regina Energy Futures project, is to look at what would it cost to meet a target like that? What are some of the actions, policies that could be put in place? And then actually then ask people the specific, would you like to see this policy, this action, and here's how much those specifics would cost. So I'd say this is sort of a starting point to see, is there any appetite to pay more? And then I think it'd be interesting, and that's what I hope to do in April, is to ask about specifics, hopefully with your input in terms of what are specifics you're thinking about putting in place in the city, and ask a sample of the people we surveyed here, who there's 180 of them willing to participate in a dialogue face-to-face. So ask them, which of these specific actions or policies would you support, and give them some sense of how much they would cost and how much of an impact it would make in terms of meeting the target or reducing greenhouse gas emissions, for example.
Good, thank you. Thanks through you. A couple of weeks ago, I drove to Calgary going to the Grey Cup, and right when I got to Brooks, there was a huge solar panel. It was almost like a farm. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I know that we know in the prairies generally, we're in the sort of the sun belt of Canada, from southern Alberta to southern Saskatchewan to just into Manitoba. This is the area with the best solar resource in Canada. So if you're going to build solar and you're going to build a big utility scale facility, Brooks or Medicine Hat or Regina would be a good place to do it.
The reason I asked that is because I drove by it twice and I saw no signs and no company logos, but there was like 1,000 20-foot panels. Is that something that you see us going forward with and engaging and drawing and pushing that kind of a thing, or are we going on rooftops? Where are we going?
Oh, I think it's a great question. If you look at the cost, it is lower cost to do the utility scale project than to put it on a rooftop. And I think that's a conversation, I guess, provincially that we're having. SaskPower changed their program where at the rate they're paying, likely the utility projects can still make a go of it, but the rooftop projects can't. So if you want to pay for the lowest cost renewables, then you can do a utility scale size project.
Have you, and through you, have you ever gone to SaskPower and said, like, you know, because there's a lot of areas in the city where instead of putting it on the rooftop, you could put it on the fence, as an example. Is there an appetite in the provincial government because of cost savings, possibly? Have you talked to them about that?
I haven't had those conversations. Usually the utility scale would be a large open area ground mount usually, so not on any other building. But you do see rooftops if you have a big commercial facility like a big shopping mall that might allow the same kind of scale, like utility scale. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Nice to see you. Let's pick up a little bit on a couple of things you said so people can maybe understand a little bit more. You start off with a random survey, but maybe come April, you actually have people who want to spend a little bit of time face-to-face and talk about specifics. You just pick up on that a little bit, please?
Sure. Yeah, so I think what I wanted to do is get a bit of a baseline idea of what are people thinking in the city. But I'd like this work to be useful to what you're looking at doing. And so the idea is to, in doing the survey, we asked people, would you be willing to sit down in a face-to-face conversation to talk about Regina's energy future? 180 people said yes, they're willing to participate in a face-to-face. So what I'd like to do is work hopefully with the city, some of your engagement folks, some of your people planning the conference, councillors, and design a process where specific actions, policies that you might actually want to implement get discussed. And we have in those face-to-face discussions people from a broad range of demographic backgrounds and perspectives in terms of where they're coming from.
So April, you could do this work. May we have the conference? What happens after that?
So after that, the next step in all of this is some of the economic modeling to figure out what are the opportunities for moving towards more electric energy in the city generally, and then using renewable energy to power the electric energy vehicles, buildings, whatever it might be. So that economic modeling piece would start in the spring and probably be another year of work on that. There's a master's student we'll be working with who's going to be building a model to actually look at what are the costs of different ways you could get to a lower emissions and including 100% renewable future.
So there's a little bit of information that perhaps we'd be interested that you have, but maybe some information that we have that you could use?
Definitely, yeah, it'd be great to have an information exchange.
Perfect. So if I could just help you, because I think you were asked a question, Brooks, they're going to triple the size of it. It's a private entity and it goes direct on the grid. And that's the difference between what we have here and what they're able to do there. But they're tripling it in size.
Interesting.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Massanelli, you're next.
Thank you for all your work. I found it very interesting, and I just want to make sure that I'm absorbing it properly. So by your statistic, a certain percentage of people didn't want to have this come through at any cost. They were just totally against it. But when they were actually asked about a price, they were actually willing to pay up to $32. So it's almost like they were hedging their negative response. Is that correct?
No, let me clarify that. So the numbers, and you'll have a table, I think, in your handout. So I have a number of respondents who are asked that specific value as their starting point. And then when you figure out the average for those groups, so $52, so 52 people were asked, would you pay more than $100 a month? Then that number 75 is the average they responded. The bottom one, the total, is the only one that includes zero. So if you said, no, I don't want to pay any more, I put you at a zero willingness to pay.
Okay.
And then including those zeros, the average for the city is $32. But included in that zero set is a third of the people don't actually want to pay more, so they wouldn't be happy with paying anymore.
Okay, I think I get it now.
Yeah.
One more question. Did you ever ask people if they were willing to pay more to keep on doing the old method of doing things, just to see if they were willing to take on the rising cost associated with the times changing, and if they were aware of that?
I didn't ask this, sort of
I'd be interested in knowing.
continue the current trend in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Thank you. I have just one question. Certainly don't want to dispute the methodology, because I'm not a statistician by any means. But when you're going through whether someone wants to pay more in their property taxes is one question. I think that's on one of your charts. And then you get into numbers per month. Are the people who are answering the question, do they have in mind what you're conveying in terms of what a proposal would look like? Is it solar panels? Is it electric vehicles? Is it electric bus service? Or is this just like a highly conceptualized one? I don't want to undermine what you're saying, but I'm trying to understand what would be in the recipient's mind when you ask them that question.
So I think it is still at that conceptual level. So they're asked, do you broadly support this target of 100%, and would you be willing to pay to get there? But because there's not yet a plan of how that would look, so I couldn't ask about specifics, but that's where I think the dialogue could get down into specifics. Here's a policy, or here's a set of policies. Which would you support? Can we come to a consensus on which we should act on? And then ask, how much would you be willing to pay to see that happen?
So the drill down next would be that more detailed discussion as to what that would look like.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Great, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Interesting information.
Thanks.
Move on to our next delegation. This is on transit. This is Evelyn Gay. Good evening, Ms. Gay. Welcome to Regina City Council. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions from member council afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Evelyn Gay. I am a senior citizen. I have lived in Regina for 50 years, and I have been a bus rider for 9 years. The first thing I want to say is how much I appreciate bus drivers who wait for me to find a seat and sit down before they travel on to the next bus stop. Often at the front of the bus, you will find a person strapped into their wheelchair, or someone with a walker, or a lady with her shopping cart. A mother has a baby in a pram, or a 2-year-old in a stroller. I was on the bus last week when a man attached his bike to the front of the bus, and he brought on the bus a large black plastic bag full of recyclables, and he was on his way to the recycling depot. I would like to see daytime bus service at 20-minute intervals during the week, half-hour service on Sundays and holidays. I think the bus service should be extended to all parts of the city, for example, the airport or Costco. The Sunday schedule in the evening is 6:30 p.m. when it arrives at the Cornwall Center, and after that, you can't ride from your home. I like to ride express buses numbers 30, 40, 50, and 60, especially number 40, which travels north to south on Albert Street. I think transit like libraries and parks should be free, Did you know that lawmakers in Kansas City, Missouri last Thursday voted to make public transportation in that city free of charge? The first major American city to do so. It's already happening in Dunkirk, France, Estonia in 2018, and Luxembourg plans to do this in 2020. Regina, let us be the first Canadian city to do the same thing. I would hope that transit ridership would continue to increase and improve. In theory, anyone and everyone can ride the bus. However, I often wait for number 9 bus at Albert Street and 25th Avenue to arrive so that I can travel north. I'm always amazed at the number of cars and trucks at that intersection with only the driver inside. And think of the pollution spewing forth. Recently, the city increased the fees for distracted drivers who text and drive. If you are driving your car, forget the texting until you reach your destination. Better still, ride the bus and you can text as much as you like. I also have a question for you, Mayor Fougere, and the councillors. Have any of you ever taken the number 8 bus from the Cornwall Centre to the Golden Mile? Yes? That bus travels west on Hill Avenue, then down Pasqua Street to 25th Avenue and east. There are bus stops on Pasqua. You get off on the west side and walk over Pasqua Street to the east side, where there are no sidewalks and no bus shelters. However, there are many businesses to walk to, a bakery, a gym, and for me, the Regina Foot Clinic. On the return trip, you wait by the side of the road, and in the summertime, it may be pouring rain, or in the wintertime, lots of ice and blustery winds. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I guess there are no questions, members of council. I can call it back if you like. Councilor Bresciani? Ms. Kay, could you come back, please? There's a question. Councilor Bresciani has a question for you. You tried to escape too quickly. Councilor Bresciani has a question for you.
Evelyn, thank you so much for coming forward and sharing your experience on the bus. It's wonderful to hear from the seniors' perspective. And I'd like to ask, have you talked with other seniors? Is it affordable? Are there many seniors? Do you see more seniors taking the bus now? And do you think it's affordable through the chair?
Well, I think most people can afford to take a bus, but not everybody. And I don't know what the answer is to that, really. Reduce the fare, I guess. Okay. In Calgary, their rapid transit, it was a phenomenal price to ride. And recently, they reduced the price and 100 members signed up. So there you go. You have that for an answer.
So you take the bus through the chair, different areas of the city.
Yes.
And so do you see other areas where there's gaps of missing sidewalks that you have to cross and there's no sidewalk, there's grass where you have to try and get on the bus, so it would be hard for someone who maybe isn't a walker or in a wheelchair? Is there any other areas that you know of through the chair?
I go to the field house for exercises 3 times a week. And I take the bus, the number 12, which goes along the street to Elphinstone. And on one side, it's fenced, so there would be no sidewalks. On the other side, there are, but you sort of have to wait in the cold weather with no support there to get inside. Just wait for the bus to come along.
Right. So more bus shelters is what you're saying?
Well, definitely on the Pasqua Street side, because that's a very busy street. And you step down on the west side, in the wintertime, you'll probably drop down into a foot of snow. And then you cross the street on the east side, there's nothing. No bus shelters at all.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for coming forward, and wonderful you're going to the field house 3 times a week, more than many of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look on to our next delegation, Terry Sleva. Good evening, Ms. Sleva. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Does this work? Like this? Just a minute.
I think it's turned on, isn't it?
Yep, I'm
Yep.
just trying to move it forward.
I think it should capture your voice.
Okay, we'll try that.
I believe it should.
Okay, you might just need to speak up a little louder. Your Honor, City Council members, administration and audience. My name is Terry Sleva and I'm the chair of the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition, the RCPTC. Our objective is to see improvement to public transit within Regina for all residents. We want to promote ridership, but it is like the chicken and the egg. Until Regina City Council actively endorses it, ridership will be curtailed. The time it takes to travel via public transit is not conducive to the schedules of most people. It needs to be a competitive alternative to driving a private vehicle. The express routes that the city has installed have increased ridership significantly, though. And we thank you for bringing in the U-Pass, audible bus signals, and all the other good things you've done. But we still have a long ways to go. The budget is forecasted at $40 million for city transit, which operates 21 routes throughout the city and has increased ridership each year since 2017. So it's projected to show a 6% increase for 2019. This is taken from the budget summary for 2020. I would like to see greater funding for the Regina Transit System as the Transportation Master Plan has planned for our aging population and population growth. Subsidies are required for public transit, just as there are subsidies for private vehicles through the roadways, etc. We have issued a Regina Transit Challenge for 2020 on November 3rd. The document outlines ways in which public transit is a solution to many of our city's problems, including, and I'm going to comment as for instead, downtown parking, rush hour traffic jams, traffic accidents, texting while driving, air pollution, and climate catastrophe. The challenge is to further grow ridership by improving service. Our document makes a number of recommendations, including more frequent service. What about every 15 minutes? Earlier and later service from 5 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. I know of an individual who used to get off the bus, who used to work at Costco, who got off at 12 a.m.
He would sleep in the back on the floor until 6 when the bus would come.
Ms. Lee, you have 1 minute to go in your time.
Thank you. So 5:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. And free transit in the following categories: youth, seniors, social assistance recipients, and other low-income individuals, with free transit for all as the ultimate goal. The Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition asks you to take into account these proposals, along with the others as they are contained in the document, during your deliberations on Regina 2020 budget and as 2020 progresses. Thank you for providing me with an opportunity to input my concerns about our community.
Thank you very much for your presentation, right on time. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Young.
Thank you. Hi, Terry. I'm back here. You can't see me. Well, here you come. Good. Sorry. Thank you for coming. Thank you for giving us your report. I'm just wondering if any of the people that are part of your coalition represent people who may not be terribly low income, but who do shift work, don't have a car, have to get back and forth to work at different hours, the night and the morning. Have you heard from any of those people?
They're mainly individuals who are lower income.
Mainly lower income?
Yes, or retired.
Retired?
Yes.
Okay.
Shift workers aren't really, we meet during the morning.
So it would be hard for them to come. Well, I just want to thank you for the work you're doing, and I hope that that will be part of a big transit revolution in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Thank you very much, Ms. Levy, for your presentation. There's no further questions. Thank you for answering questions. Next delegation is Chad Jedlick. Mr. Jedlick, welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Chad Jedlick. I'm with Forster Harbour Development. I'm here this evening to request that City Council provide transit service to the residents and workers within the West Terra neighbourhood. The Design Regina Official Community Plan requires that new neighbourhoods are built at a higher density and include a mix of housing that is accessible to people of all income levels. The West Terra neighbourhood embraced the new OCP, and we're very pleased to have a community that has traditional single-family housing, but also a mix of duplexes, townhomes, apartment rentals, townhouse rentals, seniors housing, as well as our first retailer, the Sherwood Co-op Gas Bar. However, a consistent concern raised by residents and employees within the neighborhood is the lack of transit access. Current residents and employees who use transit have to walk down the shoulder of Dudney Avenue to get to the nearest transit stop, which is about a half mile away. There's no there are no sidewalks, no lights, and it's a 70 km/h speed limit on Dudney, so it's just not a safe situation for residents. As a developer, we constructed a temporary pathway which goes through Sharp Park to the residential area, but it connects through a portion of the field that's undeveloped and it's not illuminated. So through the winter when it's dark, people tend not to use it and then get pushed back out to the shoulder. Through meetings with the City of Regina Transit Services, we were hopeful that this extension would be extended in the or would be included in the budget. However, it isn't. So on behalf of the residents of West Terra, we're here requesting that that extension be included in this year's budget. This request also has the support of the Dieppe West Terra Community Association, which was in contact with Councillor O'Donnell. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I'm available.
There are questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Chad. Thanks for coming out. What's the population of West Terra now, currently?
I believe we're around I think 500 out there. A large number of them are within the apartment complex that's out on the corner of Canola and Horizons Way.
Okay. So, and what's the perspective growth of the whole thing? It's in the OCP, but I can't remember.
You know, I believe that at full growth it'll be around 9,000.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. Chad, thanks a lot for coming out here. See you lots talking about development, rarely about public transit. So this is actually very much welcome. The need is clear. I do have a question about something you raised here, which with regards to how the neighborhood was built. So in terms of the pedestrian safety issues, why was it built so unsafely for people walking in the first place before we even get to the bus question?
Well, I believe that the neighborhood itself is actually, you know, a key focus within the planning was pedestrian connectivity. So we have pathways, many pathways all the way through the neighborhood that interconnect. We've even installed within the first phase development a lay-by lane on Canola so that we avoid the issues that are seen behind the Golden Mile where there's buses stopping really in a lane of traffic. And so we've tried to address all those concerns. As a developer, though, we only control what's within our boundaries. It's the SAFs that we pay to the city as part of the development, which for the first phase of West Terra were $20 million, that go towards developing the infrastructure outside of the boundaries of the neighborhood, which would include something like the twinning of Dewdney Avenue and creating those connections. So, you know, I think we've tried to create a neighborhood that is safe, walkable, and include those pathways.
Thank you. Through the chair, going forward, at what point should the city be considering transit? We shouldn't have to wait 5 years. We shouldn't have to hear about these safety concerns. Is there maybe a mismatch here in terms of when transit comes online and when new neighborhoods start to become populated?
Through the chair, I think the new OCP is a new recipe for how neighborhoods are built. If this was a neighborhood like, you know, neighborhoods were built in the 80s where it was primarily single-family housing where everybody had 2 cars, you know, transit really wasn't necessary to support that. But with the newer neighborhoods where we do see this mix of housing types and mix of, you know, income levels, transit really is important, and probably more important than I would have even thought. But within the first phase, all of our single-family houses that are the traditional front-attached garage homes, we've got 2 or 3 left, whereas we probably have about 60, you know, of the townhome and duplex lots left to build. And so you can see that, you know, I would say that that neighborhood is accessible to people that have vehicles, and the lack of transit has impacted who moves out there.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Jedlick, welcome. Could you just give us a kind of a picture of the distance between the main road into Westera and the first bus stop that could be built?
It's about a half mile.
Half a mile.
So 800 meters.
Okay.
And it's the only way to get there along a road is along Dewdney.
Okay. So. Do you think that partial service for this coming year, like morning service and evening service, would suffice, or do you need service throughout the day?
I believe that ideally service throughout the day would be best for residents. I think everyone has different work schedules, so the more convenient, the better.
Okay.
I know that's we've heard from many delegations as to the importance of having a good, predictable, frequent transit service to actually make it user-friendly.
But would you say this is a real safety issue for you to not have any transportation at all that comes to Westera?
I think it is definitely a safety issue.
Okay. You also have Trinity Manor, which
Yes.
is a retirement home, and all of those people would not have cars?
Many would not, and in speaking with the general manager there, it was an interesting perspective that she provided. She said that many people, when they move into independent assisted care facilities like that, are at a point when they're giving up their vehicles and giving up that independence, and if transit isn't there, it's sort of another step towards less independence.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Chad, for coming forward. So when Westera was being developed, conversations with city staff, obviously it probably depends on growth, but what was the conversation and the length of time that maybe transit would be coming into Westera? Was there a conversation at all through this with the city staff, through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there was ever a firm timeline as to when it would arrive. We certainly took great care in planning out each phase of development to ensure that as development came, that buses would be able to route through, because the roadways have different structures and whatnot, so you have to ensure you have bus routes available. But the sort of metrics that the city administration uses is a certain number of residents per kilometer. And as I mentioned before, in the older neighborhoods where you had really primarily just single-family, large lot homes, I think that metrics is probably appropriate, whereas in these newer communities where you have much more density, I think we probably have to look at it differently.
Okay, yeah. I think I think you kind of hit it though with different dynamics, different types of housing. What you're saying is that it may be a suggestion that we have to relook at our new neighborhoods or the neighborhoods with more density in there, how we do transit, right?
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. I have a question. Maybe it's we've answered it, but I just want to be clear. Your last sentence in your last paragraph talks about you thought it would be included in this budget. Is this an oversight, or is this simply just a disagreement as to when service should be provided?
I don't know, but we had many conversations with City Transit regarding service to Westera and out to Aurora as well. With Aurora, it's not for residents, but it is for staff, and that's something that we hear from the retailers is the challenge of not having transit, again, restricts those employment opportunities to people with cars. I think there's also an argument to say that it restricts access to residents who may want to shop at the retailers out there. So,
but in terms of Westera, though, you or your staff thought that there was going to be a service provided.
That was the indication I received, but once the budget was released, I placed a call and was informed that it wasn't. So
I'm sure we'll be discussing this a bit later, so yeah. No problem. That's good. Thank you. You can return to the gallery. There's no other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll go down to Rob Humphreys. Good evening, Mr. Humphreys. Welcome to the City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent.
Good evening.
You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening. I'm Rob Humphreys, officially representing myself. On November 6, 2019, 11,000 scientists from 153 countries declared the world is in a climate crisis. And if immediate action is not taken, we face catastrophic consequences. In 2019, the cities of Edmonton, Halifax, Vancouver, and Kingston all declared a climate emergency requiring immediate action. The City of Saskatoon released a comprehensive climate action plan projecting billions of dollars in savings when complete, and the City of Edmonton created Blanchard, the largest carbon-neutral residential development in North America. Unfortunately, Regina's response in 2020 is to hold a climate conference. This is just not good enough, and therefore I call on City Council to declare that we have a climate emergency and take immediate action in 2020. The following initiatives could commence now and would fit into any longer-term climate strategy. 1, discontinue purchasing tools, equipment, or vehicles that operate on GHG emitting sources. 2, trial transitioning selected city vehicles to electric. 3, trial the installation of solar panels on selected city-owned buildings. 4, follow Edmonton's lead and mandate that new residential or commercial developments be carbon neutral. 5, rewrite the OCP to assess every initiative, process, procedure, or program against the carbon emissions produced. 5, mandate forestry to partner with schools, community groups, organizations, and individuals to increase the number of trees planted annually to 25,000 a year. 6, enforce your policy to have city employees turn off their vehicles when they're not in them. 7, amend your motion to make Regina 100% renewable by 2030 rather than 2050. Secondly, on May 3rd, 2019, the Winnipeg Sun published an article describing how a group of residents hired a private investigator to look at the operations of the City of Winnipeg's Permits and Inspection Planning Division. The residents took this unprecedented action after years of having their concerns ignored or minimized by the city administration and council. The report found that city employees did little to earn their generous salaries of $150,000 a year. And on September 17, 2019, the city verified the conclusions of the private investigator, and 8 city workers were fired and another 7 suspended for theft of time and money while on the job. It is not urban legend that the City of Regina is notorious for waste, excess, and inefficiency, and mirrors Winnipeg's experience. If this administration is serious about achieving your goal to have residents believe they receive value for what they pay for, then I call on City Council to immediately follow Winnipeg's lead and create an anonymous, independent fraud and waste hotline both for private residents and employees. I believe this initiative is crucial because the current service request format does not work, and hopefully at the end of my presentation, one of the councillors will permit me an extra minute or so I can give you a classic example. Thirdly, my experience with Wascana Pool Project is any indication. Your strategy goal to build trust that residents are being informed and engaged has failed miserably. I cannot express strongly enough my disappointment with the Wascana Pool Project consultation process. From the start, it was clear the city administration wanted nothing but an aquatic destination facility in Wascana Park. The initial survey was framed and interpreted to give the results you wanted and present the facade that public consultation supported your position. The first opportunity I had for public input was on November 5th, 2019. At that open house, only one option was presented with 3 variations. At no time in the process were proper options presented with associated environmental impacts, the size of the developmental footprint indicated, number of trees to be removed identified, or cost provided. It was a total scam. Not only were individual residents ignored, so were swim groups and frequent users of the pool. Overwhelmingly, the people I've spoken with...
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Want the existing pool replaced with a 50-meter pool, the development footprint minimized, all trees left intact, the ambiance of the location maintained, and an aquatic destination facility built elsewhere, probably indoors. Councillor Hawkins, at the CBC Morning Show last spring, you expressed a shared unequivocal opposition to the aquatic destination facility in Wascana Park, and I trust you still hold that position. I ask that Council immediately review what has transpired in the consultation process and take whatever corrective action necessary. Keeping with Wascana Park, based on the auditor's scathing indictment of the PCC, I call on Council to suspend the $2,719,000 allocated to the PCC in 2020 until appropriate improvements have been made to their governance process. Finally, and I'm not a forensic accountant, but four line items caught my attention in the 120-page report that need explanation. One, why are the city...
Mr. Humphries, I'm sorry, your time is up.
All right.
I apologize, I have to keep you at the 5-minute time period. I'll see if there's questions from members of council, though. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Mr. Humphries, we talked in the past. I always appreciate your point of view. If you wouldn't mind expanding.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Just a classic example is why the current request system doesn't work. At the end of October, in the small park I back onto, Parks Department pulled up in their new Ford 150 extended cab 3/4 ton trucks. 4 city employees exited the vehicles equipped with gas-powered leaf blowers. For well over an hour, one of the 4 employees blew the leaves accumulated along the fence line back into the grassed areas, while the other 3 did little but watch. They left their vehicles running the entire time. Curiously, in the over 30 years I've lived and backed onto the park, not once has a city employee been deployed to perform this work. I brought this seemingly indisputable example of extreme waste to the attention of every city councilor and the mayor through the city's website. As per normal, none of the city councilors responded, but I did get a response from the mayor, not surprisingly defending this activity. Undoubtedly, the mayor's office went back to the offending department and they forwarded the talking points and spin necessary to justify this excess and waste. This whole situation, there are several disturbing aspects about it. Number one, leaving their vehicle running and running 4 gas-powered leaf blowers shows a total disregard of the physical or environmental consequences of their actions. 2, the employees' absolute lack of awareness that there was any problem with their inactivity shows the degree to which this culture of waste and entitlement is entrenched. 3, deploying 4 city employees to perform work that is so useless it hasn't been done in 30 years is a clear indication that Parks is significantly overstaffed, equipped, and funded. 4, the mayor's defense of this type of activity without proper external investigation provides legitimacy to the waste, reinforces that the departments will not be held accountable, and ensures the culture of entitlement and untouchability will continue. As our taxes have increased over the past 10 years, examples of this type of wasteful nonsense have also increased exponentially to at one point I was convinced the city had created a department of stupid shit dedicated to dream up useless ways to spend our tax dollars.
I'd ask you to please be careful with your language, please.
Sorry.
You feel passionate.
I'm just about done.
With respect,
Yeah.
order.
No,
Order,
I
order.
hear you. Yeah.
I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm asking you to please be respectful in your language. You
I
can
will.
you can be direct, but respectful in your language is very important.
I will.
And not impugn anything against the character of anybody that works for the city or for council.
The point is, no change will ever occur and will never meet your stated strategic goals unless you have an independent review of citizens' concern, city operations, fleet vehicles, abuse, and staffing levels. Regina has recently made national news for its high crime rates and lead pipes. I hope you will not drive the residents of this city to hire a private investigator to bring this issue to national attention. Thanks, Jason.
I have one more question
Yeah,
for
fire.
you. You mentioned the climate strategy conference
Right.
we're having.
Yes.
In that example, it's something we're obviously not familiar with yet. So we're looking at people to come to our city, help us uncover the advantages we may or may not have and how to treat this type of situation. You think it's a poor idea and we should go straight to solutions. But on the
No.
other side of things and things we already practice.
A question.
I'm getting there. Just give me a second. You mentioned that we should get outside influence to come in and tell us what we already know. They're kind of counterintuitive spending of money. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't disagree with the climate conference. I take a little exception with the cost aspect of it. Yes, upfront capital costs for taking action on climate change are high, but the payback, as the city of Saskatoon found out, the payback is in the billions of dollars over the long term.
I don't can't define it actually.
And now, the conference, no, it's vital, but we have to start taking action now. And there's things, like I mentioned, that we can do now and won't affect whatever happens in the long-term strategy of the climate conference.
Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll go back to Delegation 164, Carl Churlin, if he's here. Mr. Churlin, are you here? Can I have a motion to receive and file as communications? Okay. Seconder, Councilor Murray. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to John Hopkins. Good evening, Mr. Hopkins. You can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight on behalf of our 1,200 members to provide our perspective on the city budget. I want to begin tonight by talking about a very important part of our community, business owners. While some are of the view that business people are all about profit at all costs and that it's a race to the bottom, I'd like to assure you that the truth is that the vast majority of business people cannot and should not be put into this category. On the contrary, most business people put it all on the line, signing personal guarantees, creating jobs, creating opportunities, and yes, paying taxes. Moreover, I don't believe that we can lose sight of the generosity of business. The reality is that a significant number of business people give back to our community in so many ways, be it economic initiatives, cultural initiatives, social initiatives, as well as sporting and many others. For many, the paradigm has shifted and swung towards the triple bottom line of social, environmental, and financial responsibility. With respect to the budget before you, I would like to offer the following comments. First and foremost, we would like to express our appreciation for a preliminary budget with the lowest proposed rate of increase in over a decade. Having said that, I'm sure it will come to you as no surprise that we would like to encourage Council to look at ways to reduce the rate of increase without cutting services. While that may sound like an impossibility at first glance, we believe that it is actually possible. For example, in our review of the budget, we know that you're projecting a $6.5 million surplus. We would encourage you to take a portion of that surplus and use it to reduce the rate of increase, just a portion. In the not-too-distant past, the City of Calgary released the 2018 Residential Property Taxes and Utility Charges Survey. Based on a representative bungalow in each community, Regina's municipal property tax in isolation was found to be fourth best at $1,727, sixth best on average property tax for single detached homes at $3,248, and third best in median property tax at $2,998. Based on the Calgary survey, we are in a good position relative to property tax, but the utility continues to be a challenge. According to the report, Regina comes in last when looking at utilities which combine water, sewer, garbage, lane drainage, and other fees at $129 monthly. However, the survey does not account for the unique circumstances being faced by Regina's water utility. In closing, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and encourage you to continue to provide an environment that is conducive to growth, not simply for the sake of growth, but for all that growth affords us: jobs, taxes, tax revenues, and new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Are there questions of the delegation at all? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming, John.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you would recommend we consider taking a portion of the surplus and rather than putting it in the general reserve fund, applying it to lowering the mill rate. How much would you suggest? What part of the surplus would you suggest we use for lowering taxes?
I looked at the surplus that was generated by taxes alone, and it's somewhere in around that $1 million mark. That would seem to make sense. If you generated more than you budgeted for based on property tax alone right there, that would be a number.
Thank you. There's one further follow-up question. Normally the surplus goes into the general reserve fund. The general reserve fund is just below its minimum limits. Do you still hold that view given the low level of the general reserve fund?
Well, if we took $1 million, still leave another $5 million to go into the fund.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, Mr. Hopkins. Welcome back. Where's your membership today relative to last year? Bigger, smaller?
It's a little bit bigger.
A little bit bigger. Is that an economic driver, or is that just you're promoting more memberships?
We've had we've created some new tactics in terms of generating memberships, so it's been a fairly good year that way.
Thanks through you. And in your view, is the economics of the business world in Regina better or worse than last year?
In some ways it's better, in some ways it's worse. I mean, last year one of the big things that we were looking at was the NAFTA and the trade agreement. What's going to happen with the trade agreement? So we've, to a certain degree, put that one to bed, but now we've got canola and what's going on in canola and the uncertainty in the agriculture industry. What happened with the crop this past year? And some serious challenges in sort of the ag community, although there's still some bright lights there compared to where we were years ago. So Trade's looking a little bit better, ag not so much. And then you look at the energy sector, there's still lots of challenges there. Are we going to get products to Tidewater? So it's kind of a mixed bag. There certainly is some optimism, but it's tempered, I would say.
Okay, yeah. Through you, I was just wondering, do you, and I'll can ask administration probably tomorrow, but do you know how many businesses are in the city of Regina today?
There would be those businesses without any employees, and then there would be businesses with employees. I'd hazard a guess 15,000 something,
I'll find out.
20,000.
Yeah, I've been curious. I meant to
Somewhere in
ask
there.
you, give you a little heads up on that. Are you seeing in your membership, is it mostly 0 to 5 employees, 0 to 10 employees? 0 to 5?
You just 0 to 10.
0 to 10
About
would be-
85% would be between 1 and 25 employees.
And what's your biggest employer?
Would have about 3,000 employees.
Okay, in one, at one company?
Yeah.
Okay, good. No, I'm just trying to get a general feel of the business community, and are we looking at a reasonably strong economy going into 2019, or finishing 2019 and going into 2020, or are we kind of faltering at that?
There's some optimism, but again, there's the instability that's been created with the canola crisis and agriculture, the crop that we had this past year. There's a lot of uncertainty there. There's still a lot of it out in the field right now. And so what's going to happen for next year, that doesn't put next year in a very good place. On the energy sector, there's a lot of concerns there still about, Bill C-69, Bill C-48. Are we going to get any pipelines built? Is Trans Mountain actually going to happen? So there's a lot of that's out there, and so there's some there's some optimism out there, but again, it's tempered. There's some challenges out there, but hopefully things will continue to move ahead. At least that's our hope.
Perfect. Thanks for showing up.
Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship, through you, Mr. Hopkins. Thank you for presenting. Question that piqued my interest. You mentioned utilities. You've had a small little brief. How would your members look at what to do with utilities? You said that we are the last comparing to other cities in Western Canada. Well, how would you propose to stabilize those rates or lower them, in your word?
Well, I don't want to be caught saying, okay, you're seeing here's all the good things in this survey, but here's the bad things. You don't say them. And so yes, we do relatively well on the property tax side, but we don't do as well on the utility side. What's different about Regina is I don't think any reasonable person would pick this location to build a city, and yet we have a city here. There's no water here. And so we have to pipe in all of our water. And it's a very unique situation. So that's going to drive costs. And I think there's some appreciation that that's part of what impacts the utility that we do have here in Regina, is the fact that we don't have water here and we have to use a pipeline to bring the water here. It's part of it.
All right. It just piqued my interest because, I mean, you didn't mention that, so that means your 1,200 members did make some kind of a statement about that. So my
The city
question
of
is...
Calgary did, yeah.
Okay. So my question is to you is, maybe going forward, would your members come with some kind of idea of what to do with lowering or controlling utilities?
To be fair, I think that we're in a much better position than we have been, where we were facing 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9. It seemed like forever. It was 9%, 9%, 9%, and now it's 3%. So we're that's relatively inflationary type increase. I think is reasonable as opposed to 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
Thank you. So the question is you did mention utilities. There's not much more that you said about that. So that's the thing. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Evening, John. Thanks for your balanced approach on the utility, and maybe someday we should compare ourselves to Phoenix, because that's the only other city that's in a like-minded situation, right? Thanks. So you've heard the delegations beforehand, and you're aware of the motions up before council, so I'm going to present you with a choice. $6.5 million out of a $500 million budget is really pretty efficient in terms of balanced budget and all that kind of
Great
stuff.
job.
Okay, so let's use that. So what if I said to you, well, no, let's not put that against tax reduction. Let's not put that against other things. Let's put it against sustainability. Let's take that money and say, once we get out of this and we have a plan, there's our first whack of money that we can do something significant with. How's that for a choice?
It's certainly an option to look at, but what all we're saying is take a portion of that 6.5 and use it to reduce the mill rate, and then there's opportunity to do more with what's left.
Do your members see value? So the research was interesting to me where the fellow said people are actually willing to pay a little bit more and see this as value. Have you as a organization talked about the notion of sustainability, what that would mean for a corporation like the city and how that transfers to your members?
I think, just to go back to the presentation that, I wasn't quite sure which presentation we're referring to, but now I do. And I think that there is huge opportunity for this community and surrounding areas of this community, because there's no better place in Canada than right here. In fact, in this province, way better than Alberta, is right here. In fact, the best place is probably Estevan. And so I think it's a huge opportunity. And I do recall, I think it was you and I had this conversation maybe last year or the year before about, you know, something like the Lawson. Why don't we have panels on the Lawson? It just makes so much sense. There's nothing there. There's no shadows. There's no nothing. That would be a great place. It would seem to make sense. Looks like the angle is almost even right. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity to look at that and continue to move in that direction, because I think it's pretty clear that generally speaking, that people want to see a move towards more sustainable options. I don't think it's 100% by any stretch. You know, we're not going to get there tomorrow, but let's continue to move in that direction. I think that's clearly where people want to go, and I think we should continue to move in that direction. And again, solar there's no better place in Canada than here, and we should be looking at that in a much more comprehensive way than we have been.
So I have a request of you, if you don't mind. So I think we're going to do some work in this next while, call it the conference and other things, and there'll certainly be some public engagement. I think it would be valuable if you also did the same with your members. You could, you know, you do surveys, you guys get together and so on. I think it'd be interesting for us all to come together and say, so what are we all prepared to do, and so on. So I leave that as a request for you.
Well, just to answer your question, we would love to be able to work with you on that, and if there's some way we could work with your administration and work together, we'd be more than happy to do that. It's in all of our best interest to work on this and move ahead as a community.
That will come. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bershani?
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks, John. Some of the business owners I know that I've heard from, I mean, they have to still run a business. But when it comes, times are tough, they have to lay off staff. Have you, what have you heard from your members in this regard, through the chair?
It really depends on the business, and I think one of the businesses that, or sectors that we're most concerned about is retail. And so retail has changed so dramatically over the course of the last number of years, and now you have organizations, let's say they're in a shopping mall, any shopping mall in Regina, and who are they competing with? Well, they're competing with Amazon, and they're competing with all kinds of online options, and yet they're paying tax rates and hiring employees and all the rest of it. So competition in that is very, very intense these days, and projections look like that's going to continue to happen. And part of the solution, if there is for some, would be to compete online and to have that option other than going to the customer service model and providing, you know, excellent customer service to combat some of that. But there's some real challenges there. I'm not going to say there isn't, particularly for retail.
Okay. And my last question in regards to the 3.25 increase. So if we were to say if it was, you know, it's the lowest in a decade, but if we would have come and said, okay, it's 2.5, do you think members would have still said, well, make it lower? Do you think that members really understand all of the stuff the city does and puts out to try and afford that 3.5? Do you think members truly understand, or they just see it as another tax increase? Through the chair.
Well, thanks for the question. You know, my response would be that we have been very, very supportive of this council for many, many years, and never have we come here and said, you need to get to zero. Never. We've been extremely supportive. And, you know, a long time ago we decided that what's in the best interest for business is this community, and this community prospering together, as opposed to just looking at this box and saying, this is the only thing that matters. And so I didn't come here tonight and say, well, you know, if you use the 6.5, then what would the mill rate increase be? I didn't say that. I said use a portion of it to reduce the rate and, you know, use the rest of it for whatever it might be. And so that's what's important is, you know, how do we move the community ahead in terms of looking at, you know, what can we do in terms of alternative energy sources? Let's look at that. Let's work together on that. Let's work together as a community, because it's a community thing that we really need to focus on, as opposed to pitting this sector against that sector, against that sector, and against that sector. I'm not interested in that, to be quite candid. I think what we're really interested in is how do we come together as a community to make this community the best community it can be.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for your presentation. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Move on to our next presentation, and we're moving into the Wascana Pool. This one is, so it's Rob Nelson. Mr. Nelson, welcome to the City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation and perhaps questions from council afterwards.
Thank you. I'm Rob Nelson, and I represent the Regina Multisport Club, Regina's largest aquatic association. We want a 50-meter by 25-meter pool in Wascana Park. There are benefits in the capacity that it would provide and in how a 50-meter distance helps us train for endurance events. RMC is not in favor of impacting the feasibility study nor the eventual development of a new indoor pool in place of a 50-meter Wascana pool, nor are we against more fun activities such as water slides and lazy rivers that are proposed for the facility. I think we can have all that, and the benefits exceed the additional estimated $4.5 million cost for a larger tank in Wascana Park. So instead of just reading my written submission that I'm sure you've all read, I'd just like to ask each of you to consider something about that submission from your own point of view, starting with my own councillor, Bob Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins, in a Q&A in the Prairie Dog magazine leading up to the 2012 election, when you first ran for council, you were asked to name something that the last council got right. Your answer? Something that the council got right was the stadium proposal, although they could have done a much better job seeking citizen input, providing information, and explaining the project. Yada, yada, yada. We do not need to settle for second best. So, Councillor Hawkins, let me ask you to consider if city admin has done enough to seek citizen input, which to my understanding is not yet complete. Can you make an informed decision on the budget? As for settling for second best, Moose Jaw and other cities have 50-meter outdoor pools. Are you satisfied with settling for a 25-meter pool? Councillor Flegel, in a 2016 CTV interview with you prior to the election, you stated, "I'm committed to working for you to build Regina into the future." Having had a 50-yard pool for the last 72 years in Wascana Park, will a 25-meter pool be sufficient for the next 50 to 70 years? Councillor Stevens, at your town hall meeting, the Councillor Flegel, who's also in attendance.
Mr. Nelson, I'm going to ask you to be careful that we cross on people's intentions. I think if you direct this to a general request to council and not pick on individual councillors, I think it'd be much more effective than questioning the integrity, perhaps, indirectly of an individual councilor's perspective.
Certainly.
They may support you or not, but I just want to keep this high level and keep it more objective, if you don't mind.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you very much. So I'm going to kind of skip maybe to kind of an overall higher level understanding of what I read, because I did go through many interviews and did some research on the internet that many councillors and the mayor had provided some input to. And 3 of the key themes coming out of those interviews were that councillors and the mayor wanted to see in the future was like kind of building for the future, you know, making sure Regina is set up for the future. Infrastructure was a key theme across many of the comments that people made, making sure the infrastructure was there. Some of the comments that I've heard lately is that previous councils have left this council in a very bad situation with respect to infrastructure, and you're doing a lot of catch-up to do here for infrastructure, whether that's recreation infrastructure, wastewater, lead in the water, roads and such. And the other one was community engagement. A lot of people said that we need to engage the community more in the projects we're doing, what we're doing, and how we're doing them to make sure we have that community support. So I guess in summary, that's my question for all of you leading into this budget decision here that you have to make regarding Wascana Pool. Are we building for the future? Is a 25-meter pool, and I know that the decision has not come up to you yet as to what exactly this pool is going to be, but what we're being led to believe is it's going to be a 25-meter pool with some water slides and such. Is that going to be good enough for the next 50 to 75 years? Is the recreation infrastructure we're putting into place in Wascana Park for the outdoor pools good enough for the next 50 to 70 years?
You have just under a minute to go.
Thank you. And my last question is community engagement. Has engagement been enough for you to make a decision on this Wascana pool and the $15 million budget that's on the table here tonight? Is that good enough, or is there an opportunity to add another $4.5 million to that to make this a 50-meter pool? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there are questions from members of council. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Evening, sir. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to ask you a question. And I asked this many times over the years when somebody has come forward about a plan or a facility and so on. Regina Minor football, soccer, and so on. You have a request, you have something in mind. Is there a contribution coming from your group?
From the Regina Multisport in particular?
Or aquatics?
Or aquatics. This is not something that we have considered for the Wascana pool. I was here in January as a director for the Regina Aquatic Foundation, and that's my other initiative, is a new indoor pool, which we've agreed to pursue an opportunity for a partnership with Regina City to do some fundraising for that, but we have not, actually, Regina Multisport is outside of the Regina Aquatic Foundation on the Wascana pool piece here, and we've not talked about doing fundraising and doing any substantial monetary contribution to Wascana pool.
Okay, so if I could just kind of separate the two, I'll put Wascana aside, just kind of, sort of, but the idea of obligation if somebody's a user of a group, of a facility and so on, is there an obligation, do you think, from our point of view, from council? Do I look to groups maybe to contribute so that we can build it bigger or wider or taller?
Well, our groups do rent facility time in the pools, so you do get a contribution from us.
I understand.
And one of the things that we might lose with the 25-meter pool is that opportunity to train in there, because you won't have the capacity anymore for all of the aquatic groups and the lap swimmers in there.
Yeah.
But certainly I would look at, I would think a user fee for the new destination aquatic facility, upping that user fee perhaps from what it is for other recreation facilities might be in order. Okay. Would you raise the fees for any user groups who rent time in that pool?
Thanks.
I could support that too.
Thanks very much. So could you give me an idea, please, both from the club that you mentioned that you represent and to aquatics in general? How many people am I talking about, please? If you could separate those a little bit.
Our club had 370 members last year.
Cool.
The Regina Aquatic Foundation has 1,300 members,
okay,
of which the Multisport Club has the largest amount of that.
And from my understanding, please, I'll separate your club again. So do those aquatic people look for lap times in the summer as well as it's, so do I combine that to be 1675, give or take, for lap time?
The aquatic groups, some aquatic groups do rent outdoor pool time in the summertime, yes. I believe the Regina Optimist Dolphins do, the Masters Club, and the Multisport Club all do. Flatland swimming, I believe, does too.
And I'm sure there's some recreational swimmers that just want to swim.
Oh, there are many of those.
Okay.
You're going to hear from them next.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. There are no other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Leslie Farley. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Leslie Farley. Mayor Fougere, members of City Council, people of Regina. Last year, a ton of us came to City Hall on budget night to tell the council we wanted our Maple Leaf pool rebuilt. Now we have another swimming pool problem. It regards whether or not the city is going to listen to the people who actually use the Wascana pool, who are saying, make us a 50-meter or a 50-yard pool, but not a blob-shaped pool with a smaller lap pool on the side or attached. The people saying this are actual pool goers. These people are parents too. These people are in the know. They swim at the Wascana pool all summer long. Building a new pool, according to the old pool shape, would also be cheaper to build. The old pool, as described in the 2014 City of Regina pool update, would be just under $10 million to remake. And the enhanced pool's cost, according to the Leader Post, is $15 million. I think saving $5 million to go to other important projects in the city is the wise thing to do. I say this because kids and families were already sufficiently happy with the old pool setup. Kids had diving boards. They brought their frisbees and beach balls, and the radio played behind as a soundtrack. People loved the rectangular pool. There was no problem with it. The proposed blob-shaped Wascana pool, the enhanced pool, which I think is a blob, cannot improve on what we already had going on with the old rectangular pool. In fact, I strongly believe a blob pool could likely take away. With a big 50-yard or 50-meter pool shaped as a rectangle, you accommodate the leisure people who want to cool off a bit in the water, the kids who want to dive and splash around, and the serious swimmers who need long uniform lanes in order to do what they do. Rebuilding the old pool as it was also pays tribute to the fact that you don't always need to try and improve on things. Sometimes things are designed right the first time. I would also like to add one more reason why going with one big rectangular pool is best for Wascana Park. When the heritage community was given 3 choices on pool designs, 2 were blob-shaped and 1 was L-shaped rectangular type design. The community voted most of all for the L-shaped one. I think this says something. So Council, please just rebuild the Wascana pool as it was. It's a design we know that everyone can enjoy.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? No, there are none. Thank you very much. We'll go on to our next delegation, Karen Rose. Good evening. Welcome to City Council. If you can identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Karen Rose, and I present myself. Regina has 5 outdoor pools, and 4 of them exist only for families. The 50-yard Wascana pool was the only pool that served everyone, families, adults, and sport clubs. Why should every outdoor pool in Regina serve only kids? You need a big pool to serve everyone's needs. A simple 50-meter pool will serve everybody and not eliminate an entire pool community. This includes adults, families, and sports groups. It is easy to maintain, it is cost-effective, it will have the least footprint in the park, it will not destroy any more trees. Your plan will destroy trees, and I surely don't think you want to go down that road again. A plan that makes more sense for cost, budget, and usage would be an indoor water park facility built on land that will not destroy the park and that provides parking and is open 12 months of the year. I believe the design for a waterslide park has been the plan for years, and you may simply be using a couple of random surveys to justify this plan. But even if you had actually used the surveys as a basis for the design, there exists a few flaws within the survey process. The first survey in June was not advertised anywhere, even at Wascana Pool itself. So I emailed the city requesting for the survey to at least be advertised at Regina City Pools. The reply was, that's a good idea. And they did so in a grand fashion in September when they offered the second survey consisting of only 3 similar designs with no 50-meter pool option. They had the surveys set up at recreation centers, allowing children as young as 4, 5, 6 to fill out the survey, and in effect filling it out, voting as many times as they wished. There was, and I can well believe that you would not like your election process to be that random and based upon children voting, and if you did, the candidate with the most bells and whistles would certainly win, right? The survey questions were very confusing and misleading, beginning with the first question on defining what type of swimmer you are. Even though I train 5 times a week with the Regina Masters, I said I was a leisure swimmer because when I train at Wascana Park on my own at the pool, it is at least, intense practice pace. You asked if a view of the lake from the pool was important, but you didn't really state that the only way to have that occur would be to cut all the trees from the pool to the lake to actually see the lake. Another question was, would you be attending the new pool? Yes or no? The answer would be no if it is going to be a water slide park, and yes if you maintained a 50-yard or built a 50-meter pool, but it was only a yes or no option. And you must realize that some of the people who took the survey have never attended Wascana Pool, and they have no intention to ever do so. It's just, hey, let's take a survey. And I hope you're not going to completely ignore the people who attended the public meeting on November 12th, when 99% of the people attending were there to voice their concerns for a 50-meter pool and not a water slide park. Also, the City Planning Committee did not even think to consult the swim sport groups on the design, the first design, until they spoke with Rob Nelson. And these groups have consistently rented the pools for years. These are our youth. These are our kids swimming, right? And my master's team, we have, the oldest person is 90 years old. She has all the provincial records, right? These are the people that use the pool. So I don't understand why no one from the City Planning Committee or any city councillors ever bothered to actually speak to the people who actually use the pool every day for decades, rain or shine, and at any temperature. You have no idea of the pool community that consists of sports groups, swimmers, and families.
Ms. Rose, you have a minute to go in your presentation time.
You are acting like these people have no value and that they do not matter. Their history and the experience of the pool means nothing to you, and maybe that's why you can so easily destroy it and eliminate an entire community whilst thinking you know what is best. You seem to want to create a new waterslide play park for some phantom public that you imagine will suddenly appear to use the pool. And during the summer months when the temperature drops, kids, families do not attend the pool. It's empty. The ratio is equal adults, equal children. I've got photos of that. And to finally end, I teach kids. I know their imagination skills. You give them toys, there's been studies done. Playing without toys, right, you would increase self-confidence, attention span, imagination, creativity, problem-solving skills, and socialization. They concentrate more of attention span. The idea of going to a water slide park every day will actually leave children overwhelmed, overstimulated, and reduce concentration span.
Ms. Rose, your time is up. I'm sorry. There may be questions.
Resulting in children.
But your time is, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Any questions of the delegation? Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? There are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you
So much. A bit of a redirection on our delegations here, and I apologize for this. I originally assumed that Kathy Roger was not here. She actually is here, and so I'm going to ask if she come up as a delegation now. And for members of council, before we do this, just a moment. Is Kate Smart the next delegation that is not here? So I'd ask her now for receive and file on delegation 179 to receive and file that. Councilor Bresciani. Second by Councillor, that's good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So if we could have Kathy Roger come forward, please. Sorry about the mix-up. You have, could you identify yourself and who you represent? You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Roger. I'm a longtime Regina citizen and a regular swimmer at Wascana Pool. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and to all the council members. Thank you very much for the invitation to present at council this evening and for reading my presentation. As some of my swimming colleagues have just presented, I would like to present my case for maintaining Wascana Pool as the same size pool that it was or as a 50-meter pool. Wascana Pool is a scenic and serene outdoor swimming destination which is loved by many. For me, myself, I've lived here all my life and I've been swimming at Wascana Pool for that length of time, which is a long time. The old Wascana Pool had 9 50-yard lanes. Longer swimming lanes do provide more space for swimmers, and dedicated daily swimmers who swim, like myself, rain or shine, all through the summer months, 8 o'clock to 1 p.m. every day. And Wascana Pool provided the only place for us in the city to do outdoor long course swimming. A 50-meter pool does allow room for aquatic swim groups and endurance training and lane swimmers. Endurance swimmers do require a longer pool where they are challenged to swim longer, as they do not need as many times to turn around as frequently. Swimming in a 50-meter pool builds swimming confidence. It provides for that option to express yourself in swimming motions that are not always available when 25-meter pools become overcrowded and then people can't swim as freely. The joy and peace of outdoor swimming at the Wascana Pool should not be ignored in favor of an aquatic playground. The outdoor setting as it existed fostered pleasure in both the design and the functionality of the pool, enhanced by the tranquil environment of Wascana Park. The purpose of a pool is for swimming. I strongly believe this. 25-meter and additional options should not be the focus of a rebuild. We have a strong community of swimmers that request a 50-meter pool. Lifelong swimmers and those who are competitive swimmers are not just the focus of a 50-meter pool. It is swimming for pleasure, it is swimming for health. Why would we spend our tax dollars to shrink our existing pool and to lessen swimming capacity in the city? We need to rebuild a pool to serve us for the next 70 years. A 50-meter pool in an L-shaped zero-depth entry design can provide the flexibility and longevity required. Let's create a pool that's capable of offering the most options possible, and a 50 by 25-meter pool will do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for hearing my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Well, you made yourself very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Cyrus Campo. Good evening and welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I am presenting for Cyrus Campbell. I'm here tonight to oppose the development of the Region Par 3 golf course into a recreation hub. It is important that none of the trees on the land be destroyed. Any of my friends I have talked to feel the same way. We live in a time when people are recognizing the potential for world crisis through climate change. It is well known that the most effective way to fight climate change is to plant trees. So it is disturbing that City Hall would want us to cut down trees in favor of building a sports field, toboggan hill, washrooms, or any other recreation hub items that would include removing a single well-established tree. Tree restoration in urban forests is a priority in most countries around the world, and it should be in Regina as well. The city has said there are trees at the golf course that are old and suffering from drought. So what? This happens in every forest around the world. It's not a good reason to kill any healthy trees at the golf course. In urban forests, most of the trees come naturally from seeds that fall to the ground. Only 1/3 are planted. It is wrong to destroy any of the trees on the golf course land. They should be nurtured, protected, and allowed to regenerate into a healthy urban forest. For these reasons and others, I am opposed to building a recreation hub on the Region Par 3 golf course land.
Thank you. There may be questions. Hold on just a sec. Ms. Campbell, just one moment. Are there questions from members of council? No, there are none. Thank you. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Jackie Braun. You're not Jackie Brown.
Nope.
You identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for her presentation as well.
Jackie Braun is an emergency room nurse, and she had to leave to go to work, so she's asked me to present on her behalf.
Okay.
All right, so Jackie says she was here tonight to oppose the redevelopment of the Regent Par 3 golf course into a recreation hub, and it's important that none of the trees be destroyed. Building a hub on a golf course land would mean the removal of hundreds of large, old, established trees. One common definition of an urban forest is a collection of trees that grows in a city. The Regent Golf Course is one of the oldest urban forests in Regina. It's a valuable asset, not just to Coronation Park, but to the rest of the city and globally. It allows Regina to do our part to combat climate change. The Regina Urban Forest Management Strategy is a comprehensive plan that includes policies for maintaining urban forests in the city. According to the city, it must be adhered to. The strategy says that virtually every tree in Regina was hand-planted. It goes on to say the following: urban forests are essential to the current and future health of our city and our residents. In a cost-benefit analysis, it found that a tree in Regina returns 42 times what it costs to plant and maintain in terms of environmental, ecological, social, and economic benefits to the community and the larger ecosystem. Imagine the value of the hundreds of trees at the Regent Golf Course. The strategy also says all of the following: trees improve the quality of air and water and reduce the effect of noise pollution. It should be noted regarding noise that the golf course adjoins a railroad, and the trees protect the community from the noise of trains. The strategy says that trees reduce stormwater runoff, resulting in less damage to life and property. It should be noted that Coronation was found to be one of the worst flood zones in all of Regina, and the golf course trees help protect the neighborhood from flooding. The strategy says urban forests within the city provide an important opportunity for residents to reduce stress and improve physical well-being. It says that trees are a natural source for stimulating a child's imagination, and it should be noted that child poverty rates in the golf course area are 67%. The strategy says urban forests are an asset, and a maintained urban forest is an investment that appreciates in value. They bring a sense of wonder and are a source of great civic pride. The goal statement of the strategy says Regina urban forests are essential to the current and future health of the city and the residents, and the goal is to proactively manage and sustain forests in the city. This past summer, the city began cutting down trees in the golf course, claiming they were suffering from drought, were sick, and had beetles. They were old and at the end of their lifespan. Hundreds of photos were taken of the trees and sent to a U of S professor of agriculture. He said the lines in the bark were normal and expected insect activity on the trees. He also claimed that the trees in the picture could have been expected to live another 30 to 50 years. Even if the city was right and some of the trees were sick or old, this would not be a reason to remove even a single healthy tree or to destroy any 60-year-old sick trees that could be saved. According to experts we have spoken with, the natural state of any forest, including an urban forest, is that it renews itself. The trees on the golf course land could be protected, nurtured, and renewed if this is what the city wanted to do. If you want to cut down a single tree in Regina, a city tree, you have to fight City Hall to do it. The city has a bylaw to protect trees which says no person shall plant, damage, disturb, prune, or remove any public tree, and no person shall attach any notice, bill, poster sign, wire, rope, cord, nail, or other object in or around a city tree. If you do any of these things, you can be fined up to $5,000. Yet the city wants to remove hundreds of trees from the golf course land because they decided to put a hub there. It defies logic that the city would design or defend a hub that would destroy trees and the urban forest. The city should comply with their own urban forest management strategy and their own bylaws, and they should nurture and protect every tree on the golf course land. How can citizens be expected to protect individual city trees in their yard if the city capriciously cuts down hundreds to build a field and some washrooms?
You have 1
The
minute
golf
left in
course
your
land is part of the
You have 1 minute
birthright
left in your
of future
presentation.
generations. Members of City Council are only temporary stewards of that land. It's not okay to redevelop the forest in any way that would destroy any tree. It is not your right to destroy the urban forest. Do not remove trees to put in a sports field, a toboggan hill, washroom, or any other hub items. I've spoken with dozens of people, and we as a community are not okay with your decision to do this. For these reasons and others, Jackie says she opposes the building of a recreation hub on the Regent Par 3 golf course.
Thank you for your presentation. Other questions? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Could you just restate what she said about 67%? I can't find that on the submission.
The child poverty rate?
Yeah, preceding that though. I can't find it on the submission that she put in here. Was that added or?
Okay, so it's my understanding from looking at the city website in regard to submissions by delegations that they are not verbatim. They are only an outline. So it gives a general idea of what you're going to present. It does not have to be verbatim.
No, that's, okay, so it was, you threw that, you put the 67% in there. All I'm trying to say is I can't find it on the...
Oh, it's on this script. Her script, this script in my hands right now that she redrafted.
Not the script that was submitted,
would not be a
Councilor Flanagan,
verbatim
it's what she
script to
read.
what you've received.
Excuse me,
Nor is it required to be.
Order.
Thank you. So could you repeat?
Just a second, just 1 second. Just some order here. When someone's talking, you got to stop, okay? When I call for order.
He's asked
So
a question I was answering.
I'm going to ask you the question of where did you, just repeat where you got the 67% from. It's not in the text that was submitted by the other person, so can you explain where they came from?
Yeah, Statistics Canada.
Okay, could you repeat the line that you said prior to that, because there was something to do with the well-being and the resident and the health, et cetera, and 67%.
Yeah.
Just reread that for me if you don't mind.
Okay, so this is according to the Regina Urban Forest Management Strategy. It says that trees are a natural source for stimulating a child's imagination. And I say it should be noted that the child poverty rate in the golf course area is 67%. So clearly, children living in that area could use any sort of amenity that they can get that would be stimulating to their imagination and would help them feel good.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's what I wanted. I wasn't quite sure. Appreciate it.
Flanagan. Other questions? There are none. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. The next delegation is Tanis Lunn. Good evening, Ms. Lunn. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Yes, Tanis Lunn, representing the Regent Park Golf Course Recreation Hub. Might be some repetition in what I'm going to say. According to Trees Canada, trees produce oxygen, intercept airborne particles, and reduce smog, make the air more breathable, and enhance the community's respiratory health. Urban forests play an essential role in decreasing the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. An average-sized tree can store hundreds of pounds of CO2 over its lifetime. Trees capture carbon, which reduces the greenhouse effect. Trees bring us closer to nature, providing shelter for wildlife. Trees help stress reduction and speed healing process. One large tree can lift up 100 gallons of water out of the ground and discharge it into the air in one day. A psychological impact of trees on people's moods, emotions, and enjoyment of their surroundings may in fact be one of the greatest benefits that forests provide. One large tree can provide a day's oxygen for up to 4 people. We need more trees, not less. Finally, according to Tree Canada, trees intercept rainfall and reduce runoff, thereby functioning like retention-detention basins. This is especially important to Coronation Park since the City of Regina okayed the backfilling of the floodplain 10 years ago so that developers could put buildings on that land. This was in spite of the fact that the engineering firm Stantec found Coronation to be one of the worst flood zones in Regina with the potential to be dangerous. Trees capture and slow rainfall and their roots filter water. Trees reduce stormwater runoff, which reduces flooding and saves city stormwater management costs. The golf course trees protect citizens in the area. As a conservation nonprofit, American Forest reminds us, healthy forests are our most efficient, inexpensive, and natural systems to combat climate change. Removing the established urban canopy on the golf course land would be completely unnecessary and in fact foolish for many reasons, including the ACT ball diamonds are a more appropriate site for the rec hub and are located only 50 feet from the golf course. The ACT ball diamonds do not have any trees and are already flat, which would lend that area to being made into a sports field if one was needed. The Regina Master Rec Plan calls for getting rid of half the ball diamonds in the city so that there would end up being 1 diamond per 2,500 people. Coronation has 1 ball diamond per 440 people. Wealthy neighborhoods have few ball diamonds. The child poverty rate in the golf course area is 67%. These are not children who are playing baseball. One of the largest social housing units in Regina borders these ball diamonds. Children from wealthier neighborhoods are brought in to play ball for 2 months of the year. And then, for the rest of the year, the children living in poverty have to look out the windows at a large lot filled with gravel. A sports field in the golf area would be underutilized. There's already 6 fields in Coronation, while in wealthy areas there are less. For example, 2 in Twin Lakes, 4 in Sherwood McCarthy, 3 in Argyle Park, 4 in Prairie View. Disadvantaged children do not need another ball diamond or sports field in the golf area. Wouldn't it be nice if the disadvantaged children living in front of the ACT ball diamonds could look out their windows, and instead of seeing gravel-filled ball diamonds, they could look out onto a lush green space of your sports hub, while at the same time hundreds of trees in the golf course can be saved. In 2 surveys completed over the last year, 1,620 people were approached to sign an open letter to the city objecting to the recreation hub plan for this golf course land. 1,600 of those signed the document. City planners refused to look at or consider
Ms. Lund, you have 1 minute to go.
Okay. City planners refused to look at or consider the signatures, but the documents were delivered to City Hall. The vast majority of people who signed were Aboriginal, and they made it clear they want the trees on the golf course land left intact. They do not want a single tree cut down. According to the Journal of Science, an urban forest is a forest or a collection of trees that grow within a city, town, or suburb. This makes the region golf course a recognized urban forest by definition. It is our position, if you approve the golf course redevelopment into a proposed recreation hub, or do anything that involves destruction of any of the trees that you are in violation of what the Aboriginal people in the area have told you that they want, which puts you in violation of Treaty 4. To cut any trees down on the golf course would fly in the face of logic. It would represent the destruction of a 60-year-old urban forest to build a field, toboggan hills, and washrooms. How shameful in a city where government documents tell us that each tree is hand-planted and must be protected. Given this, why would City Council okay the removal of hundreds of trees?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Order. From the gallery, no participation in the debate, please.
That's it?
There are no questions. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Melissa Campo. So you answered, your first presentation was Cyrus Campo, now you're Melissa Campo.
Yes.
Okay. Want to state your name for the record?
My name is Melissa Campo. I'm here tonight on behalf of over 1,600 people living in Coronation Park and North Central who have told you that they do not want the golf course turned into a recreation hub. The people have said that it is important none of the trees on the land to be destroyed. The Par 3 golf course is one of the oldest urban forests in Regina. Healthy urban forests are one of the best ways to combat climate change. Care of urban forests is critical to the future of our planet. They produce oxygen, they filter air, water, promote good health, and reduce stress. Destruction of urban forests causes wildlife to move out, and many don't survive. Over the last year, a door-to-door survey took place in North Central and Coronation Park. I collected most of the signatures on that survey. Over 1,600 people signed. It said that the city should not take down any trees on the golf course land to add things like fields, washrooms, and toboggan hills. About 70% who signed were Aboriginal or visible minority. People that signed the document rejected the city's green space proposal that you are looking at funding tonight. I sat with many of those people in their homes and drank coffee with them and talked about the trees at the golf course. It was clear they do not want anything built on the golf course land that would harm any of any tree, including a recreation hub, no matter what you put in it. A city council member recently said the city had decided that maybe our community survey didn't offer the right things to make the Aboriginal people want to take the trees down. He said maybe if the city offered something like a playground for their kids or grandkids or something else they like, that this would tempt them to want the trees down. That's offensive. You can't buy these people with some sort of trinket so you can get your way. Over 60% of North Central and the golf course area are Aboriginal or visible minorities. City Council, 80% male, 100% white, and 100% privileged. Do not approve funding to cut down any trees at the golf course. It's like telling the people that they don't know what they want, but that you know what's best for them. The people have spoken. Now it's up to you to respect and listen to their voice. Remember that you're on Treaty 4 land.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to ask the audience to please not participate in the debate. The next delegation is Austin Stadnick. Mr. Stadnick, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Austin Stadnick. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Coronation Flood Concern Group to oppose the redevelopment of the Region Par 3 golf course into a recreation hub. It is important that none of the trees on the land are destroyed. The engineering firm of Stantec identified Coronation as one of the worst flood areas in the city and said it could be considered dangerous. It also said that Coronation has the 3rd highest rate of flood insurance claims out of all neighborhoods in Regina. Around the golf course area is a low-lying area where people have experienced excessive flood problems over the years. When there is a rainstorm in Regina, it is not unusual it is not unusual in the golf course area for water to blow out of the sewers and into the air like geysers. Stantec engineers explain that this happens because the channel has reached capacity and cannot store any more water. In spite of the flood risks in Coronation, in 2011, City Council approved the backfilling of the floodplain that adjoins the golf course. Thousands of tons of dirt were brought in to fill floodplain, and the city allowed buildings to be built on that location. A senior engineer with the city claimed that rezoning and backfilling the floodplain only caused minimal upstream and downstream impact. Clearly, the community could not afford minimal impact, and anything that made it worse, even minimally, was unacceptable. A water engineer in Regina was hired by the city to look at flood-proofing the area. He said he was not asked to consider water retention or the impact backfilling the land would have on the rest of the community, and so he didn't. He did agree that the water would have to go somewhere. The backfilling of the floodplain placed the community at greater risk from flooding. Coronation residents saw this as the city's lack of concern for their safety and protection of their property. In 2017, the Globe and Mail ran an article on the catastrophic flooding of homes and evacuation of people from areas that had been built on floodplains in Canada. In August of this year, the federal government recognized Regina as a high-risk flood area and committed money to mapping the problem. In 2019, numerous news outlets, including CBC, identified flooding problems in provinces where developers had been allowed to backfill floodplains. The media points out the practice is dangerous and outdated, and very expensive to taxpayers via government compensation packages and insurance costs. After the Coronation floodplain adjoining the golf course was backfilled, the golf course itself became the only floodplain in the area and served to help protect homes and people from flood risk. Trees Canada says one single large tree can lift up to 100 gallons of water out of the ground and discharge it into the air in one day, and that reduces runoff, thereby functioning like retention basins. Regina's own Urban Forest Management Strategy report also said trees are important in flood-proofing neighborhoods. It said trees can significantly reduce storm water runoff. Their roots absorb water while their leaves slow the impact of rainfall, reducing load on the storm sewage system. The result is less damage to life and property. The report says urban forests reduce stormwater runoff 12 to 17%. For a moderate-sized community, this means flood-related savings up to $600,000 a year. The city designed wealthy areas like Harbor Landing and Arcola East so that parks and streets allow large amounts of stormwater to collect and run off into creeks. So why increase flood risks in Coronation? If hundreds of trees in the golf course are removed, the water has to go somewhere, and people and homes in the adjoining area will be increased risk for flooding. Because of hundreds of trees at the golf course and the land to provide flood protection to the people and the homes in the area, and because our floodplain has already been backfilled, we feel it is irresponsible of the city to remove any trees from the golf course, and that it contradicts the city's mandate to protect the citizens and property from flooding.
You have 1 minute to go in your presentation time.
Thank you. The city should be considering more ways to protect the community from flooding rather than making the problem worse. We believe that the building of the recreation hub at the golf course would increase the risk of residents and property in an already dangerous area. For this reason and others, we oppose the building of recreation hub on the golf course land.
Good, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
If there are questions, Councillor Flagel.
Thank you and welcome back. So right now, do you think that the land for flood proofing is safe?
I think it is as safe as it could be, and it could be made better.
Okay, and in what way?
I would possibly expand the creek area. I would definitely keep trees on land because that wouldn't help in any way. I would look into possible more ways to get the water flowing through the area.
Thank you. Through you, just your background. What?
I'm in human resources.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. The other question I have for you is, are you aware when the redevelopment is done in certain areas that everything that you talked about was probably going to get readdressed and addressed in terms of flooding, residential concerns, berms, dry ponds, et cetera? You've seen that, I'm sure, in other areas of the city.
Yeah.
Does that work for you if that was to happen and the absolute enhancement of flooding was taken away?
If you could make 100% possibility of no flooding, yeah, that'd be great. Oh. But the reduction of trees, I believe, at this point would just not benefit that situation.
But if they were to take, and if I could through you, is if they were to take and put in piping and redesign the creek and help to enhance that and take away I mean, you can't ever
100%.
do 100% risk or get rid of it. Would that help though, in terms of the area and the residents in the area not having to worry?
Well, it would help, but of course, how much cost are you going to put into piping and flooding the proofing the area?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, exactly. You're familiar with the Italian Club?
Yes.
There was a berm put there, and it's a 1 in 1,000. And I think, if I could, if you know the area, have you seen any flooding going on there, except maybe at the dog park a bit?
I have seen flooding there. I have not monitored it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would also hazard to risk that water goes underground towards different areas, so I would worry about that too.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to ask you those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll move on to our next delegation. Stefan Ripka. You're definitely not Stefan Ripka.
So
Are you
Stephen
standing
is
in?
not here
Will you be
tonight.
standing in for a number of people tonight?
Pardon me?
Will you be standing in for a number of people tonight?
Definitely Stephen, Jackie, and myself. I don't know if there's anybody else on the list or not. I think that's it. Stephen is battling cancer and was not feeling well enough to come here tonight.
Okay. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. Go ahead.
Okay. So Stephen says he is here to speak for the Environmental Sustainability Group. He's a hunter and a conservationist, and as a conservationist, the golf course land is important for many reasons. It is one of the oldest urban forests in Regina. It helps combat climate change, making it a valuable asset to Coronation Park, the city, and beyond as part of a global picture. It's nearly 12 acres of land consisting of hundreds of trees and shrubs that are decades old and have been home to generations of birds and small creatures. Urban forests provide ecological diversity and are an important habitat for a variety of flora, birds, small mammals, and other wildlife. The urban forest also serves as a stopover point for migratory birds. Preserving the network of habitats and migration systems is vital. Removing the trees on the golf course land would displace or potentially kill the wildlife that currently lives there. And the migratory birds would not have the same place to go, and it would contribute to climate change. Researchers have reminded us that healthy forests are the most efficient and inexpensive way to combat climate change. CO2 in the atmosphere is higher than it's ever been. Rising CO2 causes warmer temperatures, which results in melting glaciers and rising sea levels, which threaten communities. It puts more carbon in the water, thereby endangering marine life. An average-sized single tree can store hundreds of pounds of CO2 over its lifetime. In addition to the CO2 the trees capture, they also help soil capture significant amounts of carbon. Urban forests contribute to maintaining clean air, producing oxygen, reducing smog, and enhancing a community's respiratory health. On an international stage, Canada has committed to 17 sustainable developmental goals, along with other countries. They've assured each other they will do this. Life on the Land is Goal 15. It's a commitment to preserve, conserve, and restore urban forests as per that international agreement. Regina has a sustainability conference in May. Why not hold off making any decisions on the golf course or removing the trees until that time? The international challenge for the city of Regina is to keep existing urban forests and expand urban forests. This has been proven to provide people, especially disadvantaged or vulnerable people, with healthier, happier, and more enriched lives. Greta Thunberg is a 16-year-old Swedish environmental activist who I'm sure you've heard of. She's gained international recognition for her environmental work and become very prominent on the world stage. She's a wise young woman who gained international following because of her courage and her ability to not back down on important issues. Greta has sent out a call to action to people around the world to come forward and become activists to address climate change and demand that leaders at all levels of government take responsibility for their actions and be accountable to us for the things that they're doing. Greta says there's no time left to beg leaders to care for our future because for way too long people in power have gotten away with not doing anything at all to fight the climate and ecological crisis. She says it's time to get angry and then transform that anger into action and to stand together for what's important to the environment and never give up. Tonight, we stand together. We're angry that the Regina City Council is considering ignoring 1,600 citizens who live in Coronation and North Central who have told you they don't want that forest touched. They want it left alone. We're angry that City Council wants to spend hard-earned tax dollars that the city can't afford in order to destroy trees on the golf course land. We're angry that the city seems oblivious to the contribution the urban forest on the golf course has to climate change, and that the planning people at City Hall somehow think it's okay to rip out 60-year-old trees to put in a field, some washrooms, and a toboggan hill. Tonight, we want City Council to be accountable on all levels for the urban forest on the golf course land. Tonight, we're saying to members of City Council, step up and do the right thing. Do what the people have told you they want. Do not remove any trees on the land in order to build a hub or anything else. Removal of any trees on this land is wrong. Everyone that Stephen spoke with objected to the removing of the trees. We must do our part to protect the planet. If not us, then who? He had the opportunity to speak with a U of R professor who was looking into what happened with this whole issue of the golf course. And what the professor said is that there were a lot of things that he felt were wrong, especially the public engagement process. He said it was not okay, and he said that there should be an investigation into this because something just doesn't smell right, and he intended to find out what it was and work with the community on that.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Norm Wiegers. Mr. Wiegers, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Norm Wiegers. I represent myself. The following is just a written summary of what I'll be presenting. My name is Norm Wiegers. I'm here tonight to oppose the redevelopment of the Regent Par 3 golf course into a recreational hub. It's important that the trees on the land not be destroyed. Reason being is trees are one of the most valuable ways of fighting climate change. Trees can catch and hold and reduce water runoff. They act as a holding basin for storm water. Coronation Park is a high-risk flood area in Regina. The trees help protect the homes and people. And just one of these large trees can actually lift up to approximately 100 gallons of water from the ground and put it into the air in one day. This evaporation helps cool the air and stop climate change not just locally but everywhere. For these reasons and more, it would be wrong to cut down any of these trees in the golf course land. Leave the trees in the Regent Golf Course stay and alone. Thanks.
Thank you very much. See if there's questions? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Darlene Tumac. Ms. Tumac, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay, my name is Darlene Tumac. I'm here tonight to oppose any of the trees being destroyed in the proposed redevelopment of the Regent Par 3 golf course. I've spent time reading about the importance of green space and the trees in the urban areas. I find it hard to conceive, with all the research on the importance of urban forests, that any consideration would be given to cutting down mature trees in the Regent Par 3. Here is a small example of the research I have read. Research has shown that mature trees clean air, lower stress, boost happiness, reduce flood risk, provide shelter for wildlife, and even save municipal money. Research also shows that green space is essential for mental, physical health, community building, and is eco-friendly. Jill Jones, author of the book Urban Forest, stated that until recently, city officials saw trees as expensive ornaments. But what now is known about the ecological services that trees provide is staggering. Trees can cool cities by 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. When planted near buildings, trees can cut air conditioning use by 30%. And according to the UN Urban Forestry Office, reducing heating energy use by a further 20 to 50%. One large tree can absorb 150 kilograms of carbon dioxide a year, as well as filter some of the airborne pollutants, including fine particulates. When New York City Park Department measured the economic impact of its trees, the benefits added up to $120 million a year, compared to $22 million annual park department expenditures. There was $28 million worth of energy savings, $5 million worth of air quality improvements, and $36 million of cost avoiding and mitigating storm water flooding. William Bird, a UK-based GP and public health expert, states, in areas with more trees, people get out more. They know their neighbors more. They have less anxiety and depression. Being less stressed, he says, gives them more energy to be active. But you can't fob people off with the empty playing fields, he says. People won't want to go there. We are still programmed as hunters, gatherers who look for trees, biodiversity, water, and safety. So tonight I would ask the Regina City Council to respect the voice of the majority of the people in Coronation Park and surrounding areas. These communities represent a diverse population of people who deserve to have their voices heard. In the interest of the First Nations reconciliation, it is also important to listen to the voice of our First Nations people who also live in these areas and who have signed the petition expressing not to cut down any of the trees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There appears to be no question from members of council. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Bernice Tees. Good evening and welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Bernice Tees. I am here tonight to oppose the development of the Region Par 3 golf course into a recreation hub. It is important that the trees on the land not be destroyed. We live in a time when people recognize the potential for world crisis through climate change, and it is well known that the most effective way to fight climate change is to plant trees. Therefore, it is disturbing that the City of Regina would propose the destruction of trees in favor of building a sports hub. Global tree restoration is a priority in most countries around the world, and it should be in Regina as well. The City of Regina has claimed that some of the trees on the golf course land are old and suffering from drought. This is in conflict from information we have from agriculture professors at the University of Saskatoon Department of Agriculture. Even if what the City of Regina says is true, it is still wrong to destroy any trees that can be saved. The trees should be protected and allowed to regenerate into an ongoing urban forest. Also, the engineering firm of Stantec says Coronation is a high flood risk area. The city backfilled the floodplain that adjoins the golf course 10 years ago, and now the trees on the golf course land act as a major part of a floodplain in our neighborhood. Removing them would increase flood risk in the area. For these reasons and others, I am opposed to building a recreation hub on the Region Par 3 golf course land.
Thank you very much. Just see if there's any questions from the delegation or from the members of council. Any questions? Thank you very much. Lauren Gamble is the next delegation. Lauren Gamble? Okay, perhaps we'll receive and file the communication. Councillor Murray, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Sean Baker. Mr. Baker, welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm Joshua Stevenson, and I am appearing for Sean. And to whom it may concern, it says, hello, my neighbor. My name is Sean Baker. I'm a grade 11 student at Tom Collegiate. I have concerns for the city's plans for Region Park 3 golf course. The trees you plan to cut down are the oldest living trees in the city, and they are very important for the environment. The more trees we cut down, the more carbon dioxide will remain in the air, which could cause less oxygen in the air. Lots of people are very concerned about climate change and trying to prevent it from beginning progressively worse. But cutting these trees and just adding onto the top issues of the climate crisis, considering a low amount of trees causes global warming. There's also plenty of organisms that live in the trees, like birds, squirrels, bugs, and a variety of other organisms. They depend on these trees for safety and for shelter. Cutting them down means you are taking away homes from many different kinds of organisms. Yours sincerely, Sean Baker.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Thank you very much. Okay. Ashlyn Kidd?
I know I'm not her.
Yes, you're not here. That's right.
But Ashlyn's a student from Tom, and she couldn't be here, so I'm going to speak on her behalf.
Okay,
Janice Lunn. She says, I'm writing as a concerned citizen and student of Regina about the recent proposal to cut down the trees. My concern for this is due to the fact there are many benefits to having trees, especially old trees, as part of our city. It's my understanding that you plan to take out a large amount of trees and replace with a recreational area, which includes soccer fields and more. Although these are beneficial to people, their benefit does not outweigh the benefits of having trees. This neighborhood is an older one, and therefore the trees will be much more mature and have an increased benefit. One benefit of having trees in the neighborhood is that they improve the air quality. According to urbanforestnetwork.org, urban forests help to improve our air quality. On average, 1 acre of new forest can sequester 2.5 tons of carbon annually. Young trees absorb CO2 at a rate of 13 pounds per tree each year. Trees reach their most productive stage of carbon storage at about 10 years, at which point they are estimated to absorb 48 pounds of CO2 per year. At that rate, they release enough oxygen back into the atmosphere to support 2 human beings. Also, according to Green Blue Urban, for every 10% increase in urban tree canopy, ozone is reduced by between 3 and 7%. Mature trees are also important to have because of their benefits in helping cool areas. 1 mature tree can produce the same cooling effect as 10 room-sized air conditioners. This becomes an effective tool in reducing urban heat islands and hot spots in cities. According to Green Blue Urban, an increased heat in the summer becomes an issue. It would be beneficial to keep the mature trees in this park to help with the cooling effect. It would be a place that people in the area can go for shade and relief from heat. Trees can cool cities by 2 Celsius and 8 Celsius. When planted near buildings, trees can cut air conditioning by 30%, and according to the UN Urban Forestry Office, reduced heating energy use by a further 20 to 50%. 1 large tree can absorb 150 kilograms of carbon dioxide a year, as well as filter some of the airborne pollutants, including fine particulates. Keeping these mature trees would be a benefit to the homes in the area and help cut down on energy that used in the summer. Another benefit of older trees is how they prevent flooding. In this particular area, these trees have prevented flooding and erosion so well because they're older, bigger, and have been there for long. Even if you do plant new seedlings, they won't be able to do the same as the bigger trees. Nature and green spaces, especially areas with trees, show an increased benefit to the overall mental well-being of people. According to Diane Thomas, Director of Fitness in North Carolina, says nature is the ultimate antidepressant. In a study of more than 1,850 participants, these researchers reported 3 broad health outcomes from green exercises: improvement of psychological well-being by enhancing mood, self-esteem, and while reducing feelings of anger, confusion, depression, and tension. Generation of physical health benefits by reducing blood pressure and burning calories, and the building of social networks. Richard Louv, the author of The Nature Principle, suggests humans living in landscapes that lack trees or other natural features undergo patterns of social, psychological, and physical breakdown that are strikingly similar to those observed in animals that have been deprived of their natural habitat. Francis Koo, a professor of University in Illinois, studied the impact of denatured areas with humans. His team found that there was decreased civility, more aggression, more property, more loitering, more graffiti, and more litter, as well as less supervision of children outdoors.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Okay. Wouldn't you want the citizens in the area to benefit from the nature that already exists there? Don't you think they should have access to the things that would help them feel less stress? Keeping the trees might help lower crime in the area, which is being shown in studies time and again. When you look at the map for that area, you do not see many green natural spaces that people can enjoy. There are manicured parks in the area, but even those parks I have driven by a fair amount and they do not have many trees. In conclusion, councillors, I would ask you reconsider your plan and don't cut down the trees. They provide so much for the area that can't always be seen right away. Even if you do, please consider what the city wants, because your ideas are not what the 200,000 plus citizens of the city might want. Sincerely, Ashlyn.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And there are no questions. Thank you very much. Next is Arish Fatima. You are not Arish Fatima.
She's also a high school student, so he asked that I step in before. Sorry for the confusion. I don't know if we were supposed to assign that before. I was a little late coming. Sorry?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Continue on.
Thank you. Arish says, I'm Austin Sadek on behalf of Arish. Arish says, I am writing regarding the Regent Par 3 golf course. I am a grade 11 student at Tom Collegiate, a school located within the Coronation Park, the same district as the golf course. The golf course contains some of Regina's oldest remaining trees, maturing well over 50 to 60 years. The city wants to redevelop the land to include a large sports field and other amenities that would necessitate the removal of well over 100 mature trees. Cutting down such a large number of trees is slated to cause immense environmental damage. Regent Par 3 is one of the oldest urban forests in Regina, but it has countless other qualities as well. Urban forests help to filter air and water, control stormwater, conserve energy, and provide an animal habitat. Large urban trees are an exceptional filter for urban pollutants such as greenhouse gases, a major concern in the health of our environment today. These trees improve the quality of air we breathe, and it does not make any sense to cut them down, especially considering the reactions of the community members. In a recent survey, Coronation community members voted no to any development at the golf course. Shouldn't the City Council listen to the voices of the residents who will be directly impacted by this redevelopment? They are the ones who will have to live with the changes that are made. It is common knowledge that Coronation is not the most well-off area in Regina, and residents would benefit from saving money in any way. Children raised in a low-income area are at a higher risk for mental and physical health problems, developmental delays, behavioral disorders, and are most likely to live in poverty as adults. This urban forest can help avoid that. But this doesn't have to end the redevelopment plans. There are many ways it can be worked out and benefit council and residents. For example, the plans could be placed at the ACT or Pony Park Ball Diamonds or the field across from Gladys McDonald. There are so many ball diamonds in Regina and more in high poverty neighborhoods compared to wealthy areas. Coronation has 16 ball diamonds. It wouldn't hurt to change one of those into a sports field, especially compared to cutting down an urban forest. Another solution would be to redevelop around the trees and avoid cutting down something that avoids adding value to and benefit. Many options could be built without the need to cut down trees. The goal for the City Council should be to benefit the residents as much as possible, and revoking or changing this redevelopment plan could be the first step in a brighter future for the City of Regina. Cities have an international duty to conserve and protect urban forests. Why should Regina be an exception?
Thank you very much for reading this into the record. Appreciate that. Thank you. Next delegation is Andrea Perron. Is Andrea here? You know, you don't have to read what's in the record. We can accept what's written here already. Are you going to read the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you come forward and identify yourself?
Okay. I'm representing for Andrea Pearl, a grade 11 student at Tom Collegiate. Feels very concerned with the plans you have to do with acreage, beautiful land in the Coronation Park neighborhood near my family, and I want to start by saying that a healthy environment is important and a necessity to have on our earth, and the Regent Par 3 golf course has that important quality that community needs. Trees have a crucial role in a safe environment and community. Trees provide a safe and clean atmosphere as well as a scenic and beautiful aspect to a community, and I believe that cutting the number of trees that you have and are planning to is not the right move for now for the future of our city and the area. In 2017, the Council of Regina has been putting together a plan to redevelop the Regent Par 3 golf course into a recreational area for the people. This idea started and surveyed the whole area, receiving negative feedback from the locals in the area about the future changes to environmentally friendly neighborhood. many locals have not agreed to the changes the city has been planning on pursuing. There have been many plans that the city has thought of and have come up with, finalizing your proposal to a recreational area with a soccer field and multi-use pathways, a playground and a spray pad and picnic areas. I feel as though this plan is a waste of space, money, and time as you change a whole community for the worse. In conclusion, I do not agree with your plan to redevelop the Region Par 3 golf course, and I want you to reconsider your plans to benefit the people and not just to do what the city council wants. I respect that you are just wanting to make and see a change for the city, but cutting down 100 to 200 trees is beyond ridiculous for what you are wanting to do. I believe that you should really reconsider and that there are hundreds of other options on what to do for the city and its future. Andrew Parent, Tom, collegiate student.
Thank you very much for reading that into the record. Thank you so much. Okay, our next delegation is Hala Ibrahim. You're standing in for her as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Could you identify yourself for the record who you
Yeah,
are?
Darlene Tumac.
Okay.
Dear City Council, I'm a resident of the neighborhood of Coronation Park located in the north end of Regina, nestled in between Norman View and Churchill Downs. I'm writing on behalf of the majority of the Coronation area citizens to express our concern for the removal of the old urban forest in Region Par 3. As many of you may know, it is one of the oldest urban forests in Regina, with many trees ranging from well over 50 to 60 years. The renovations require the removal of 100 to over 200 trees, leaving residents anxious. I would like to suggest some solutions or ideas regarding this plan. I'd like to start by briefly summarizing the benefits of the old urban forest and the advantages of preserving them for future generations. Along with adding beauty and providing shade, trees create many other benefits. Urban forests play an important role in human habitat ecology, including filtering air, water, sunlight, providing animal shelter, recreation areas for people. Trees play a major role in increasing urban biodiversity, providing good food and protection for various plants and animals. In addition, they can help reduce the main contributor to climate change, CO2. They absorb CO2 and potentially harmful gases from the air and release oxygen. One large tree can provide a day's supply of oxygen to 4 people. In fact, a healthy tree can store 13 pounds of carbon every year. This means that by cutting the trees, a large amount of CO2 will be released into the air, causing global warming. By preserving trees, especially in the cities with high levels of pollution, they can improve air quality, making cities healthier places to live. Large trees are also excellent reservoirs for fine particulate matter and environmental contaminants. They trap them on their leaves and barks. They help reduce water flow, therefore decrease soil erosion. This is how beneficial trees are to our environment. Other benefits which trees provide is their positive effect on the community. Trees make communities are livable for people and their activities. People tend to walk or jog on streets with trees, improving their physical health. While families too have a cool place to relax and children to play in the summer, this increases the interaction with the neighbors and other people. Trees and green environments support relaxation and reduces stress. This improves overall mental health, mood, and life function. This in turn contributes to the well-being of urban communities. Moreover, it has been shown that hospital patients recover faster from surgery when the hospital rooms offer tree views. They also have fewer complaints, fewer deaths from pain, and left the hospital earlier. Trees impact spiritual wellness because many people prefer taking time alone in nature, when they can feel serene and able to reflect positively on changes. Trees have also been reported as having a relaxing effect on students studying for exams. Furthermore, prolonged exposure to noise can promote hypertension, higher levels of cholesterol, irritability, and aggressive behavior. Trees can prevent all that by absorbing sound waves. Trees have been shown to have a positive effect on people's physical, mental, social, and spiritual health. After considering all those benefits of saving trees, as well as the redevelopment plan, I came up with some solutions. First, I suggest that City Council takes time to reconsider the wishes of the Coronation area citizens and tries to implement them as much as possible. After all, it is the city's international duty to conserve and protect the urban forest and
You
to
have 1 minute
act...
left in your presentation time.
Okay, thank you. And to act upon the wishes of its residents. But there are some ways that can satisfy both the City Council and the residents. This includes providing for the wishes of both. The first is to place or move the sports hubs elsewhere. For example, it could be placed less than 100 feet to the north at the ACT Ball Diamond Field, or a half a block to the east at the Pony Park Ball Diamond Field, or even across to Gladys McDonald School. By doing this, at least 2 to 3 of the 5 existing diamonds in the Coronation Park could be retained and be better maintained. Another suggestion is to re-edit or redesign the redevelopment plan in a way that does not require removing the trees. That is, if the sports hub is not moved somewhere else, all these would be favored by the residents and, most importantly, would prevent cutting down the huge amount of trees. By preserving and caring for the trees, we help improve surroundings, reduce pollution,
I'm sorry,
improve...
I'll have to stop you there. I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's your 5 minutes.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There's no questions, thank you. Is there a question? Oh, we do have a question for you. Councillor Bryce has a question.
I do, thank you. Thank you for coming forward. The number of 100 to 200 trees was in the presentation. I'm wondering where that number came from.
I'm not sure because I'm presenting for somebody else in this case. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Carolyn Peltier. Is Carolyn Peltier here? Okay, I have a motion to receive and file Carol Peltier's report. Councillor O'Donnell, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Bobby Stadnik. Ms. Stadnik, for the record, identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay, I haven't reached there yet, so please don't start the timer.
I'll start when I'm ready to start.
Okay, so my name's Bobby Stadnik. I'm here on behalf of the CPCG to propose funding for the hub. Recently, a senior planner for the city provided reasons why the city had to remove trees and build the hub. The reasons were weak. The planner said Coronation and North Central need this type of amenity. If the hub is needed, it can be moved to the ACT or Pony Park ball diamond locations, both yards away from the golf course. The city's master recreation plan says there are too many ball diamonds in the city and they must be cut in half, leaving 1 diamond per 2,500 citizens. Coronation already has 16 diamonds, or 1 per 400 people, 6 times the recommended number. This is typical of disadvantaged neighborhoods. In wealthier areas that tend not to have ball diamonds, for example, Walsh Acres has 1 per 2,600 and Harbor Landing has none. This is an example of wealthy privilege at the expense of the poor. Ball diamonds are used for 2 months of the year and then space is left unsightly and unusable for the other 10. In terms of sports fields, the recreation plan says they are targeted at youth in Regina and that their use has declined, and only 25% of youth who were questioned supported another field. The city target is to have 1 field per 3,600 residents. Coronation already has 6 fields, or 1 per 1,200, triple what's needed. Again, wealthy areas have fewer. Twin Lakes, 1 per 3,500, Argyle Park, 1 per 2,800. Fields are another low-cost solution for poor neighborhoods. Wealthy neighborhoods have high-end amenities like man-made lakes and streams with fountains and fabulous walking trails. The city planner vetoed the idea of using the ACT for a hub and said that it's needed for tournaments. A baseball Regina rep told us that until the last few years, the ACT was rarely, if ever, used. He said it's not necessary to have 5 diamonds in one location, and in fact, the norm is to have tournaments in multiple locations, and that's expected. Parents of children who play ball at the ACT have informed us that only 2 or 3 of the 5 diamonds are ever used during a tournament. The planner claimed the sports field will bring many users and uses to the park. We say people who use a sports field do so for a specific event and then they're gone, and the field remains unused until the next event. People don't meet to chat in the middle of a sports field or have a picnic on it. A field could never provide nearly the opportunity for neighborly interaction or increased activity that a well-maintained urban forest with park benches, walking paths, picnic areas, and a fountain would generate. Putting in a sports field will actually decrease the number of users and uses. The city suggests that removing trees from the golf course and putting in a field will increase safety. This is an antiquated idea, and the most recent research shows it's just not true, and in fact suggests, the recent research says the following: trees are linked to lower levels of crime, less violence, particularly in poor neighborhoods. Larger trees are associated with reduced crime, especially violent crime. Well-maintained urban forests increase safety. From 2012 till 2016, city police kept records of exactly which streets crimes were committed on, right down to the block and the street. We accessed those records. During those years, virtually none of the crimes recorded by police in Coronation were committed on the golf course land. So how would it be decreased? Most took place at or near the shopping mall. The Ball Diamond area of Coronation has a 65% child poverty rate, is 37% Aboriginal and 30% visible minority. The east side of North Central has 63% child poverty rate, is 45% Aboriginal and 15% visible minority. City consultation meetings for the golf course did not reflect this demographic. Over 90% of the people at the meetings were white. A recent community survey of North Central and Coronation, on the other hand, was a better reflection of people in the area. Of the 1,600 people who signed the community survey, most were Aboriginal or visible minorities. They said they did not want any trees removed at the golf course for any reason, including a sports hub. The combined population of both areas is about 16,000, so 1,600 signatures means you're 99% sure that what you have reflects the community. The city has claimed the hub is what the citizens want. According to City Councillor Mancinelli, a lot of time and effort from the city has gone into planning what will happen on the golf course land. He said the city wouldn't want their efforts to go to waste. Shouldn't the protection of the urban forest and the safety, health, and strongly expressed wishes of the community take precedence over the fear of wasting the city's time? There seems to be a concerted effort to get that sports field in there against all logic. It seems that the whole process was engineered for a very specific outcome. Someone should be investigating the consultation process. The city prevented the citizens from expressing honest views or even having a vote.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. That is the end of our presentations for tonight. We have 2 communications from Regina Realtors Association and from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I have a motion to receive those communications. Councillor Hawkins, seconder. Okay, Councillor Brodeur, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We are now at recess time until 5:30 tomorrow. We'll begin our discussion on the police budget and then into the City of Regina budget after that. So, motion? To recess, yes. Okay. Councillor Flake, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Back here tomorrow at 5:30. Thank you very much, everyone.
Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone, and welcome back to our budget deliberations, which we recessed yesterday at about 9:45. Members of council will have their agenda with them, and we are continuing on with having finished delegations. We will now move on to motion 19-22. This is with respect to the the Regina Police Service budget. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I'll rise and introduce, and I guess I should probably read the motion. To not approve the proposed Regina Police Service 2020 budget as submitted by the Police Board of Commissioners. Board of Police Commissioners, sorry. As per the provisions of Section 33(2) of the Police Act 1990, return the proposed budget to the Board of Police Commission as the budget it seems to be inadequate for the challenges and pressures facing the Regina Police Service, and request the Board of Police Commissioners to return to City Council with a revised budget which addresses the concerns outlined in number 2.
The seconder for that, please. Councillor Bresciani.
The
floor is yours.
Thank you. The reason I'm bringing this forward is for what the motion actually states. When we look at crime stats in the city, when we look at what Saskatoon is doing in our sister city, I like to say that because we're on equal playing fields. The Saskatoon board had recently, or the budget recently approved 3 officers within their budget, and then stepped aside and added another 8. So in their budget deliberations, they came up with funding, or however they did it, and I didn't get into the woods with them, but 8 extra officers, and after reading a statement from Chief Cooper up there, they're at 38 below what they should be, even after they add the 11 total. And so I guess what I'll have is, if we could have the Chief of Police come forward, I have a few questions. I'd like to find out.
Chief, just a moment. Chief, you want to step forward?
Thank you.
Thank you for attending, Chief. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. With respect to what I just said about Saskatoon being in the neighborhood of 38 officers below what is the average, and they base it on 100,000 population per officers, and I think their number is at 185 officers per 100,000. Do we know what Regina's number is today?
Chief?
Yeah, through your worship, we're at, I believe we're at 171 right now per 100,000.
So if Saskatoon, if I could, through you, if Saskatoon is in the neighborhood of 38 officers short, where would we be? What would that number calculate out to us?
Chief?
So what I would say is we have done some work to try and calculate that. In the last decade, we've dropped our we refer to it as the cop to pop ratio. We've dropped from about 193 to 171. It's got nothing to do with reduction in the size of our service, but it's got everything to do with the quick growth of our city.
Right.
And so the growth of our city has outpaced our service. So we're down about 20 officers per 100,000. So we, I think we're probably, if we were to try and keep pace with that, we're probably in the neighborhood of 40 to 45 down. But we did do an operational review, which we've worked with the Board of Police Commissioners on. It's been endorsed by the board, and it's given us some direction in terms of steps forward and how we're going to try and get back to where we need to.
Thank you. In terms of a dollar amount, if I look at today's service, what kind of money are we spending on overtime for officers today?
So the total amount of overtime that we're spending, or overtime overages? Are you asking over?
You could maybe explain both?
Yeah, so we budget, every year we budget overtime for our police service because we know that the nature of the work that we do is that we will incur overtime. We had 2 SWAT calls last week. We don't count on that, but we have to call up members to handle situations. So we are, I would say we have averaged about $1.5 million over our budget in overtime over the last probably 5 years consistently. We've taken a lot of steps. The board has addressed this issue and we've talked a lot about things that we can do to try and contain overtime. The one thing I will say about overtime, though, is that 1.5 also includes overtime that we incur for special duty where we recoup that. So, for example, Garth Brooks, 2 concerts in the city that we weren't counting on when we put the budget together. So that's a significant amount of overtime that we would recoup. The only time in my 3 years where we've put projected overtime into the budget for something coming up more substantially is Grey Cup for next year.
Right.
So you know, in actual dollars, if you take out what we recoup, we're probably $750,000 over on overtime.
And that's over the last 5 years?
Yeah.
Roughly, okay. So if you were to increase your staff of officers by 20, would you have a calculation that would sort of tell me how much of that $750,000 you'd cut into? All of it, some of it?
Chief?
I don't think so. That's a tough question for me to answer.
Right.
I know what you're asking, and so there is overtime that we incur because we have to ask officers to stay late on the shift. I don't know if that's a significant piece of that. You know, our officers also incur overtime when they go to court. When they, you know, it's sometimes in the execution of their duties that would come. So, yeah, I don't know that overtime would be the measure. I would say maybe something like wellness and sick time would be a better measure of resources.
Chief, I just add to that point, Chief, you might agree that a lot of the overtime is actually contractual as part of the agreement.
Predominantly, all of it is contractual, that's right.
Okay, yeah, so if you could look at, thank you, through you, if you look at the wellness part, the downtime and all that type of thing, and that was one of the things that Chief Cooper mentioned, is the fatigue of the officers today. Would 8 or 10 or 20 officers change that dynamic at RPS?
Chief?
Well, I would have a tough time saying it wouldn't.
Right.
I mean, it you know, I think it would. I think it speaks to just handling the heavy caseload, and I guess just in terms of morale.
Right, thank you. So I've got a copy here of a IMMI group, which was founded in 2004, and basically they're saying at the end of the day, and this is a question for you, Toronto's the 16th worst in Canada, 2.8 million people, and when you go scroll down the list, Regina is number 1 with the highest crime rate in 2019. That's by these guys here, which have been around for 15 years. And they're saying in 2019, Regina is the highest crime rate. What are we attributing the highest crime rate to?
Chief?
So I would say it's got a lot to do with some of the social issues that we face in our community. I think we have a high number of issues that really drive not just crime rates, but community wellness. Certainly addictions, I would say, would be probably number 1 in our community, followed closely by mental health, domestic conflict, and those types of things. So, you know, the stats are quite well known that Regina and Saskatchewan has a large and misproportionate number of, say, domestic-related incidents that happen each and every year. We respond to, on average, 18 of those a day, and I'd say maybe 3 of them we lay charges. So a lot of them we're dealing with issues that are social issues, but not necessarily criminal.
Right, yeah. Are you aware that Regina is in the top 4 for worst cities between Saskatoon, Edmonton, Regina, and Winnipeg in terms of crime rate?
I don't know if it's, so crime rate and crime severity are 2 different things. Quite often we talk about crime severity, and so I do know that on the crime severity index, I think this year, I want to say we were number 3, but it depends, you know, on what measurement you're using.
Sorry, this was crime severity.
Yeah.
My fault.
So both are a bit of a different measure, but I mean, I think both give us somewhat of a picture of some of the challenges that we have, and you know, I spend a lot of time talking about the heavy pressures that our officers face responding to that, and the work that, you know, we need to do to try and make sure we have the resources not only to respond, but then adequate resources to hand off an issue that ultimately can be better solved if we can find a way to do it through some social
Right.
work, social programming.
Thank you. I know I can't direct you, but if you were given $800,000 to add to your budget, what would be one or two of the things that you would put some resources into?
Chief?
Well, so 90% of our budget is human resources.
Right.
That's really the business that we're in. We deliver a service to the community based on the women and men that deliver the service.
Right.
So it's not about buying equipment. I mean, we do have to obviously equip our officers, but I guess if the question is where would that money be spent, I would spend it on people. I would put more officers on the street.
More officers.
You know, when I say frontline officers, it always doesn't mean uniformed officers. An example I use is our ICE unit, which deals with child exploitation. I could put 50 officers in there tomorrow, and there's unfortunately work for them to do. We have a few, domestic conflict is another area where, you know, we probably could have a more robust investigative response to that, but we rely on our general frontline officers to do it where, you know, maybe there's a way we could do it. So frontline officers would be my answer. That means patrol officers, but it likely means officers in other ways as well.
Police presence.
Right.
Thank you. A couple more quick things. I'm going to tell you a statement, and I'm going to ask you to respond. A resident was robbed at gunpoint at 8:30 p.m. on a Saturday evening in a busy parking lot outside a local restaurant. You got a response for that, to that resident?
Can you actually answer that one?
So is that a question?
Yeah, it's a question. What would we do differently to help this resident out that was getting robbed in a parking lot, first of all?
Well, I'm not really sure what the question is. I would say, I mean, obviously what you know, when we're talking about a robbery, we're talking about how are police going to respond to that call. I mean, I would try and build some things in place to prevent those robberies from happening. It's very, very tough for us to say, we've got 27 cops working tonight in the city that are frontline officers, but they're not going to be in every parking lot on every street at all times, obviously. And so it's virtually impossible to catch a crime in progress and stop it from happening, but we do know that police presence will deter that. And so, you know, seeing police officers in areas driving down streets is something that helps instill a sense of safety and does prevent crime, but it's something that's those types of crimes are very tough to prevent. I don't know if I'm answering the question.
Yeah, no, that's good. So I got one more thing about meth use. Could you give me the numbers on the meth increase today and the cocaine increase today?
Chief?
Sure, that was part of the presentation that we had given with our budget presentation. And so, you know, what I talk about there is cocaine. If we measure in the last 5 years, cocaine was a problem 5 years ago, and it's increased in prevalence in terms of the number of seizures and charges that we've laid by about 70% in the last 5 years.
Sure.
By comparison, meth has increased in the last 5 years roughly 2,200%.
2,200%.
It's definitely a driving force of a lot of and again, that measure is based on seizures and charges that we've laid.
Okay.
There's probably a few different ways that you can do it, but addictions, I talk about addictions all the time. It's absolutely driving our crime rate in the city, and of all of the addictions, meth addiction is number one.
Perfect, thanks. I'll leave it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. We have other speakers. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Chief, for coming forward. So I hosted a community meeting last year, and grateful for you to come out and to hear the residents of Ward 4 and I think some 5 to hear about what is happening in our city. It's a huge piece that a lot of people don't realize, right? So one of the things, though, that was a common denominator in that whole evening was they want to see more police presence in our community, in the outskirts, in the peripheral. Although you indicated we're called into the inner a lot, there's a lot happening down there. What would you say, though, to those residents that have asked you, how do we get out there? And I remember you indicated, I'd like to be out there more, if we could.
Chief?
Will this enable this? Will this
Chief?
help through the chair?
Sure. So we do a lot to try and ensure that we are distributed evenly through the city. As you may remember, at the start of 2018, we redeployed 20 resources back to the front line. That was within existing resources, and that redeployment was done within the north central area and was done during peak times. So it didn't follow our regular shift times. We created new shifts for those officers with the intent of better handling the pressures that we were feeling in some of the inner city areas and make it less likely that we have to pull in units from the other areas of the city, because you're right, that is something that we often were seeing. We call it cross-zone dispatching, but if I'm working in the northwest and I have to come to the southwest part of the city, then I'm taking officers from an area where they otherwise would be driving around, doing community safety, routine patrols, proactive policing, those types of things. So our goal with adding more officers to the inner city wasn't to be neglectful of the exterior, but rather leave those officers out there to do their work. So, you know, the challenge is we're a big city, and geography is something that we are definitely noticing a difference. When you look at just the expansion that we've seen in the city of Regina in the last decade, it's substantial. And so Harbour Landing in and of itself, for example, is a fairly big area, but that is now absorbed into one of our zones. And so officers that work in that area may respond to a shoplifter in Harbour Landing, and if it's a night shift, 2 officers are in their car, then that is one car that is no longer driving around Lakeview, because that's considered to be part of the same zone. We're going through a boundary review right now to determine if we need to change some boundaries, but you know, it really comes down to, you know, how are you going to slice the pie with the same resources to make sure that we have coverage. We do a lot of things to try and encourage our officers to build those relationships within the areas they work. So if they work in the Heritage community, if they work in McNabb community, if they work in Normanview, wherever it is, that they build relationships, that they get to know businesses, they get to know people, and that they make some great attempts every shift. In fact, we just this year have started kind of almost assigning proactive police efforts to get them focused on proactive policing in the community. And along with that, we have traffic officers that work, and they're assigned, they basically work the entire city. They're not assigned to any one area. However, we do track complaints that come in. So for example, we've had complaints about Arcola Avenue with air brakes and those types of things. So we get those officers to do targeted enforcement in areas of the city, all areas, but certainly areas where we get those complaints. So we do take some great strides to try and ensure that we've got good, adequate coverage that ensures quick response times and obviously a presence in all areas of the city. But that being said, if you are in the South District, then we've got 4 officers that are assigned to the South District on a night shift, or 6 officers, or whatever that may be. It doesn't take long if you have a big accident that those officers get consumed on that accident, and you might go 2 hours without proactive policing happening in some areas. So that would be my answer to that.
Through the chair, so can I ask, how many are designated in the southeast then for officers to patrol?
Chief?
Through the chair?
So we have 3 districts within each shift, and each district, I would say, if fully staffed, has 13 members, 14 members. So on a night shift like tonight, you'd have 14 members in the north, 14 in central, and 14 in the south, plus some traffic officers and your sergeants that would be working on top of that. Within each district, we've got 3 zones. So the South District has, if all officers are there, 13 officers, but that's divided between 3 zones. And so, but we also know that we obviously have training obligations, we have annual leave obligations, and so within one zone, within a district of the city, if you had 4 officers working on a night shift, that would probably be about right. I mean, that would be a good night, I would say.
Okay. So slim in that if they are working in an area with the other demands that they face. I want to just ask about break-and enters. And you made a very good point when you were at my meeting, and you said residents in this community, you feel violated by having a break and enter or someone coming with a machete in your garage door open, all that. And then there's different kind of crime maybe in North Central. But both, you feel violated in the same way.
Right.
And I think that was a really strong message. But I think that's kind of, I think where the residents want to see more police presence, because they feel that break-in enters, because when you're dealing with other things in the inner city, would you agree that that is something where break-in enters, maybe because you don't have the time, we just don't have the time to do it, through the chair?
Chief?
Yeah, so, I think what you're asking is, on those more routine calls, oftentimes our officers are challenged to, let me put it this way, and I'm from rural Saskatchewan, and I always say to my friends in the RCMP, if you take a break and enter in Belcaire, Saskatchewan, hometown for me, and you have one break and enter in the week, and you're the RCMP officer working there, you are going to talk to everybody in town, you are going to look for footprints, you are going to do everything possible. If you're an officer assigned to the Greens, and there's 7 calls waiting in the queue, and I take a break and enter at your house, those officers are going to do a thorough investigation, but there's no question that there's pressures for them to get back on the street. Oftentimes, if you're working, you'll hear on the radio, the comm center calling, is there anyone available that can clear to take another call, and those types of things. So time is a pressure, and we spend a lot of time talking with our officers about, let us worry about the complaints about people having to wait for police to get there. Do a proper job on that investigation, and that's our whole strategic focus this year, is around customer service, and how do we provide proper customer service, and part of that is good, thorough investigations.
Okay, and my last question is, and I ask this every time, is about the Indigenous officers. And I think since I've been elected, I've always asked the question about when do we ever start looking at some kind of a program like other cities, or where we try and get some of minority groups into the force, but almost in a mentorship way, to start this, because I think we know how, I've heard from you speak, how valuable that is. Where is that in this? Like, would this extra funding, could that be a benefit here in any way through the chair?
Chief?
This budget does include some enhancements with regard to that. We're enhancing our summer student program, our mentorship student program, and links to, for example, being able to provide a small scholarship to help out with the Aboriginal Policing Prep Program at Sask Polytech. So we've got a fairly robust recruiting platform that we've just kind of what I would call brushed off and refurbished. We've wove in a couple of new things. I'm quite excited about it. I think there's some really positive things that are happening. So that being said, this budget that we presented, that our board approved, does have some things enhanced in it to try and build that sort of mentorship capability within our service. To your question, would more money go towards that? I guess, Your Worship, through you, I would say I feel like I would have to put it towards frontline resources. I feel like that would have to be my priority, because I feel like that's where the pressure is for us right now. We're on year 1 of kind of this new revised recruiting process that we've got, and so I'd like to see what that yields for us before we try and build something even more robust.
Okay, and just my last question, it is truly my last question. A couple years ago, I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, but there was something that you had indicated that we need about 35 more officers to catch up. And, when it comes forward, there's only a few at it, some very few. So I think that was the reason the discussion kind of came about, to get your thoughts on, sometimes I hear the policing is it seems it's very reactive. You guys do amazing work, but if we could take it in a more proactive, with the added officers, do you think that would make a difference? And that's my last question, through the chair.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there is an element of that for sure. When I think about the need for more officers, I talk about it very much in unity and collaboration, or conjunction with collaboration. I think we need those strong collaborations as well to try and really dig into some of these social issues that are continuing to cause recidivism, when we can maybe step in and literally stop that recidivism from happening. One of the challenges for us is, obviously, we all come at it from a different angle. And so as councillors, I don't doubt that you're looking at it about the Greens or about Normanview or wherever you're from, and more officers, more, kind of more visibility. I also, I'll be honest with you, I think about it from an officer wellness perspective, because I'm worried about the women and men that I work with. There's no question about that. We're facing higher call volumes. We're facing risk in the community like we've never seen before, and we see that on a daily basis. It's actually, it sometimes is frightening to me. The women and men that work at our place, you're right, they do a phenomenal job of handling the work, and I always fear it comes at a cost. And so our goal is to try and get us to where we need to. We've actually had great discussions with the board about that and taking steps forward in terms of what that build looks like, but understanding there's a lot of challenges and pulls for a city the size of Regina, and asks and financial requests. And so our budget that we came with this time, we feel confident in. We had good discussion with the board. The board approved our budget without amendment, and that was what we put forward for this year, recognizing there's lots of other financial challenges for the city to address.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you, Councillor Berciani. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. This is my 16th budget, and we depend on the police service every year to bring forward a budget that they feel is appropriate as councillors, and listen to the and have the presentation. So if you felt that we're short 45 officers, then why aren't I seeing this in here? Because as a councillor, I trust that the budget that you're bringing forward actually has what you need in it. Through you, Your Worship.
Chief.
So, I think that's a good question, and it's one that, we don't try and spring upon our board a surprise at budget time, pull a curtain back and here's what you're getting. We try and work as we get closer to budget time, understanding what some of the constraints are, and we have to also understand a city's appetite for tax increases and all of those. Like, we have those discussions just amongst our group at the Regina Police Service. We felt like these were steps in the right direction. We have talked with the board about what increases might look like in future years, and so ultimately we had a few asks. We're bursting at the seams in a couple of areas. Our communication center, for example, is another one. And so it would be very easy to try and load people in different areas of our service where we see pressures. We're trying to take a kind of a balanced and even approach, but hoping that over the next few years we can continue to take meaningful steps forward. I don't know if that answers your question, but
It does a little bit.
a little bit.
Also, this isn't the first year we've been where we're at with the crime stats and the severity stats. So what do we you as a police force, what's the plan to do better on those? Do we have a plan?
Yeah, we're constantly digging into that. I mean, that's a daily discussion around how we address that. So I'll use auto theft as an example. Auto theft has been a huge challenge in the last 2 years, and it's, for some reason, it's a bit of a unique issue for Regina. Each city sees some different crime trends, and for some reason, auto theft is something that we see. We were at one point this year, knowing that last year was a real high year in terms of auto theft, and this year, midsummer, we were 56% over last year's number, year-to-date comparison. The deputy chief and our investigative services, basically our whole police service, put together a new strategy on auto theft. It encompassed a lot of things, everything from focusing on offender management for those repeat offenders that we know that are stealing cars, to a public education process, to proactive policing for frontline officers, a whole bunch of things. I can't take credit for all of it. That is our strategy, but we're down now 5% less than what we were at this time last year. So we went from being 56% higher to 5% less. So that's one example of a focused strategy that we talked about. In fact, we brought that forward, I think, this spring to the Board of Police Commissioners, to a public meeting we talked about. And it includes working with probation services and a lot of our partners, SGI and other partners, to try and dig into it from a variety of different angles. So we do talk about this often. often. The challenge is, you know, our officers are going to have a car tonight that doesn't stop for them when they put the lights and sirens on. The chances of that happening tonight is pretty much a guarantee. The chance of that car either containing drugs or a gun is pretty much a guarantee. And so when you ask, well, what are you doing to dig into that and to deal with it, I can tell you that our rate of closing files and holding offenders accountable is, to me, phenomenal. We have one of the highest closure rates, successful closure rates in Western Canada, although it has declined over the last couple of years because of changes and spikes in crime that we've seen, and I think the loss of our ratio of officers. But catching and holding accountable is one thing. We need to, I'm part of a couple of opioid strategies. We're working with community partners, with frontline community groups, with other forms of government like health and social services to try and A, prevent people from getting into this flow of this justice system, and then B, how do we help people step out of this fast-flowing river that ends up just seeing them time and time again committing crime, and oftentimes committing crime because of a root cause that is not based in crime. It's based on addiction or something like that. So there is a lot of work. There's no question about there's a lot of work for police. I will take a leadership role for our organization to try and dig into these issues, but I will always say I'm not going to be able to solve them alone. And when I say that, I mean our police service. We just can't. These are deep-rooted social issues, and so they're ones where we have to activate partners to help us out. And I know there's work. In fact, there's work being done right now through the city to try and dig in and understand some of the community wellness issues and ways that we can work with different partners to address these from a strategic standpoint.
Thank you. I've also been in different cities where I've gone on ride-along with different police forces, and sometimes the way they deal with people who are committing crimes or allegedly committing crimes may be different. Is it counted different with the stats, and is there, so if you do a blitz on drunk driving, for example, you're going to catch more drunk drivers. So can you explain that to me with the stats a little bit?
Yeah, there's no question that enforcement does drive stats. So if I take every officer and I all of a sudden mandate them that I want you to write one distracted driving ticket a shift, our distracted driving numbers are going to go through the roof because they're not going to have a problem doing that. Same with impaired driving, same with drug enforcement or whatever. So if you target enforcement, you put resources towards enforcement, then you're going to see likely a spike in that sort of enforcement, that sort of crime rate initially. However, if you can sustain that enforcement, maybe over time, hopefully it will go away. But oftentimes, if we're talking actual crimes, it's going to mean finding ways to prevent people from committing crime time and time again. I think it's less likely when it comes to traffic, and that's an important part of what we do, but we have great examples in this city of where consistent traffic enforcement does change behavior. There's no question about that, and so changing behavior when it comes to traffic often can be done through enforcement as a good tactic, whereas when it comes to crime, I think we need other assistance to try and prevent it from happening more often.
Thank you. If we were at the, what's the right word for it, what you feel is the right ratio of officers per 100,000, if we were at that right ratio and a councillor said, if we gave you more money, would you be able to spend it? Would you say, yes, I'd be able to spend it on something?
Chief?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we do, well, we take great steps every year to only ask for what we need. And so, you know, I will give you a guarantee that I would never as chief bring forward something that was not needed. You know, one of the challenges that we have, and I'll give you this as an example, is technology. So right now, police services across Canada are really trying to leverage technology, so leveraging data to do analytics to try and focus better police efforts and police work. Sometimes that comes at the cost of more officers. And so, you know, right now, I got asked the question, if we were to give you X amount of money, where would you put it? I wouldn't put it in analytics right now. I would put it to boots on the street. So, yeah, I mean, if we hit that perfect plateau, maybe there's a way that we could use, you know, funding to try and better isolate the work that we're doing or do a better job on the break and enters that are happening in certain areas of the city where we're not spending as much time on them, those types of things. I think we're always trying to find ways to streamline, spend less time at a hospital to get those officers back out on the street. And so that'll be a constant effort for us. But our practice certainly is, and I can tell you the last 4 budgets that I've been involved in this role has been to come forward with nothing. It's a lean budget. We're asking only what we feel we need.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Stevens.
Terrific, thank you. Through the chair. So my questions will be restricted to the motion. We're going to have time to talk about the police budget, but before I ask Councillor Flagel a question about the intention here, to be clear, Chief, the money would go into crime suppression and responses, not the social determinants, root causes, et cetera. This is what you can spend money on.
That's right, Your Worship. That's right. We, I would argue that all of our officers, in some way, shape, or form, do try and dig into those social issues, and we're trying to build that more into policing. But oftentimes it's response before we can do that handoff on those social justice issues.
Perfect. Thank you. So, Councillor Flagel, I appreciate you bringing this forward. It's given me a lot of thought on how this can proceed. So my question is, and I just want to be clear, what is your single intent? It's to send the police budget back and to have the Board of Police Commissioners and the management at RPS work on a revised budget that increases the number of frontline officers. Is that correct?
Councillor
Flagel? In my motion, I'm not allowed to be specific, but gauging from what I'm hearing other people talk about, what has been mentioned, what has been said, I would hope that conversation would take place. I just can't say, yes, I want 400 machine guns put into the arms of the police force. I can't say that. But what I'm hoping is the intent of this is for the budget to go back and the discussion between the police commission, the police chief, some of his support staff would come up with the solution that would put that in there. Also, in this particular case, if that was one of the things you were asking about, there's a bit of a caveat in terms of any kind of funding. If you were to put out, if, for an example, you brought in 10 officers, it would take probably till June for those officers to be on the payroll. So whatever money would be looked at would only be about half, because it would take that long to find. It's the same thing as if you put an order in of cars, as an example. You're not going to get the cars tomorrow, but you got to put a bit of a down payment on. So those are the types of things that I would say we should look at, and it's not the 100% dollars today, but it's a half of it, because we'll be into about half a year. So that's one of the scenarios.
Before you
So
sit
to
down,
be clear, to be clear, and the solicitor can speak to this, and he has sent motion or information to us to be clear on this one. Council cannot break open the police budget.
Okay.
It has to either accept or reject. It can't break open, it can't direct at all. So that's where we're at. So
thank you. I was going to ask that clarifying question as well, but before you sit down, would there be room in your intention for someone to support this motion, have it go back, but not focus exclusively on officers, but instead fund appropriately all of these different problems that the chief and others have identified? In other words, yes, maybe there's more money in the police budget. However, it's not just for sworn frontline officers. It's actually to deal with the antecedents and the social determinants. Would you be open to that?
I can't speak to that, because it's not up to me to decide where that money is going to go. But you have a motion that's coming forward for something that would fit that, as opposed to this is not. We would work together, but this is not part of your motion, and I'm not part of your motion.
Right.
So.
First time Flagel has ever not spoken his mind, but thank you very much.
we're being esoteric here. The point is, though, the police commission is under no obligation to follow the direction of council, because it alone decides how money is allocated in the budget. It can't be done by social issues related to what you're speaking to, Councillor Stevens, versus staffing.
Okay, thank you.
I could, if I
no, this is not a debate.
No, okay.
He may have another question for you, Councillor Stevens.
I guess my other comment is that is actually a systemic problem in how we deal with the issues that the chief is raising. So my question then to the city solicitor, if this goes back to administration generally, would it simply be a matter of us signaling our intentions as to what is reviewed, because we can't prescribe, and then it would then go back to the board to have a discussion about what we meant?
Mr. Wurry?
How would that process go?
Your Worship, this process is governed by the provisions of the Police Act, and I'll be honest, the wording in the Act is not particularly clear. If Council is going to refer the budget back to the police service for reconsideration, Council has to provide reasons for that. And so the reasons, our advice would simply be that the reasons can't be so specific as to be directive of how the Board of Police Commissioners is supposed to deal with the request. So it's a bit of a fine line. We have reviewed the motion that's on the screen here, and in our view, it does meet that test of referring it back with a reason, and then the Board of Police Commissioners in consultation with the police service can respond with a revised budget.
Terrific, thank you. So I'll end with this. Can't prescribe, but I'm no longer inclined to support police budgets and a civic budget that doesn't address these systemic problems. And I think that's an issue that we are shouldered with as politicians, and I think that needs to stop. We can't keep going down this road where we're continuously increasing police budgets at the same time we're not actually addressing any of those structural issues. It's not an either or, but unfortunately we've put ourselves in that position. So I can't prescribe, but I will say this to the city manager, to the mayor who's the chair of the Board of Police Commission, to the chief. This goes back. I'd actually like to see that 3.86% anticipated increase reduced by a full percentage. And I'd like to see those savings actually invested in the Community Grants Initiative, the program. And the administration can do with it what it wishes when it goes back to that grant program. But that grant program addresses many of the issues the chief and others have identified as dealing with the root causes. We can do that. And I think it's actually a wise expenditure of money. We've heard from delegations. We have within the scope of our influence to deal with homelessness, poverty. We fund street culture, a number of other organizations that the RPS and the city work with closely. We can address within the sphere of our jurisdiction social determinants. And I think that's how we need to progress, is with a well-being budget in which the police are a part. So again, whatever savings we accrue through that 1% reduction in the increase to the RPS budget, I'd like the city to invest that money in a revised city budget in the grants program, which addresses many of the problems we've discussed. I'll end there.
But of course, you know, that can't be done because we can't direct the police service, just so we're clear.
It can be done.
We need to make that very clear. So, Councillor Mastinelli, you're next.
Thank you. Question for Councillor Flagle first. I guess a statement to start out with. I think you properly recognized a problem in our city, the crime rate, people wanting something done about it. What do you envision the cost behind this motion? All said and done, do you see this as a $500,000 change, $1 million change? I don't see any dollars attached with it. What do you envision?
Councillor Flagle.
Thank you. What I'm looking at is basically, and I just took a scenario of 8 officers. We add an additional 8 officers to the budget. Actually, no, sorry, I'm sorry, it's 7. So 7 officers would be a total of $520,000 per year. This first year would be reduced to $260,000 because it would take 6 months for them to be employed, which that calculates out to $1.13 per year per person.
So in the first year, about $300,000 roughly.
About $260,000 for the first year, and that's for 7 or 8 officers. I'm sorry, I didn't write the number down. I think it's 8 officers, because 8 officers per year, based on a $65,000 salary start-ish, somewhere in there, 60 to 70, graduating over, and then in time it escalates, obviously. After tenure, it's so and so. But then other people are retiring on the other side with a higher salary. So if I was to say about 600,000 would be a number.
Okay.
But at $1.13 per year per person in the city of Regina. To
Councilor
increase it.
Martinelli?
Okay, thank you. Chief Bray, with the budget you've presented, did you make any staffing changes, additions in officers already? I know you have, but just outline them again. I think you've reorganized how you use your assets as well as adding assets to the mix.
Chief?
Yes, through your worship, we have done a lot of changes to just the allocation of resources. We haven't increased our officer complement in the last 3 years, over and above just regular retirement attrition. So what we did, you saw a redeployment of officers from other areas back to the front line. We took 4 officers that were working in our detention unit and moved that work up to our, basically the paperwork upstairs to a different area so that we didn't have to have that being done by officers down in our detention unit. We've decreased the size of our community engagement unit by 2 officers. We have eliminated we had a police officer at the university, so we have school resource officers that work within the school system in Regina and 1 university liaison officer. We eliminated that position to try and we moved it actually into our identification section where we were desperately short. So we've tried to do internal trimming and readjusting where we can, and if there's something we can civilianize. So we had an armorer's position, which is a position that is, looks after everything from all of our firearms to the training of officers, those types of, we've civilianized that position, which allows us to take the police officer that was doing it, move that person back to the front line. But when we're talking 1 university officer, 1 armorer, 2 from community engagement, that's not, we're shuffling a few deck chairs, but it's not substantial changes. The 20 officers back to the front line was probably the most substantial we've done in the last 5 years.
Thank you for that. You described a lot of situations your staff face, problems. We all know the crime stats in our city. I don't have to repeat them. Apparently, I'm looking at about $600,000 to spend to take the edge off. I've had numerous engagement sessions with my residents about crime in my area as well. Taxes are a burden on everyone. They're not to be taken lightly. I have $600,000 to fix some of these problems. What's the most effective way to take that burden off your officers, my residents, our city with $600,000? What's the most bang for my buck to invest it?
Chief?
Well, so I guess my answer to that, your worship, through you is, I would say giving it to the police service would likely be to fund frontline officers, whether that's frontline uniformed officers. I would consider our PACT unit a frontline unit now. So that's our police and crisis team that try and help those with mental health illness or mental crisis. That response has saved hundreds of calls for service for our police officers by looking at those types of things differently. So, there's a bit of a balance there, and that's the challenge that we have all the time, right? Here's our pool of police officers, and how do we deploy them in a way that we're paying proper attention to diligent investigations on homicides and sex offenses? How do we help those vulnerable in our community, and how do we respond to the day-to-day calls for service, including traffic complaints that we get from citizens of Regina? And so it's a balance, and I don't think I can stand here and tell you that adding 10 officers is going to be a change like that. I mean, I can't tell you that. I can tell you that trying to get our police to pop ratio back to where I think it once was will help with a few things. It'll help with certainly the coverage in the city, the officers that we are able to have in the city working in various different areas, but it will also help with the well-being of our officers who are maxed out right now and are having challenges in terms of trying to keep their head above water with the caseload, call load that they're handling. So to me, it's like any job. Employee satisfaction and engagement is based on how they're doing in terms of mentally and physically with the job that they're faced with. And so we've got a lot of tired officers, and they're continuing to churn out incredible results. I worry about how long we can sustain that. I don't know if I answered your question, but
I think you did, but I think I'm coming at it from another train of thought. So to me, the police service is almost like a yacht and some of our social charities are almost like speedboats. Is there a point of spending some money on the social side of our city that might have effects for your officers to alleviate those stresses, that we get more of a return on investment per dollar spent in smaller amounts of money as opposed to 20 or 30 staff members? Till we can get larger contingents added to actually make the difference frontline you've described. Put some money on the social orders or the social charities in our city. Be well spent, and have you had them take effect in the past, and do you believe that would take some of the edge off for you?
Right. Well, I do think that there's value in, and I'm not placing this on the shoulders of the city. I'm just speaking in general. There's a value in properly funding both. I do think, and I heard a presentation last night from a citizen who talked about, you know, if you do good investments in social justice or social issues, it will yield benefits, but it's not going to yield benefits in February of 2020. I mean, you may start to see some small gains, but this is, you know, you look at countries that have done those types of investments, it takes time. It takes intense resource, it takes commitment, and it takes time. And in the meantime, we're dealing with the highest crime rate in Canada, or one of them. And so the pressure on the officers is not going to go away. And so that's why I'm often heard saying, and maybe it's an easy thing for me to say, but I don't think it can be an either or. I don't think we can say we're not going to fund this and we're only going to fund this, because without each other, both of those things will fail. I think we need to be able to handle the call volume that we have right now. So, you know, I would be, obviously you're hearing me say that I would at the very least like to be able to get the officers that we asked for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manson. Are there other speakers on the motion? Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chief. I heard you say that you take great steps each year to ask only for what is needed. I gather that was the exercise you went through this year as well.
That's correct. Chief?
And you also said, we felt we were moving in the right direction. So when you fashioned your budget for presentation to the Police Commission, the Board of Police Commissioners, were you able to say to them, this is a budget that moves in the right direction?
Chief?
Yeah, yes, I believe that was our presentation.
And just one last question, Chief. You said you were confident in the budget that you presented to the Board of Police Commissioners and that's been presented here tonight. Are you still confident in that? And have you heard anything tonight which takes away from your confidence in the budget that you presented?
Chief?
Yeah, I am confident in our budget. There's no question about it. You know, if I wanted an allowance increase when I was 10 years old and I thought I deserved $10 an hour more, I knew I would not get that if I went and asked for $10 an hour more. But if I asked for an hour or $1 an hour more every year for 5 years, there might be a better chance that I would get that. And so I do think that we put forward a budget this year that we tried to measure and meter based on what we felt there would be an appetite to support. And we took that forward to the board, and the board approved it, and we were confident in bringing that forward.
And you could imagine that over the next few years, as your needs grow, that you would imagine you'd be able to present other budgets in the future that will meet those needs.
Yes.
Chief?
Yes.
Thank you. And Your Worship, I have one question for the mover, and it's this. Councillor Flagel, you haven't put a dollar value on what you're asking, but you mentioned $500,000, and you mentioned that possibly only half of that would be used this year. Where would you expect that money to come from? Tax increases, cutting something in the budget? Where would you expect us to find the $260,000 plus that you're asking?
Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. There's a variety of places it could come from. It could come from reserves. It could come from a 0.25% mill rate increase. It could come from maybe finding other things that we discussed tonight that may go and may not go through. We may look at other options, and I don't know, but it's an open-ended, and I think at that point we could look to the city manager and his team to find out. But if I was to say a hard number, that was a guarantee, it would be a 0.25% increase to enhance public safety and nothing more.
Thank you very much.
It could be out of reserves at the 260,000 or 70,000 as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Chief Gray. So when we look back at the history of this, in 2005, before some of the drug epidemics, sorry, I didn't take that pill, somebody else did. The police budget was 45 million. Last year it was 92 million. This year it is 96 million. A lot of thought goes into this budget, and we really appreciate the time and effort you take and the strat plan that you've put together and the operations review that is leading you to know where you want to put your resources. So a lot of time is spent on this. I think it would be great if we could put a whole bunch more feet on the street and give you as many officers as you probably need. But each year, we've tried to keep this budget at about 20% of the city budget for tax purposes. I simply can't buy the argument that we have a pie here with money in it, and that we need to do social determinant work. We need to do the work that you talk about to prevent crime, to treat people who need treatment, and to stabilize them in the community. And you don't take from that pie to do that. You create a whole new budget line, and you get a whole lot of collaboration from other people in the community, from other organizations, and from other levels of government to do that. So you don't cut a police budget when we're in a crisis time of guns and violence and drugs in order to start a new budget to try to bring crime down. We need both, and they need two different sources of funding. So if we decide to go with this motion, then that would mean that we couldn't pass the budget until that happens. So it would mean that it would have to go back to the Board of Police Commissioners and the RPS, because we have civilian members that are not here, and we don't make this decision here. We have to make it back at the board table. So I'm not sure, is there a timeline that we could look at? How long would that take for us to do that and get it back to council? Would we even be able to do it before Christmas?
Well, I'd talk, the city manager may have some more details on this one, but I would think that given what Councillor Flagel has said, about a 0.25% mill rate increase, I'm assuming that's on the city side of the budget, or maybe on the police side. We could not continue with the City of Regina budget tonight, because you would have to understand what happens with the police budget, whether there is an expenditure increase on the police side or whether it's on the civic side, if you will. And until we know that, we have to just stop deliberations on the entire budget. Now, I've talked to the city manager about this, and I'd ask him to possibly provide more details on that. Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, if council is to not approve the police budget and refer it to the Board of Police Commissioners and the Regina Police Service for reconsideration, Councillor Flagel is suggesting 0.25% as an increase. That will impact the overall mill rate that council would have to set. So until you know the results of the conversations between the RPS and the Police Commission, council could proceed to discuss the city's budget, but you would not be able to establish a mill rate until the police budget came back. So I think it would be in council's interest to halt proceedings until you have the full information in front of you.
Councillor Young?
Each year we've had to argue for this budget, and there are people who have not wanted to raise this budget and do the mill rate that it takes. So I am really pleased to see that people are aware of the critical services that the RPS provides to this community, and that this motion came forward so that we can see that this is something that we all need to think about and something that would be good to do. I'd like to take this idea back to the Board of Police Commissioners and use it toward our next budget deliberations, knowing that we're going to be supported in trying to bring forward a budget that will give us even more. The other thing is that you have done a lot of planning on this. You have had an operations review, and you have moved people out of civilian jobs onto the street and hired more civilian people to do that work. And you have a strat plan that goes for 2 more years. And you can use that to then bring forward what will happen each year in the budget. And that strat plan also had a lot of community stakeholder engagement. So it's not just a small thing that happens overnight. It's a month-long, months are put into this, and a lot of research and a lot of intelligence and a lot of data analysis goes into this. So if you wanted to give more money to us, we could take it back, but we're not going to pass a budget tonight, and we won't know what the mill rate would be.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell, you're next.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief, thanks. I don't have any questions for you, but I just want to reference a couple of things. I think you handled yourself again tonight very well, and again provided to the community, to the public, some of the stresses and strains on your force. So I appreciate that information being out here. To Councillor Flagel, Jerry, I'm going to tell you, I think you've already won, because we haven't had this kind of discussion on the floor of council about some of these topics before. So whether this passes or not from your point of view, I think you put some notions out here. As I've said to you probably way too many times, I'm a process guy. So let me talk a little bit about process. We engaged the police service to do some particular work on it as it comes to budget. And we all heard the police chief say, here's our budget. And by the way, the commission said, we're not going to amend that. In other words, there's a measure of confidence here. Second thing that we have is that we have a police commission who we elect, by the way, who we appoint, who we elect. Go over and scrutinize this, please. And that's what is before us. Further to that, and separate, but to me, part of the same, is we have a motion. So can we increase the number of people that are sitting on the police commission? That's out there, and where that sits, I'm not sure yet, but that's part of it. I'm gonna reference it this way, Andrew, hope you don't mind. Then there's Andrew's motion on this notion of social determinants. And I'm not sure where that goes, but I certainly heard a lot tonight from everybody who spoke that that is a factor here. And how we put the police service, these social determinants, and what we can do as a community all together, to me, is not one-offs. This is either together, or we're going to continue down the same path we always have, throw it here, throw it there, and we're all great. I'm going to add one more thing to this, and council is aware of this. The public will not be just yet, but there is some motions before the Saskatchewan Urban Municipality Association that kind of talks to some of these things as well. And so it's not just the city of Regina or the community of Moose Jaw or wherever, but it's us as a province. And I think we have to put those things together. So from my point of view, first of all, I'm not going to support the motion. From my point of view, we need to put all of this together. And we need to make sure that it is, in fact, it makes sense. If we're adding more folks, and what do they do on the police commission? What again, Andrew, I'm going to say it's your motion, what that will do and what impacts that has. And then therefore I want the chief to come back next budget and say, we've considered all of this, and here's our budget. Either work together or we're going to do these one-offs and we're going to be the same place. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Murray?
I'd like to start with just thanking all the councillors that bring perspective all the time of the community safety concerns in each of their wards, because it is different throughout the whole city, and it's always a concern for each and every one of us. No matter where we sit on that crime severity index, it still affects people the same way. So I'm trying to take in light of everything that everyone has said, and also that we do have currently an undertaking for administration to bring a very holistic community perspective on community safety as a whole. So my ask to council would be to pass the budget tonight by the police, but to have a referral to the police commission for next year that we look at everything that Councillor Stevens has brought forward that has been talked about tonight in detail, and keeping in mind that we have motions from SUMA and from councillors directly lobbying the provincial government, because a lot of these concerns come from the provincial government's wheelhouse, and we need them on side to attack this. So I'll say the motion, I'll put it before everyone. And it's that this motion be referred to the Board of Police Commissioners for review with spending determined by the Regina Police Strategic Plan and operational review be brought forward to the 2021 police budget, and this review include comments and concerns brought forward by councillors.
Do I have a seconder for that, please? Okay, Councillor Young? Okay, this is a referral motion.
And
Is you making this a referral motion?
yes, yeah.
Okay. It's a referral motion.
It is. I'm going to, based on everything that was talked about tonight.
It's not, it's a referral motion.
I believe everyone has spoken. If no one has, I apologize.
Well, I'd actually have Councillor Fedora speak.
Sure. I'll wait to
Fedora?
move that.
Okay. Councillor Fedora?
Thank you, Worship. Chief, good to see you. I believe the budgets that you brought before is served us well. In this budget you brought it again, you're telling us exactly what you need. And what I'm hearing from the community and what I've heard from you, we, as a police, you're reacting to things. Like I said, if there's a robbery or something, you can't be on every corner to catch that. So to you, question would be, like community associations, zone boards, circle projects, groups like that. Not just, I mean, we have a budget for you, and then we have a budget for other social programs. To you, what's a better way to go?
Chief?
Not sure if I completely understand your question, Councillor. I think what I would say is we're not just reacting. We do react. I got asked a question about a robbery tonight. That would be a situation if we pick up the phone, 911, what's your emergency? It's a robbery. We're going to respond to that. However, we do a lot of work to try and, for example, try and prevent repeat offenders from offending again. So that's that offender management piece, which I've talked about to council before. We do a lot of things to try and dig into proactively prevent crime from happening, and some of that is working with community associations. Councillor Bresciani talked about me going out to her association. I was with Councillor Young. I know Councillor Bresciani, Mancinelli has had a couple of our officers out as well. Just to try and arm the different areas in the city with information and intelligence that can help them protect themselves a little bit from being victims of crime. So it's not just reactive, but it is very tough to prevent some crime from happening. If someone were to tell me that there's going to be an assault happening tonight in the city of Regina, I don't know how we prevent that, right? Those types of things, I mean, it's almost impossible. City 240,000. We can try and deal with high-risk offenders. We can try and dig into social issues and prevent people from being more likely to be falling into the criminal justice system, but it is very, very tough to completely prevent. I'm not sure if I understood your question. I'm not sure if I answered.
Yes, to your worship, so I was going into that social aspect of things. Like you work with libraries, you're out there in the community, you are. So you have a budget, and you're budgeting for what you need to do the job. So that means I don't have to go to bed afraid. So what I'm seeing here is that if we don't pass this motion, doesn't mean I have to go to bed scared because worse things going to happen to us. So that's what I'm looking at. And I mean, I see what's in this budget. I think we need to, and I do agree with what the conversation is. I don't like doing this at the 11th and a half hour. You know, I would rather see this already 6 months ago discussion. You know, I'm just talking to a council here. Doing it at this time to try to circumnavigate what you need, and certain acts prohibits us from doing those things. It's not right. We need to pass this. We need to pass this budget, and we need to move forward because we have other issues that we need to deal with. And so my comment is, yes, I'm not going to support this. This is a good conversation, and that conversation should have been happening before. It is going to happen now. Because if we're not seeing how the police budget is being delivered, or how it's gonna be structured to see what we need to the future, well, maybe this is the conversation we need to have. But I mean, we're talking about right now, but I don't feel comfortable putting things on the floor now. I don't see all the pictures that I need to see to really make a good decision. So I will not support this motion, and we need to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findera. Councilor Murray, I'll give you the floor back to you.
I'll finish up very quickly. At the end of the day, I trust that when the Regina Police Service asks for something and we don't amend it, that's what they need. And that's the reality, is that's all I have to go on, because that's the information I've given at the table with my counterparts on the commission. When they asked for what they needed, we gave it to them with no amendments. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you for that. So the motion is on the floor with the seconder. Before we vote on this, just for clarification only, if this motion passes, we continue on with the police budget for this year, for this coming year. This refers to the next budget after. Councilor Price, on a point of order.
For a motion that's talking about the budget in front of us to next budget, because it's not actually referring this motion, it's talking about next year's budget, whereas this motion is talking about this year's budget.
It's talking, the motion talks about possibly amending the current police budget this year. The referral is to take that issue and refer it to the next one in terms of greater police resources.
I understand that, but
Yep.
I'm saying, does it negate the initial?
I think it moves it into discussion for next year.
Okay, I'll let you guys vote, or I just wanted to clarify, because it was a motion for this year, but it's actually moving it to next year, so.
On a point of order?
Thank you. First of all, the referral, I would rather if the mover would make it an amendment, simply because I think there might be people that still want to talk about what you're asking, because there's questions going on about what are we talking about? Councilor Findera just mentioned, we need to have meetings here. If you could make it an amendment to allow everybody to talk about what they think you should see, because we don't get a chance. It's the three of you on the police commission that bring this to us, and we just see it here like a month ahead of time, and that's why we're having these issues. And Councilor Findera is right. If we'd have seen this 6 months ago, we could have probably changed if we had the opportunity. And I'm not taking away anything from the police commission, but if maybe you could change your referral to an amendment to allow everybody to speak.
Thank you. It sounds like we're getting close to a debate here. Councilor Murray.
For clarity, this would require the passage of the budget as it stands, and then this is coming afterwards, if that makes sense to you.
That's what your intent is?
That's what the intent is, if that's clear. Sure.
Okay, we're not going to get into debate. For point of order only, Councilor Findera.
All I'm asking is that you change referral to amendment to allow us to elaborate on some of the issues that could come up, so that we know what's going on in a public forum.
You could do that anyway, Councilor Flagle, in any case.
When?
We're talking to the budget right after this. We're going to the
No, I'm talking police budget.
Yeah, we're doing the police budget right after this.
I'll do that as a friendly amendment.
But we're doing the police budget right after this. This does not stop the police budget from going forward, this referral.
No, but what I'm trying to get at is that the referral, you're going to stop the conversation here, and then we're just going to have the police budget go and rubber stamp it and be done with it. If I could have that changed to an amendment to allow us to have a quick conversation about maybe things, I know Councilor
We're bogged down in
Stevens
the process here. Mr. Clerk, does this in any way affect the discussion of the budget for the next budget if we refer this matter? I'm going to rule that it doesn't. You can still, with respect.
Through you, Your Worship, my read of it is that if this is referred, along with what I understood the intention of the mover, Councillor Murray, was that you would be looking to ask the police to come back next year, incorporating all the things that we discussed this evening, and that you would still move on to discuss the subsequent report, which is on the budget. The reason that there's a bit of a distinction here is that if this did go back if the original motion was passed and went back to the Board of Police Commissioners, the Board of Police Commissioners is within their right to return the exact same budget word for word. And so the notion of them doing a review will be lost. If you, with a referral, you're at least getting it on the table, as Councillor O'Donnell alluded to. You've opened up the discussion, you've heard things. It may be a year off, but you will be getting a response and action, because if your vote goes for it and you don't get approval, this is also lost.
Right.
So that's how I'm viewing it.
You're not losing anything on this, Councillor Flake.
All I'm looking at is that referral should be an amendment to because he's taking my motion and referring it.
Yes.
But he's not, with it being an amendment, it allows us to speak and open up and say what else we might want to see from the police commission, because we don't get that opportunity any other time, other than right here.
Councillor Flake, you'll have a chance now. We've done this for the last hour and a half, and there's also a discussion of the police budget coming up where you can also refer to this as well. It's not off limits. So I think the referral does get to where we need to go more clearly.
So the way that I interpret this is this would also be part and parcel with the work the administration's doing on the community safety motion, and that would all come back for our discussion over the next year. That's the way that I've seen it.
Okay.
So I'll close the debate. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the motion in front of us. There's no further debate. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. So now we'll move into the police budget itself. Chief, you may be called back though. Councillor Flagel, if you could take the chair, please.
Rubber stamp. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Very interesting, informative conversation, and I share what Councillor O'Donnell talked about, that it's good to have this kind of discussion on the floor of council, open up the discussion on the police service, the police commission, what we're doing, and a lot of things I had in my speech here I think I'll skip, but I want to say at the beginning that
No, I know.
the police service, the police commission received the budget from the chief of police and the staff, and we passed that unamended. And well, we can always say we can need more officers, and I think the discussion here is more officers can and should be needed. And I do believe that officers should be needed, more officers, no question about that. Next year, in terms of the strategic plan that's coming forward, in the next few years, we will see more officers coming forward. That is subject for discussion to go forward. I'm going to actually ask the chief to come up. I have just a couple of questions related to the strategic plan, and also to what he sees as an overall potential for more officers in the future. Because I think it does dovetail with what we're doing. The strategic plan is not an isolated document. It talks about the growth. We had the frontline service review that we undertook. So Chief, just a bit of a background in terms of where you see the future with respect to potential new police officers and new resources.
Chief?
Thank you. So you're talking about where we would actually put them?
Well, just the scope of growth of the service through the strategic plan over the next few years.
Right. So, yeah, I think, it's very tough to put a number on that. It's, things change, crime trends change, and collaboration can change. And so we try and measure it a few different ways, not only on current caseload, but kind of where our ratio has been. So we do have both a patrol workload assessment and an operational review that we presented to the Board of Police Commissioners and the board endorsed, that have kind of dovetailed into our strategic plan. We've just finished year one of a 4-year strategic plan that calls for growth and taking care of the mental health and well-being of our members. So we would see growth to a couple of high-pressure areas, one being just frontline patrol and response, which speaks directly to the visibility of officers in the community, but also I would say to vulnerable people, the investigation that we would do to vulnerable people. So we see increases to try and help those that are suffering with mental health, that suffer from domestic violence and the cycle of violence, and at-risk youth. And finally, with regard to correction support, although correction support is really less about more of our resources and more about bringing community partners in to help us in terms of managing offenders within our community.
Appreciate that. Thank you,
Mr. Mayor,
Chief, for that.
Did you move this?
What's that?
Did you move this report? If you could?
I'll move it now then.
Okay, and I need a seconder, please. Councilor Bresciani, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. So, thanks, Chief. So the budget is this 3.79% increase over the 2019 budget, and staffing expenditures represent about 87.9% of the gross operating budget, 600 permanent and 13.8 casual FTEs. Some of the highlights of the budget that are included in the document are 4 frontline constables, 6 civilian positions, including 2 communications center dispatchers, a communications strategist, intelligence analyst, a psychologist, digital media assistant, 5 casual staffing adjustments for the equivalent of 3.8 positions, and an increase in the contracted services for the medical professional services in the detention area, increases in fleet, facilities, and information technology costs, and an increase in first aid safety supplies, including Narcan. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I want to reflect a bit on the discussion tonight. Part of the conundrum is that if we had accepted a motion to refer the budget back, we would not be dealing with the civic budget tonight. And that, I think, members of council, I'll speak only for myself, I interpreted it as being we wanted to move forward tonight with the city budget. The intent, I think, of the motion is to take very seriously the view of council that we want to see more resources put in a more concentrated way, and I accept that, and I agree with that. If it comes down to police officers, in discussion with the police commission and the police service, that will happen. So these discussions and thoughts are going to be going back to the police commission for next year. We'll begin those discussions in 2020, and we'll take those to heart. That is what Councilman's motion talked about. In a wider scope, in terms of the social determinants of crime, how we work with the city in that motion, I want to reiterate the importance that this is a shift of a perspective by council that wasn't there before. In previous years, we've talked about why more officers. So we're moved into, I think, to a much more generous and a much larger perspective of how we can deal with the social determinants of crime, but also deal with crime on the streets. 20% of the time the police officer is working deals with criminal code activities. The rest is dealing with, I will call them social determinants of crime, not criminal code related activities. So the police already do that. And I do think, as Councillor Young had mentioned, it's important to note that in this issue where crime is rising, resources are needed. To cut back on the police service in any way, I think would be detrimental to our partnership with our community partners and the city of Regina as we go forward in the future. So I'm asking members of council to support the budget, knowing that we've launched a different perspective related to how we, as a police service, will look at our resourcing, both with the city of Regina in the larger context of the social determinants, the motion that Councillor Stevens put forward, so we can go forward in a much different kind of way. So I'd ask for concurrence by members of council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
Perfect, thank you. Through the chair, there's a lot in this budget book I think that the public deserves to hear about and talk about. So the first question I'll ask you, Chief, is can you tell me a little bit more about the employee health and wellness fatigue management project, I'll call it in here. What does it do in terms of improving operational efficiencies, maybe reducing the stress, burnout, and many other problems that your officers are facing?
Chief?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, we are putting a heavy emphasis on the mental health and wellness of our members, physical wellness as well, but I think physical wellness is something that we have focused on for years. Mental health and wellness is something that's fairly new. One of the things that we know is that, you know, like any job, it doesn't matter if you're a teacher, if you're a nurse, any job, there can be burnout and there can be fatigue, and oftentimes that's noticed most when you're dealing with repetitious situations. And so our officers are constantly being asked to deal with situations that are challenging, that have high risk, that bring anxiety to them just in the nature, and sometimes that's a survival response in how they deal with those situations, but even certainly within certain groups of people that we deal with. So we're taking great strides, and this isn't something new for this year, but this is something we've worked towards to try and take care of not only the mental health and wellness of our members when they get to a crisis point, but I think more importantly, how do we build resiliency within our police service so that they are fresh and energized and able to capably take care of situations that arise in our community. When officers aren't that way, number one, you see a decline in service. You certainly see a decline in procedural justice. So it's not whether or not you deserve the ticket, but how are you treated when you got the ticket. And I think it speaks to customer service, which again is a main pillar in our strategic plan. So being able to deliver different types of training, to engage in dialogues, to try and distribute workload, to have an in-house psychologist, which has become very normal, certainly for an organization, police organization our size. What that does is it takes away the stigma of, if we think you're in crisis, we're going to send you for a checkup. Maybe we're doing mandatory checkups every year, or there's a cycle that we do these to make sure that our staff are healthy and we can maybe in a better way, early detect any issues that might be arising.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is a bit of a sensitive question, but is this a positive step forward in addressing some of the high-profile public incidents that we've seen in terms of officers being charged or accused of certain offenses in terms of the individuals in their care? I don't need to go into examples, but is this a response to the stress that has potentially led those officers to commit those offenses?
Sure. Chief? Yeah, I don't think that's not a sensitive question at all. I appreciate you bringing it up. I think that's part of the job. Our public complaints are very low. I will always take the opportunity to say that we have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of interactions every year, and we average about 68 public complaints. Now, some of those are not substantiated, so the number of substantiated complaints is a fraction of that, but there are a couple in there that would be deemed as serious. And so you're right, the ability to reduce public complaints would also be, I think, a very positive byproduct of taking care of the mental health of our members.
Terrific, thank you. Through the chair. Language interpretation. Are we investing more money? And if so, are there particular communities that we're trying to engage with and improve our relationship with?
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, that is definitely something that we are seeing an increase in just because of the diversity that's part of our community. We've developed a little bit of an in-house expertise in this area because we've got people that speak a variety of different languages. I think that's part of our recruiting initiative to try and, for example, we've got members that are part of the Sikh community that have been able to come in and do some translation for us when we're dealing with someone who doesn't, necessarily speak a language that our officers would understand. Mandarin, you name it. So our recruiting strategy to try and be reflective of our community is one important step there, but because I think that also builds with that relationship in the community. But obviously we need interpretive services. We've got a great working relationship. We meet on our cultural and diversity unit meets on a weekly basis, in fact even more often than not, with the Open Door Society, and through them we've been able to develop a really good working relationship of credible interpreters that we can use in sometimes really high-risk situations. We're talking about people that might have to be able to translate rights and warnings, or very critical information that we need to make sure is understood. And so the ability for us to do that, I would say that the more serious the incident, the more important it is a bonded interpreter versus a family member who we ask to come in and do this sort of interpretation. So there is a cost associated to that, and you see it reflected in our budget.
Thank you. Next question, Grey Cup 2020. There's about a $600,000 line item in here to handle security. on top of the $1 million the city's committed. My understanding is that this initiative will continue on. And I believe that was actually a conversation that came about between you and the city manager about a community policing initiative. Can you speak more to it? And is it going to be $600,000 year after year going forward?
Chief?
Sure, through you, your worship, yes, that was a conversation I had with the city manager. And so what we identified is there's a significant cost to in terms of safety and security with regard to an event the size of Grey Cup. There is a small sliver that can be recouped through the CFL for the actual game day, but as we know, Grey Cup is a week-long festivity in a city, and so there's costs associated to that. We hosted the event in 2013. We are basically able to take the template of what we did there and try and extrapolate over, you know, increases in terms of costs for officers, those types of things, what that would look like for this year. And so that's where we came with that number. I would suggest, I'm not trying to jinx anything, but it might look different if the riders aren't in the Grey Cup. But that being said, going forward, this was part of the conversation with the city manager, and I don't want to speak for city executive, but I know that there was a need for, or a seen need for, investment in some of our different community events. So oftentimes when we host a community event, it might be an organization that's putting it on, and I hesitate to name any organizations because I don't want it to look like a promise. But for example, if there's a function going on in the city and it's expected to attract 10,000 people and there's a beer garden attached to that, along with their permit is usually a request for special duty. So you have to have a few police officers on scene to make sure that, you know, we can handle any situations that may arise. And so oftentimes there's this challenging conversation that happens between that organization and the police as to how many officers are needed and why are we having to pay this expense. And so I think going forward, whatever that number is this is part of the investment from the city to try and help these sorts of activities happen in our city without incurring necessarily extra expenses for the groups that are putting them on.
Terrific. Final question. Missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, truth and reconciliation. What does this budget hold in terms of human resources and financial resources being used to pursue these commitments by the RPS?
Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know that I've got an actual dollar figure for that, but I will say it is a substantial and solid commitment to, in every way, find ways through policy, through procedure, and through day-to-day interactions to dig into both the TRC and the MMIW inquiries. We build this into, we weave it into the fabric, so it's not that you're not going to see a special unit. You are going to see behavior of officers, liaison work with families, victim services for families, increased and enhanced in a way that really speaks to what those calls to action and calls to justice ask for. This is not going to be something new starting in 2020. It has already begun. We've seen some high-profile cases recently with tragic results, but where we've been able to make some really positive steps forward in trying to help the families come to grips with a situation that is tragic and traumatic for their family in a way that provides good, meaningful communication, open lines of dialogue, answers to questions, culturally sensitive, being able to smudge an area where perhaps a crime was committed, those types of things, those meaningful things are happening. We build in training budgets, we build in a recruiting strategy, and so those things aren't necessarily attached to a dollar figure or an actual person, but they really speak to the overall commitment by our organization.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll keep my questions very brief because there's probably going to be lots, and it's actually just going to be one question. I think it's the most important question that I've wanted to ask you for a long time, and it's, Councillor Bershey and I touched on it actually. The fastest growing demographic in our province is Indigenous youth. I want to know what the opportunity is there that you see. Open-ended question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Through your worship, it is a significant opportunity, and it's one that we're taking very seriously. We've got some exciting things going on that are continued from processes that are already in place. For example, dealing with at-risk youth and their families through our TRIP program. We've got a lot of different things through our school resource officers, trying to build those relationships with at-risk youth, provide them with meaningful opportunities that deter them from getting caught into the stream of the criminal justice system, and finding meaningful ways. We've got solid commitments to work with courts, for example, and alternative ways to resolve situations that, again, provide a more meaningful and substantive resolve to a situation that hopefully prevents recidivism. But on a positive note, there's lots of exciting things that are going on to try and build some programs together that instill confidence and leadership within certainly Indigenous youth in our city. We have a cadet program. We have the Aboriginal Policing Prep program. We have the Treaty 4 Citizen Police Academy. All of these things, we've got 4 summer student, 2 mentorship positions within our police service. All of these initiatives are really meant to build positive relationships with Indigenous youth, predominantly Indigenous youth. The Bold Eagle program, which we are actively involved, we have members that are actually involved in that. That has turned out to be a great training ground for future police officers. And just a little bit of a teaser, we're going to be coming to the Board of Police Commissioners in January with a new initiative that we're looking to launch with just existing resources, but one that is, I think, going to take some real positive steps forward, particularly in Regina's inner city.
Thank you very much. I think it's a big opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Chief Bray, I would like to ask you a couple of questions, not too many, because there's much we could talk about. But some of the crime, and much of the crime that we're experiencing, is not just here. It comes from outside. It comes from across Canada. What kind of networking happens to talk to other police forces, to the RCMP, to the justice system, to try to mediate that?
Chief? Thank you for the question. I would say that there is heavy collaboration, understanding that crime is very, very much borderless. Understanding things like the drug world, things like child exploitation, victimized, exploited women. Those types of situations are ones that really are often transient in nature, not necessarily, they might happen in our city, but the people involved might not be from our city. And so there is strong collaboration on a provincial level. There's really strong collaboration with Criminal Intelligence Services Saskatchewan, which is made up of not just our municipal police services, but the RCMP as well. And there's regular and monthly operational and advisory level meetings with regard to that. But there's great collaboration nationally as well to try and understand. It's not always about having units that are, we sometimes will have a unit that works together, the RCMP and the Regina Police Service. Our ICE unit, for example, Internet Child Exploitation, has both officers in it. So sometimes it's that sort of day-to-day collaboration, and other times it's just information and data sharing to try and address these issues in a meaningful way.
The other thing that I'd ask you to comment on is much of the work you do and much of the training that people take within the service has to do with health and well-being. And so could you talk about some of the types of training, and Reconciliation Regina has changed some of the training you do, as well as the missing and murdered women are even changing how you investigate. So could you just comment on that?
Sure. So through you, Your Worship, we're constantly looking at training to find new and better ways to train our officers. I think on a very grassroots level, we are constantly striving to build we called TRC training to our officers to try and build historic understanding of what some of these systemic challenges have been and what has caused them, and then a better and deeper understanding as to what steps we need to take going forward to try and dig into those issues. So that is something that happens. But I think as importantly on top of that, things like major case management, which is something that we've greatly enhanced in the last year within our police service, just gives us a better, more highly accountable focus on major cases in the city that includes intense communication and relationship building with families, an intense focus on victim services work that we can try and do to help prevent re-victimization of those that are going through traumatic situations, and just provide overall a better wraparound service. So that sort of intense training is happening at the same time. So it's a balance as far as I'm concerned, of kind of that more grassroots training and then operational training that just enhances service delivery.
Okay. So thank you for that information, and I'd just like to thank you for the time you spent with this council in November. On November 6th, you spent 4 hours with us and the budget so that we could ask all the questions that we might have. I think that was very useful, and I think we need to probably find some ways that we can do that more often than just during budget time. So want to thank you for your service. I've been there now for several years, and I'm still learning. Every time we have a meeting, I learn. And every public meeting that's held of the board of police commissioners, you have a part of the service that you unwrap for us and tell us how it works. And those are open to the public.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Chief, so far today you've been asked, what are you doing? What are you doing? Show us what you're doing, prove what you're doing, and so on. So if you're okay, I'm going to ask a different question. So assuming you have a police budget and everything's in line and so on, now you have an opportunity to say to the community, what can the community do to help you to make our community safer, better, and so on? What would you ask?
Chief?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I think I would do a couple of things. Number one, we talk often about root causes, and I'm going to talk about that in a second, but I think it starts with family. And so everybody, including myself, has a role to play in community safety. And so the importance of taking care of yourself and your family, not putting yourself in a situation where you are a target for victimization, whether that be property crime or something more serious as a crime against a person. Just understanding that awareness and what you can do. And on top of that, I think that there's work that we can do, whether it's as individuals or through the community groups that we work with or are employed by, to try and dig into some of these social issues and make some meaningful change. That is absolutely something that has to continue to happen. We have to find ways to make meaningful change, and sometimes it's to help those that are vulnerable in our community and those that are not in a position to be able to make that change or help themselves, and we can play a role in that, whether it's through rolling your sleeves up, meaningful work, whether it's through collaboration, or in some cases it might be opening your checkbook up and donating to an organization that does some of this great work in the community.
If I could just add to that with kind of a comment question. Two of the nice ladies that work for you and came to a public meeting that I had said, just look out for your neighbor. Mm-hmm. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say I think it starts in the family. It starts with starting your own house and work out from there. So, you're absolutely right. That approach is fundamental.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I understand things have changed over the last few years. Drugs have changed. Mental health has changed. It's not really changed. We've become more aware.
Yeah.
So when you look at how you deal with mental health issues, I know we spoke about how we deal with members and assist them. I know a big part of your job is dealing with mental health and everything from addictions to anxiety to suicidal ideation, and the like. So tell me how that's changed policing in the last little while, if you wouldn't mind.
So thank you for the question. You're talking about in how we respond to those calls in the community? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think what I would say to that is that the element of risk has gone up, and so we are seeing an increase, for example, in the amount of attempt suicides. And attempt suicides they're a cry for help. They're usually deep-rooted in a social issue, and they're complex, and they're not easily unwrapped to try and facilitate a meaningful and positive resolution. But first and foremost, if someone is of that mindset that they are suicidal, sometimes that comes with risk to the rest of the community and to our officers. And we've seen situations this year where it's not a person always isolated by themselves contemplating self-harm, but they're doing so in a way that risks the safety of the public and our officers. So the response is often needs to be swift, needs to be decisive, needs to be tactically safe and coordinated, and needs to be done in a way that it keeps that person safe, everyone around them safe, and our officers. So sometimes we're seeing these types of responses resulting in multiple officers being dispatched. And once that situation is resolved, meaning resolved in that the person is no longer in danger, they're in our control, we've got them with us, then we go to the hospital, sometimes spending 8, 10, 14 hours at the hospital with them until they can be seen and properly diagnosed or given the proper help that they need. That's always a struggle. Hospital wait times is something that I know I've talked about to council a lot, and so we spend, and you probably see it, we spend a lot of time. I've seen 8 police cars at the hospital at once. That's not uncommon, and so that's a lot of resources that could be driving around the greens, but are in the hospital right now because of the situation. So, you know, there's lots of complexity that comes with it. They're volatile situations and they're resource intensive.
Thank you. So budget-wise, and you kind of knew where I was going with this, I could tell by how you answered that, and I do ask this often at budget time. What are we doing about the police officers who are sort of stuck at the hospital, and how do we change that so we don't have half of or quarter of the team at the hospital waiting for assessment or ensuring people are safe before you hand them over or before they're arrested or whatever the plan may be for them? That has a huge impact on our budget.
Right.
When we're talking 14 hours a day, how do we solve that problem?
I'm going to give you a short answer to that. I mean, we are looking at it from a lot of different ways. We're looking at it from the decision we're making to triage a person to the hospital. So what is that threshold? And there is some work that we are doing to try and make that decision prior to getting to the hospital, because there's a lot of times we take someone to the hospital and after 8 hours or even 2 hours, the decision is made, we're not going to hold that person here. So we've spent 2 hours there and we walk out the door at the same time as the individual who hasn't been given really any help other than we've probably de-escalated the situation. So early triage decision making is one way. We've done some really positive work. I give the Saskatchewan Health Authority kudos for the work that they've done to try and help us out. Glenn Perchie has made an increase in the emergency wards in terms of security and porters. And so if the person is not high risk, is not volatile, oftentimes they're voluntarily, then yes, there's a wait before they're seen and admitted, but that doesn't always have to mean that our officers are sitting there. So we've been able to, you know, I guess reduce those wait times for our officers by letting someone from security come in and sit with the person, make sure that they're okay, but it's not police officers doing it. And there's other ways that you know we can try and share resources. If there's 2 people or 2 officers at the hospital looking after a couple of different people that are waiting to be seen, maybe they're compliant and not volatile. Maybe one officer can stay with 2. Those types of situations. So we're constantly evaluating that. We've got lots of different collaboration. I know I said it was going to be a short answer, but that's where I'll stop.
Thank you. And also in the budget is some nursing. Tell us what the nursing is going to be used for, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Chief?
Thank you. Yeah, so it's not necessarily nursing, but it's medical practitioners in our detention area. Probably the #1 high-risk area within our police service. We are bringing people in when they are often at their lowest point. They're heavily intoxicated, they're under the influence of drugs, they're not always in the best medical shape. Maybe they've been on a drug binge for 2 or 3 days, and we're going to hold them in our custody for a period of time before we can get them to court or release them on documents because they have to come down off of their high. So that's a lot of risk for untrained medical personnel in our detention area. We're often calling the EMS, for example, to come down to cells and do some vitals or check things out. Or the other flip side is we call 2 officers to go down and transport a person who's complaining of stomach cramps to the hospital and wait for an hour and a half for them to be seen. That's not
Just
taking,
an hour and a half.
Yeah, it's not taking anything away from the hospital staff because they're busy. But if there was a way that we could shave off some of that work by having someone as part of our routine procedure when we're booking someone into cells, instead of just asking if they have any medical concerns or complaints, maybe we could take their blood pressure, take their temperature, just a couple of things that will give us some early indications as to their mental and physical health.
Thank you. I ask lots of health questions, obviously. Fentanyl has been an issue across the country, well, across North America, and we're seeing more and more of it and deaths from it. So where are we at with protecting our community, and what are we doing to ensure that we're doing all we can to save somebody in that situation?
Chief?
I'm so proud of our drug unit. They are doing incredible work at taking high-risk drugs off the streets and out of the hands of people that are trafficking them. So there is a lot of impressive work and seizures that have been done, and a lot of those seizures include meth and fentanyl. Fentanyl by itself is usually mixed with something else, and so oftentimes we will see it in a combination with other drugs. So there's some great enforcement that's being done. On the flip side of that, of course, we do work with other groups to try and help those with addictions. You've heard me say time and time again, most times at the root, someone with an addiction is not a criminal, but they're committing crime to try and feed and fuel their addiction. And then finally, I will say we're rolling out Narcan to all frontline officers, just as far as harm reduction to try and find ways. We've had, I think, 6 successful deployments of Narcan in 2019 by the Regina Police Service, where we've saved lives, both in and out of our detention area because of people that have overdosed. So that's going to be an important part of our work going forward as well.
Thanks. I'll end on an up note. I see there's 2 new puppies. So do they replace dogs that we currently have that are retiring, or that are we increasing?
Yes, so one will be a replacement, and I'm actually going to look at the deputy for at least a nod on this. I think one is a replacement and one is a drug detection dog. We're looking at getting, am I correct? We will be. Yeah, so that's we're not all canine dogs are trained in drug detection. That is a special training, and so we are looking to replace dogs that are aging and coming out of our canine program. But one of them will also have the capability of drug detection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Chief. Just a couple questions. Through the chair, crystal meth drugs and gangs, of course we've heard, we know they're on the rise. A lot of this fits under the provincial jurisdiction as well, so corrections, justice, health. Has there been any discussions with other chiefs across this province to collaboratively come together to meet with people from the province or even Premier? Any discussions there? Through the chair.
Chief?
Yes, that is a regular piece of work that is being done through the Saskatchewan Association of Chiefs of Police. Everything from collaborative meetings with the Chief Coroner's Office to the Saskatchewan Health Authority, trying to work at it from a few different angles. There is some provincial work being done on opioids, although a lot of times it appears to me that we're focusing on harm reduction, which I think is an important part of an overall strategy, but we have to also take some meaningful steps forward with regard to trying to reduce this. So, I think right now I feel like it's a bit more of an advocacy role, trying to express our concern, what we're seeing out on the streets, and the need for access, for example, to beds for people that might need to go into some sort of a rehab or some sort of an addiction treatment program. Is there access to beds? Is there proper mechanisms in place to try and help in a meaningful way at the time of crisis? Because we can solve a crisis from happening for a person that's addicted, but if the nearest bed that's available to them is 2 provinces away and won't be available for 3 weeks, that's not soon enough. We need to be able to strike while the iron is hot. So there is efforts being done to try and have our partners help out. It's not for lack of willingness, but it becomes a capacity issue, I know, and a resource issue for them as well.
So, thank you. So just to push that a little further, so it's about telling the story of what's really happening on the street, what's happening in our community. It's not just happening here in our city. Is there a discussion that is needed to have with the Premier to get other, if it's the other provincial departments around the table, to have a serious discussion about, for sure, crystal meth, the drugs, do you think that there is, it's almost going to the top, but collectively with yourself who sees it every day, maybe Saskatoon, to discuss this and take it forth to ensure that, because we can't do this alone. And I agree, we can't throw a whole bunch of money at it because that's not going to be the end, but we do need to work together. But do you see value in that, is my question, through the chair.
Chief?
Yeah, I do. I think that there is pieces of that work that are happening at a few different levels. We have a Regina Human Services Partnership that has social services, mental health and addictions, a few different ministries sitting at the table. And so that sort of work is happening, for example, for the City of Regina, but understand that if it's happening in the City of Regina, it's also needed in Saskatoon and Yorkton and North Battleford and throughout probably more importantly, in the remote areas of our province as well. So I do know that often is a bit of a challenge. I don't have the provincial umbrella that I always look under. Obviously, I focus on a municipality, but I do think that we need to get together and have that conversation and dialogue. I think some of this community advocacy work that we're talking about with well-being and health within our community is an important step to hopefully get the attention of everyone to see the urgency and importance of these issues.
Okay, thank you for that. You talked about the TRIP program, and in this budget, is there more funding for the TRIP program, to the chair?
Chief?
No, there is not. No, this is not looking to expand it. This budget would be just to maintain the program as we have it now.
Through the chair, so can I ask, I've heard great things about TRIP program. It takes every piece of the puzzle, from education to looking at different agencies to working together. We've just talked about increasing resources. It's not needed. Can I ask why we wouldn't increase the resources there if it's working? Through the chair.
Chief?
That's a good question, and I think what I would say is that the Regina Police Service is one piece of that success story, and so us increasing resources is not the full picture needed, because oftentimes the value of TRIP is our officer works as a bit of an intake officer. So, we get referrals, the officer does some investigative work to determine what the needs are, not just of the child, but of the family, and then does case study and case work with the family, and then we bring in our education partners or our social services partners who try and help and manage that caseload. So right now, we're working at maximum capacity, and unfortunately, we have a waiting list. But digging into that waiting list doesn't just mean adding another police officer or two. We would need social services and the school boards and everybody to add partners to it as well. So it's kind of, we have to add to all corners of the stool in order for it to be effective. And so I think it would have to be a collaborative approach with our provincial partners.
Okay, so through the chair, so that's, again, probably goes back to the last question, is to the value and the reason that we need to meet with those partners, because TRIP is one that I've heard that has got huge success, and we get them when they're young.
Right.
It's making that kind of intervention when they're young. So again, how would that change in this next budget? If there's nothing added, how are you, the chief, or through the police commission, how is that going to be ignited so next budget we see more? How is that going to work? Through the chair. Chief?
Well, I think that comes down to collaboration and commitment. TRIP, you're right, they're highly successful, but they're an organization, or they're a group of people that are kind of just getting by every year because of, each organization involved digging into their pocket and putting some change on the table, and when you put it all together, it's enough to keep it going. That is meaningful work. We've been looking for some sustainable funding for that. We've looked federally, we've looked provincially, and so it's one of those challenges that I think we have to be able to come at. It can't be just the police. We can lead the conversation, but we can't lead the financing of it. It's got to be a total commitment. So that is an ongoing dialogue. We talk about that often, but we need to have the resources to match the capacity needs. Does that make sense?
Sure, that's good.
Councilor Shanny?
Last question, well, not the last, but neighborhood watch programs was talked about at my community meeting. Where is the police service in that? I know it was talked about they were maybe working on some kind of a, I'm not sure if it was a program or something like that, where they could come out to the community, help them start a neighborhood watch, engage them as some of the things that you did when you came out.
Right.
Where that was last year, but where is this, is it anything in this budget that's going to assist communities who want to be proactive, that want to be the eyes on the street, help them with that through the chair?
Chief?
So that would be the work that falls in our community engagement unit. They are going out and doing a lot of these kind of conversations with, whether it be community groups or sometimes residents of a complex, for example, if they just want to try and increase crime prevention and safety within their complex. So they do a lot of that. We don't have a person that is assigned to do coordination of Neighborhood Watch, sorry, I was thinking community policing, Neighborhood Watch. And so I think if we were looking to mandate that, it would fall within our community engagement unit. We started out with 8 people in there. We're down to 6 just because we've got operational needs that we pull from. I'm resistant to lower that number anymore, but there's constant pressure for us to use those resources elsewhere. So those types of programs, I think, we try and balance with what the operational stress and need is of the organization, and we don't have someone dedicated to that right now, but I would say it would fall under that umbrella of CEU.
Okay. So, Councillor Flagle's motion that was to look at more resources or look at bringing more dollars, we talked about some of the things that you're doing, but you've had to move resources to allocate, to get to the front lines or to more, I guess, say, critical issues. So how do I tell my residents, this is the concern that I have, because every year they see a mill rate increase. The budget goes up. How do I tell my residents that we're going to see more police presence? Because when you allocate the staff to more of this inner city, we don't increase the budget here, you've come with a status quo, you're concerned about the mill rate. I want you to be concerned about the residents of Regina first before you see that mill rate. That's your first priority. So I'm going to ask the question, in my ward and other wards that maybe don't have, how can I tell them that this increase, that this budget, what are they going to see?
There's 3 ways that we can do what you're asking. Number 1, more new resources. Number 2, reallocated resources. Number 3, significant changes in service delivery. So we've made a lot of those changes through the years. For example, a detached garage break and enter where there's no evidence at the scene and no suspects, police officers don't come out to that anymore. Well, residents aren't jumping up and down about that. I know that they're not. They want to see a police officer. Regardless of whether their garage is detached or not, if they have a break into their garage, they would like a cop to come out there. And the reality is that the challenges that we're faced with on a daily basis means that we have had to change service delivery so that if you need a doctor, they don't come to your home anymore, you have to go to them. And so things like online reporting capabilities, a phone reporting unit, those types of changes in how we let people report crime means that police officers aren't being tied up with that crime, and they have more time to, well, what's happening is deal with the serious crime that's happening. The trick is, let's find a way that we can give them more time to just be proactive in the community, just be in the community and involved in the community. So the service delivery changes that we've made have basically helped us be quicker and more effective in response to serious crime, as opposed to have more free time to be proactive, if that makes sense. So, you're asking me a question, how do we do that? You know, we have 400 police officers within the Regina Police Service, and I could take all 400 and say, get a uniform on and get out there. You're on the front line. But the reality is that those officers are doing lots of things right now. School resource officers, internet child exploitation, homicide investigation, stolen auto unit, robbery unit, sex crimes unit, all of those types of things. And so the question becomes, and we redeployed 20 officers back to the front line 2 years ago, the question is, what do you value more, the front line or this? And we try and balance that off with what we hear from the community. So the number one complaint we hear from the community, the number one complaint we hear is traffic enforcement. That's the biggest concern we hear from residents. And so we have officers in the traffic unit, but we don't have probably as many as we could put in there because we're, again, trying to balance the other priorities that are happening. So I feel a little bit like we're plate spinners, and we're just trying to keep those plates going without falling and hitting the floor.
Okay. Again, thank you for the work Regina Police does. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. First, I want to say thank you to your chief, and one thank you goes to you and your officers came out to the Building Bridges event. That's community work. I understand there's policing and there's community work. So can you tell me a little bit more about 11 and under initiative?
Chief.
Your Worship, through you, that is the TRIP program. That's what Councilor Bresciani was asking me about. So the theory is trying to help those at-risk youth that are showing signs of getting into the criminal justice system and make a meaningful change and intervention so that they don't fall into the criminal justice system and they have positive change in their life going forward.
And how is that working out?
Really good for those that we're able to work with. So we're carrying a caseload right now of 86 high-risk, acute need, at-risk youth, and that's where we're talking about in terms of waiting lists.
So what would your focus be for the next 4 years? Maybe even start with the first year.
Chief?
With regard to policing in general?
And the community work.
That's a pretty broad question. Our strategic plan lays out continuing to try and build meaningful relationships, working together to keep Regina safe. That's our vision. And so we can't do it alone. We won't do it alone. We're going to continue to work with community partners, leverage where we can and make meaningful change, long-term change to dig into the issues in our city.
Okay, another one too. I didn't see anything in the report, in the budget, but you still have that summer program for officers on a bicycle patrolling parks and different areas. That's still going?
Chief?
Yeah, that's part of the redeployment of our school resource officers. So obviously they don't have school work to do in the summer. So those officers then we try and build in resource work for them to do. So number one, they help us with our missing youth. The numbers go way up in the city, and so our school resource officers help with that. And another program they do is bike patrol through some of the parks. We're hearing from the community they want to be able to use the parks and feel safe, and so there's real positive response to that presence in the park as well.
Thank you. And then bringing back to the motion that was started, we talked about that, I think last year or 2 years ago, about special constables. I know that Calgary, some other forces do have that. I know we've talked about it. Have you looked at that to see how you can redeploy some things like, for instance, could that work for you in a hospital? Instead of having a sworn officer in a hospital, could a special constable be there? For instance, at 11 o'clock at night, we have a dog call or a noise problem. Minor incidents of noise, party, whatever. How would that work?
Chief?
Yeah, we've talked about different ways that we can expand this. I've had this conversation with a couple of council members as well outside of this public forum. One of the challenges I think we have, so I think there is room for it and there is ways that perhaps we could do it, but the challenge is if you use a special constable for traffic stops or barking dogs or noisy parties, the possibility of that evolving into something where they would not then be equipped to handle it. Traffic stops are one of the highest risk activities that we do. We oftentimes result in seizures of drugs and weapons from traffic stops or arrests on warrants. And so sometimes what officers do, what may start off as a very simple thing, often evolves very, very quickly. So stolen auto recoveries. Stolen auto recoveries is something, we have a stolen auto problem in our city. I talk about that. And so oftentimes someone will call and say, hey, there's a car parked in the alley behind my house. It's been there for a day. People have said to me, why couldn't we send out like a special constable or someone to seize that car? Well, we had an officer a month ago stabbed trying to do a recovery of a stolen auto in a parkade in the city. The reality is you just never know what you're going to encounter. You never know what evidence is in that vehicle. And so it's never cut and dry. It's never cut and dry in terms of that. And you see some communities where they do have kind of this tiered policing, where eventually over time, those people that are doing that work are getting more and more training and getting closer to just being a full-fledged police officer. So while I do think there's some opportunities there, it's not something that we have jumped on and done an expansive study of.
Again, Your Worship, and you're talking about community associations you've been working with, going to. Is there a program, let's say, in your community outreach, have you been contacting, or are you contacting other community associations around the city to work on a partnership with some of the social aspects of the policing, or just, like you said, with the 11 under, you're doing that?
Chief?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if I have a specific example, but we do have, for example, a lot of our staff sergeants and inspectors that work in certain areas and districts within the city. They will form those relationships and try and keep that communication open, and oftentimes they'll be requested to provide some sort of advice or service delivery where they know that there might be an organization that can better provide that. So, you know, often we work closely with organizations like RITSIS, like Street Culture, like All Nations Hope, and those are just a few examples where we might be able to point the person requesting some help in the direction of one of those organizations where they might get more meaningful help on whatever that social justice issue is they're trying to solve.
Okay, Worship, thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Councilor Flagel, you have the floor on the police budget.
Inspector Gadget. Whoops, my phone's on.
Thank you. And welcome back, everybody. Chief, now, I just have a couple of news articles I want you to get your response to. CBC put out a article in July of this year, and basically Regina saw a jump in crime rate to 9,521 incidences per 100,000, and that's up from 8,600. So basically 900 more calls were done, and you're not going to have enough police officers, or lack of, we haven't even come close to the coverage of the just this particular crime in 900 more calls, and you're only adding 4 officers. If I use your theory of you had an allowance and you wanted 10 or 12, but you thought, yeah, maybe I better just only ask for 4. Is this going to solve and help you with this problem?
Chief?
Thank you. Through your worship, I think that we can't just rely on trying to solve those types of issues through enhanced resources. We know that resources are expensive, and they're happen once a year through a budgeting process. So we look at service delivery. We look at a lot of different things. You heard me talk about those other options earlier, redeployment of resources. We're even trying to enhance collaboration within the police service. So aligning shifts so that our uniformed officers and our plainclothes investigators work overlapping shifts. That's been a big part of the work that we've done this past year, just so that there's extra collaboration and resources out there to help out with those street numbers.
Right.
Yeah, we're overall, like that number or that article I'm not familiar with, but I think our overall calls for service are up about 1.5%. So when you're talking about on average 75,000 calls for service a year, or probably more than that, that's how many reports we put in.
Right.
1.5% is a significant number.
Yeah, exactly. This report goes on to a lot of different things, but when you look at the what's your opinion of when you hear the guy on Fifth Estate this summer or this fall?
Yes.
He was pretty much slamming Regina. And I know you had to defend yourself, but what do you say to that, and what's your answer to some of the concerns that they have in his report?
Chief?
Thank you. Through your worship, that Fifth Estate program was really focused on gang problems and gang reduction strategies that worked in Boston and a couple of other U.S. cities. There's a lot of similar work happening in our city, and so I did feel like that program was critical of our city not doing enough to address the gang problem and coming at it with some of our community partners. We tried to give them a picture and a view of the work that we do, but an hour-long program consisted of 6 days of shooting and a lot of editing, and so what made it into the program versus what's being done is a bit challenging. We also were criticized in terms of, for example, I made a statement about it's important that we're not always using handcuffs, but we're shaking hands. There was a comment made by the person on the show that, how are you shaking hands when you're carrying a carbine rifle? Well, our members are very, very seldom carrying and using carbine rifles. We have them as a tool if we need them in a high-risk situation. And I mentioned in that show, I'm not going to apologize for the fact that sometimes we have to be police officers. Sometimes we have to take control of situations and minimize risk swiftly and effectively. And those situations mean that we have to be equipped properly. But 96%, that's an arbitrary number, but 96% of the time or more, we are walking around looking professional in our uniform, not militarized, not using an armored vehicle, not using carbine rifles, having kids rush up to us asking us for tattoos, doing selfies, those types of things. So I think we enjoy a really good relationship with the community, despite the fact that there was, I think, a bit of a spin put on that program.
Thank you. Just on a procedural, are we going to get a chance to speak to the police commission after we have questions for the...
No, this is the main...
So you get one shot at talking and...
This is your 5 minutes, like every other year, this is...
I can talk to administration, I can talk to the chief of police, I can talk to you, I can...
In your 5 minutes, you can ask questions related to the city manager, if you like, or administration, or the police.
Okay,
we're on the main
just so I know,
report.
just so we're on one, so we get one shot. Right. Okay, thank you. So what I would like to do is just find out, I've got one other thing here, and it's, I'm not at all impressed with that we didn't approve you to have another look at more money this year. I don't believe, and I go back to an old commercial that was one of the parties brought in, it's passing the buck. I think we just passed the buck because if I look at what's going to happen next year is we're going to be short 50 officers, not 40. And where's the crime rate and the meth rate going to go based on last year's statistics to 2020 statistics? If I asked you the same question this year, if it's at 2,200%, it's going to go up to 2,800%? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Ballparkish.
I don't think I can speculate.
Okay, no, I just wonder, I'm sort of stating that, and I know you can't answer it because you don't have a crystal ball. You'd hope it would be down to 10%. But when you have your officers out and they're coming in fatigued and they're doing that, what's the percentage of officers that are on disability at any given time?
I don't know if I know the actual number to that. I mean, we have a lot of officers that are still working and operational, but are, whether it's being, seeking help to help them through some of the challenges that they're facing. I think that is a regular occurrence, and that's healthy. I mean, just because you might be going through stress or challenges doesn't mean you can't be operational in your job, but it depends, I guess, on the severity of it. We definitely have officers that are on accommodations. I do think that our numbers are consistent or lower than what we see by comparators, not just in the province, but in the prairies. But that being said, I have seen an increase in it in the last 3 years. The increase in use of our EFAP program, mental health training, and all of those types of things, and enough that it's in our strategic plan, and it is a very important primary focus for us to take care of the people that we have working on the job right now.
Good, thank you. I think I'm good with questions for you. I just have a couple of comments. So basically, as I said, I'm disappointed that we didn't at least look at going back, and in my motion that didn't go the way I thought it would go tonight, if I look at about $260,000, we could have pulled that out of the reserve and then rebudgeted next year for the remainder for the following year and start the process now. Now we're going to wait. We're going to be a year out. We're going to be another year and a half out before we even get any other officers on the street besides the 4 that we may approve or not approve tonight. And I think we've done the citizens a disservice, and this is not political like I've been told it might be. This is me and my council and myself, and I've got residents that are getting broken into at gunpoint in their garage as they get home. And I don't like the fact that I was told that I'm doing this because it's political, first of all. Second of all, this is about public safety in the city of Regina. I don't care what area you live in. It's not good. And if you all can sit here and wait another 18 months for us to increase the officers by, it's not even 10%, because we have 400 on the street, and I was asking for 10. That's not even 10%. That's like 3%. That's all I was asking for. $260,000 is all I was asking for to increase it to 10 more officers by June of 2020, and we decided not to do it. And I think that's a shame on our part, and that's my opinion. Everyone else has their own, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying my motion was to bring more officers on the street. The police chief needs those officers. We're short 40 to 45 officers. We settled for 4, which is like 1%, 10% of what we actually need. And I think we've done the city a disservice, and I don't know that I will support this budget because I think it's wrong, and we're sending the wrong message to the city of Regina and the residents that it's okay to have somebody come into your garage with a gun and hold you hostage in your own garage. We'll get to it eventually, and it's not the police's fault. It's the responsibility of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Can you take the chair, please? To close debate, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the Chief of Police and you answering questions and through the last couple of hours doing that very much. I appreciate members of council's discussion on issues on the police service itself. We got a bit of a change of direction in terms of council's hands on the details of the budget, which is good to have a discussion publicly about that beyond the police service, Board of Police. But I want to start by saying that I'm very proud of our police service. They do a remarkable job to protect us and defend us. And they are both reactive and proactive in the service that they provide each and every day. If I look at the public perception survey that was done recently, the public thinks so too. So 81.9% of residents who were asked this question said the RPS demonstrates professionalism. 81.5% agree the RPS has integrity. 80.8% are satisfied with the service they receive from the RPS. And 91.1% have confidence when they call 911 in an emergency. No police service is perfect. We live in a dynamic world where crime is changing. It's evolving, becoming more complex, more difficult. Gangs, guns, and stealing cars, these are all dynamics that were not here 5 years ago. The police budget that was put forward and approved by the Police Commission, we're asking for approval tonight, is an incremental step to keep us safe. Is it perfect? It is not. But I would say I'm satisfied with that budget. We've heard from City Council. They want to see a different perspective, more resources put into the police service next year. That will be brought forward to the board, by the Board of Police Commissioners to the police administration, and they'll come forward with a budget that reflects that discussion. We can be dissatisfied with the results of the motion that Councillor Flagel put forward. I don't think it's a shame. I think this is a compromise of public policy. I think we're doing the best that we can, and we will get better each and every time. So from my perspective, I'm asking members of council to approve the budget, knowing we're going to have a much wider discussion on the floor of council in the coming months as we go forward to the budget coming up in the fall. But I will say, once again, I'm extremely proud of Chief Ray, you and your staff, the frontline workers that protect us each and every day, because they do one heck of a job for us. Thank you. That's the closing of debate, so I'm going to call the question on the... You certainly can, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Young. Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
No.
Councillor Bresciani.
No.
Councillor Findura.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
In favor.
It is 8 in favor, 3 against. Your worship, the vote carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief, for your time. Now we'll move on to report CM 19-15 and some housekeeping points first. The wording on 1D should be modified, and you'll see up on the screen. This is simply a housekeeping issue that the expenditures flow through the city, so it's more of a housekeeping measure than a substantive one, since we just passed the budget. And the second one was, just for clarity, I'm going to ask from direction from council on this one, that we separate the discussion of the utility from the operating and capital. So we'll do this twice, if you will. We'll go through the operating capital for the city, and then we'll stop and we'll do the utility after that. Is everyone okay with that step? I don't think you need a motion for that. We're okay? Okay, so if I could have someone move the report so we can move forward from there. Actually, what I might do is give the city manager an opportunity to have a conversation or a comment about the budget, if you want to, or Mr. Lacey, either one. Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship. Pleased to present the administration's budget tonight. Total mill rate is 3.25%, so 2.75% in terms of a direct increase in mill rate, and 0.5 for the investment in recreation infrastructure, should council approve that. It's very important that we also pay attention to the fact that we have a surplus this year. The surplus is $6.5 million. I know some of the delegations last night indicated that administration was not discussing that or dealing with that directly in the budget. We've had many conversations about the state of our reserves, in particular our asset revitalization reserve and our general fund reserve. At the end of every year, if we have a surplus, it goes into the general fund reserve. Those two reserves are the reserves that provide some flexibility for council to make investments for emergent situations, so unanticipated situations. Those two reserves were below their minimum levels. So the asset revitalization reserve, there's been a transfer from the administration, which we have the authority to do in terms of gains that we realize from interest. So we have increased and stabilized the asset revitalization reserve, and our recommendation would be that the surplus of $6.5 million be transferred into the general fund reserve. We have a number of significant investments that we will have coming forward that obviously are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's really important that we maintain those reserves, get those reserves back up to their minimum balance, so that we have confidence that we're able to respond to situations in the community as they arise. So we have put our best advice in front of you, and between myself and the team, we'll be prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Councilor O'Donnell?
I'm supposing that there may be some amendments come forward. Can I ask for clarity on how we're going to handle them? And I'm looking from an accounting point of view more than anything, so.
Okay, so this is on a point of order for process. Mr. City Manager, how would you and your staff propose to do this where we have amendments that have impact on the mill rate? So we can look at this in real time as to what we might look like. Mr. Holden?
So through you, your worship, we know just through interactions with council ahead of tonight that there's been a number of questions asked about detail within the budget. There's been a number of questions asked about the opportunity to potentially include new items into the budget. Our expectation would be that if you want to make an addition to the budget, then we would look to council to make a decision about a corresponding reduction in another service or program area. I know that just through the conversation, there's been a number of conversations about transit and interest in transit in terms of making additions. Our normal governance process is a councillor rises, puts a motion on the floor, that motion gets discussed, and of course a decision is made. I would suggest that for transit specifically, because I anticipate there may be some interest in more than just one item for consideration by council, that you entertain a group of motions related to transit, and then then council could actually make decisions on a motion or a recommendation by recommendation basis that allows you to see all of the items that are being put forward and allows you to prioritize your decision. But in terms of, from our perspective, as I indicated, we've given you our best advice. If you want to make additions to the budget, then obviously we would look to you first to provide an offset in terms of where a savings would be realized. And of course, if that can't happen, then between Mr. Lacey and myself, we'll look to see if there isn't some flexibility. But I've got to reinforce, if there was flexibility in terms of our budget, we would have put it in front of you in our recommended budget.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. That's good. So on that base, I'll look for someone to move report 1915 with the understanding that the utility budget is separated from that discussion. Councilor Brashani? Floor is yours, Councilor Brashani.
Thank you. So, first of all...
Do you move concurrence?
I will move
put on the table? Okay.
Yes, I will.
Okay, move concurrence. I need a seconder for that too, please. Okay, Councilor Stevens?
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So, just in asking what the city manager has asked, I do have two amendments that I'd like to bring forward for transit. If I could do that now, then?
You can.
Okay. So, and I don't know if we're just going to make a list then, is that what we're going to do, or how is this, just to ask?
One of the options would be for us to make a list. Yep.
Okay, so, first one is on paratransit, and I'm asking that an additional $50,000 be allocated to the operating budget for paratransit service to reduce both the customer wait list and the unaccommodated trips. And then the second one would be...
I think we're going to wait, just if you don't mind. I think we're trying to transcribe this, so... You have it already? Okay, good.
And then, Your Worship, do I speak on that one right now, or do I just keep going?
You need a seconder for it first, though. You need a
Okay.
seconder for that? Councilor Massanelli does that. So, I guess I want to get the reading of council if they want to
That's okay.
have all transit issues put forward first and discuss them all,
Yeah,
and then go forward with other subject matters. So what I might do then, because this is a bit confusing for time of speaking on the budget, that if you just simply say what you want, then with respect, you may sit down, and others who have transit ones can do it, and I'll go back to you to speak on those.
Okay, thank you. And the second one would be to increase transit service in the Greens. And that would be the Route 60.
Okay.
And that would be for the net cost of $167,000. And that is, just so clarification, that's an additional, that would be allocated to operating budget for Route 60 Arcola Express route to provide bus service between 9 and 3 p.m. Monday to Friday. And I can elaborate after. And those are the only two I have on transit, Your Worship.
So there's another one on here, though. There's a Route 22.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, and that one I'm not moving forward.
You're not moving forward with that one? Okay, we take that one out and go one out then. So we're clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So can I ask if anybody else has a transit motion? Councillor O'Donnell.
To extend transit service to West Terra to solve a safety issue. And off the top of my head, I believe it's cost 140, net revenue 42, at a net cost of 98. I think I'm close. Am I close? I'm close. I got smiles, by the way, for that.
Net cost of 98,000. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Stevens.
Two transit motions. One, an airport service route for a total cost of $140,000. And secondly, Route 18 Sunday service for a cost of $75,300. Amber, I think that might be a little bit different than the motion I sent earlier on the Route 18. I can read it. It could simply be to introduce Route 18 Sunday service in 2020 with a cost of $75,300.
So just on a point of order, when you finish typing that.
Do you want me to bring it over, or you got it? Okay.
So you just, I think the West Terra one is 95,000, 98,000, not 144. That's the gross number? I believe it's 98,000. That's correct. Councillor Stevens, you're okay? Yes. Anyone else for? No? Okay, so if this is a bit of a different process, which is all well and good. So I'm going to suggest that we go back to Councillor Berciani as the first speaker in your 5 minutes. Within that, if you want to talk about those two motions together, and then we can have others speak to that issue. And remind members that the mover of the motion has 5 minutes. And if there's an amendment to that, there's 3 minutes. But otherwise, speakers to those amendments can also take 5 minutes as well. So Councillor Berciani, I'm just going to get the clock started here, just 1 second. And you're on your 5 minutes. Councillor Berciani, go ahead.
So tonight I bring this forward, hearing from many individuals who take paratransit. This is a lifeline for people with disability, but also from a point of view for our seniors as well. Many individuals in our city rely on paratransit. They have no other mode of transportation. And what I have come to realize is that we ignited $30,000 a couple of years ago. It went a long way. City administration has done an amazing job. Our team in transit and paratransit, they turn a penny and stretch it to a loonie. So I'll just say that they shifted, back in 2017, they shifted some operating dollars to the taxis. So this is really to alleviate, to increase taxis, to help alleviate the wait list that there is. Now I understand there's a 1.5-year wait list on paratransit, to get onto paratransit for some trips. I also know that there was 919 denials for paratransit in 2019, just from January to June. And if I can just so that you guys understand that I've asked, I just want to get a clarification from Transit that that is accurate.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Griffin to comment on the refusals.
Ms. Griffin?
Through your worship, that number is correct.
And can I ask Ms. Griffin too, is how many is on the wait list right now? And how for how long, just to ensure that it's accurate?
Ms. Griffin? Oh, Mr. Bells.
Thank you. Through your worship, the wait list currently right now is roughly around 60 individuals. It was around 30 individuals just in early spring. We don't have really a timing of how long they're on the wait list, but that wait list has grown in 2019.
Thank you. So tonight I just bring this forward because this is very, very important to people with disability and our seniors as they wait. But here's what I've discovered. These individuals who are on this wait list for a year and a half are waiting for programs, to go to Cosmo, places where they can work. But it's because it's in demand times like Mondays, the key times, there's no other time, there's no other chances and opportunity to get another paratransit bus. They can't do that. So taxi service is an option. It's a short-term option. I'd like to ask, though, our city manager, when is going to be the next study coming back to improve, looking at our transit? Will that be in 2020?
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, I'll start and then I'll let Mr. Onright add some further detail. But we are planning a transit master plan. We'll start that work in 2020. We'll complete that work in 2021. So that would be available then to inform our 2022 budget deliberations.
Okay, so that's why it's critical to have this money, the extra $50,000 that'll get us for the next 2 years to stretch that. I think at the end of the day, it gives them a little bit of cushion to try and use these, get the taxi service to alleviate this wait list and to get those 900 denials down for service. Okay, should I speak to the next one?
Yeah, I'm going to I want to get a clarification on process. I'm going to suggest so we can follow the rules of procedure here and see if you agree with me. If you don't, we'll try another method. What we have now are amendments. Okay, and we're speaking to amendments. So I want to do the inverse. I'm going to ask you to consider this to be an amendment discussion, and then you'll have 5 minutes on the main motion. Okay, so it's a bit different, if you're okay with that. So that changes how long you can talk for. So on amendments, it's 3 minutes.
Wasn't that always the case?
Yeah, I'm just saying we're reversing it, that's all. We're just reversing it.
Okay.
Rather than speak, people generally will speak to the whole body of the report and say, I have an amendment. So now we have amendments on the table.
Yeah.
So I want to do amendments, then you'll have 5 minutes to go back to the, as amended, if you're okay with that.
So,
Just
oh yeah.
1 second. This is Councilor Murray.
Thanks. Will these be dealt with individually as we go, like speak and then vote?
Yes.
Speak and then vote.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're going to speak in each one, yes.
Okay.
I don't think there's any, Mr. City Manager, do you have a comment on that? If that makes it any easier or more difficult? But I'm not sure of any other way to do it.
Through your worship, I think the process that you outlined makes sense.
Okay.
Once you've had a conversation about all of the transit pieces, we can give you the information in terms of mill rate impacts, et cetera.
Okay, so we're clear, we're doing this in reverse. We're doing the amendments first, and then we'll go back to 5 minutes to speak on the main motion as amended. So,
Thank you.
do you want to speak to the other one too within your couple minutes
Well,
left?
I'd like to vote on this one and then I'll move to the next
Okay,
one. Can I do
okay,
that?
so,
And I just want to add one thing that I did ask city staff, this was their recommendation for this amount of dollar value. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, speakers to the amendment? Councilor Bryce?
Number 1?
Yes, mine.
Just 1. Okay.
Councilor Bryce?
I'm speaking on any of these amendments?
You're speaking on the one that's at play, which is the paratransit.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Okay, I will speak in favor of number 1, but I think that city administration asked at the beginning of the meeting where we're getting the money from for these, and they asked us to clarify within our amendments where that money would come from, so maybe I'll just ask the mover, where would the money come from for these
Councilor Bresciani, do you have a...
I'm going to ask city administration where they would like to see it come from, through the chair.
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, just before I start, the number 4 amendment, the budget is actually 144,000. Those 5 amendments total an investment of 534,300, which would require a mill rate increase of 0.21% to achieve all those 5. We always get asked every year in terms of our surplus, and is there any ability to utilize a portion of that surplus to fund one-time investments? As an administration, we never recommend using reserve funds, surplus funds to fund anything that's ongoing, because all that does is push a budget challenge to the next year. There is some one-time items that we could recommend that if council so choose, you could fund those out of the 6.5 million that would be transferred to the reserve, and it's a very minimal amount this year in terms of what we have flexibility for. And the total amount that we'd be able to fund one time through the surplus is $213,500. And that comes from a costing project related to our banking and financing in terms of if we change banks as we go to an RFP. There's also a costing project, and there's a heritage building rehabilitation program, and the downtown washrooms in terms of the pilot. So those total $213,500. If we utilized that money and put that towards these 5 initiatives, that would leave 0.13% of a mill rate increase to achieve all 5. So I give that to you for your consideration and discussion.
Thank you.
Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. If you allow me a little leeway, I just also have a question about number 4, just
get to that
about
in a
money as well. So
I just want to get to, I'd just like to deal with
You
one
just
if I
want
can,
to?
if you don't mind, just so we're doing this in order. So
Okay.
to the amendment, Councilor Flagel, to the amendment.
Thank you. So the extra 50 grand, how much of that, how much money are we spending on taxis for these people for getting service?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, in the budget is, I believe, $32,000 currently.
Would we look to expand that and or take it to another level or open the door? Because if we've got such a waiting list, I'm not sure the 50 grand is even going to take care of the waiting list. If we have the availability of them to use cabs, they can get them a lot quicker, and maybe that's even a better route to take, and just turn this into cab fare. I don't know. Instead of an extra driver and a bus or whatever, hours or whatever.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, so a few years ago, we expanded the accessible taxi licenses.
Right.
So we currently have 18, which this money would be utilized to use some of those. We also, through our program, we have a training program in paratransit now to take some of our riders in paratransit, those that can ride conventional, so to move those riders over to conventional transit, which also helps relieve the refusal rate. I'll maybe ask Mr. Bells or Ms. Griffin to comment on the 60 people that have tried to get onto regular programs. Some of this has to do with the night events that they try to get to, and some of this money would be used to relieve some of that pressure also.
Okay. Mr. Bells? Ms. Griffin, do you have any comment on that? Mr. Bells?
Further to Mr., through your worship, further to Mr. Onright's comments, yes, the wait list is for individuals seeking to attend programs such as even Sunday morning church, Wednesday night friendship clubs. So some of this funding would help us to put buses on off-peak times to alleviate some of that wait list on those things. Some of this funding would be used to use the taxi service for one-off individuals in different corners of the city to get them to those events as well. So if we have no constraint on the funding requested for us, we can use it for off-peak bus service and for transit service to alleviate both the refusal rate and our wait list right now.
Okay, thank you. I generally don't get a lot of calls, but I did some work with Houston Heights in Argyle Park, and I got a call from a lady, and she said she would love to use the bus, but because the snow is not cleared off well enough to get across the street and onto the sidewalk and waited for the bus, she now has to sit and wait for paratransit for 2 or 3 hours because she can't get across the street. Would we be better off to spend money in identified areas of maybe cleaning the sidewalks and street pathways better for those particular locations so that they can just use the regular city bus? This lady told me that she spent she had to leave at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to get to Perkins at 5:30 in the afternoon because of the wait times and everything else because that was the only time available for paratransit. So she got picked up at 2:30 and then waited for all her friends to come and meet her at 5:30 because that was the only time she had. If she said if I could use the regular bus, like with the low floor, I would have had to only leave like an hour or whatever the time is. Is that a possibility to clean it up a little bit, maybe?
Mr. Onright.
Worship. So those are conversations that our transit team and roadways winter road maintenance team have.
Okay.
We have a winter road maintenance report coming back to council in Q3 of 2020, and those are some of the reviews that we'll be doing as we look at our current service and what improved service levels would be so that we can accommodate situations like that.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray on the amendment.
Sorry, you know what, my question.
Okay. Any other speakers to the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell.
You want to go? Thanks. So at the risk of being the most unpopular guy in the room, I offer another alternative to the funding model. It's called sending the bill to the province. This is one of those things that is the province's program, and we have, and I will speak to it later on, we've been funding this greatly. So I just need you to keep that in mind, that I'm all empathetic, I'm very sympathetic, but I also think we need to look at where responsibility lies.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for the administration, which is really a clarification of what Mr. Holden said, and then one question on the bus service. Mr. Holden, you said that there was $213,500 in one-time expenditures. Are those expenditures currently in the budget, or would you put them in and fund them out of reserve? I just didn't understand your comment.
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, currently there is $213,500 of costs that are in the budget today that if council wanted to utilize surplus funding to fund those, you would have the ability then to make investments without having to increase the mill rate.
So you would say we would have the ability to cut those things and make one-time investments, is that right?
No, we're changing, through your worship. Yes. Currently they're funded through our proposed operating budget. They're included in the mill rate. What I'm saying is that those items, we could redirect funding from the surplus to fund those, which would give you $213,500 in additional flexibility to make investment.
I see. So, through you, Your Worship, in effect, you'd be funding those items out of the surplus to create room for these other transit items. Is that, have I got that?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, that's correct. Because these are one-time items, we're prepared to utilize surplus funding, and that gives the flexibility to replace those items with transit service, which is then an ongoing operating budget item year over year.
But through your worship, the key here is that the general fund reserve would pay the price for one or the other.
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, that's correct. The $6.5 million that would be transferred to the general fund reserve would be reduced by $213,500.
Thanks very much, I appreciate that. And then one question for the administration. It's really this, what's your position on this $50,000 for the paratransit service improvement? Or to put it another way, why wasn't this request in your budget request?
John Wright?
Through your worship. So we have, as Mr. Holden had indicated, we have the Transit Master Plan work coming forward. So all of these requests we did not bring forward. The Transit Master Plan work that we'll go through involves paratransit also. So we'll be looking at all service delivery. We also have a pilot project on the conventional side being implemented in April of this upcoming year, and that is on an on-demand service. That's a pilot project being done between Saskatoon and Regina that will look at off-peak hour service and how we can possibly deliver that. So we'll take that into consideration as well as the master plan work. That's why we did not bring these forward. We felt once the master plan work was complete and we fully understand where the demands are and where the priorities would be, we would bring that forward to future budget discussions.
I see, and just for final clarification, the pilot program, does that apply just to the paratransit or the whole of 5 items here?
John Wright?
Through your worship, I apologize, it's for the conventional service that we have.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you. Other speakers on Councillor Bresciani's amendment? Councillor Flagel, if you could take the chair for a moment, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm torn on whether to support the 50,000, not because I don't think it's needed, it is needed. I'm concerned about of us sort of formalizing and offloading from the province, as Councillor O'Donnell has spoken about. That really bothers me. And I don't like the fact that we're being downwelled in many different ways. This is one small example of that. So I wonder if the administration, on this one alone, is there savings that we could find not to use our surplus or from one-time projects that would just be absorbed within the transit budget for that 50,000? Is it possible to do that? So we're not draining or using effectively the surplus. That's the question to the city manager. Or to
Mr. Lacey? Through you, Your Worship. So I'd come back to, as administration developed the budget, the proposed budget it has here before you today, we wrestled, I think, with many of the decisions that you're going to be wrestling with tonight. There are many worthwhile services and service enhancements that if we had the funding flexibility to put forward in our proposed budget while still balancing with what we proposed as an affordable mill rate, which at the end of the day, council will make that ultimate determination. We've, within that budget, have made those decisions and recommendations. So I guess the answer to your question, to you, Mr. Chair, would be that I think it would be difficult here to say that, yes, we could find $50,000 within the existing budget.
Fair enough.
Because of the way the budget was established. Thank you.
That's good. So just to clarify again, the transit master plan that's being referenced, that is for transit and paratransit? For both?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
So just a process question, statement I'm going to make here in terms of what I see here, and I'll add those comments more directly. I'll support the 50,000 for the paratransit, but I'd ask the council agree on an amendment that I write to the minister responsible saying that we are increasing this and we ask them to cover the cost of it, because this is a printer program. So if I could ask for a seconder on that.
Second.
Okay.
Councillor O'Donnell?
Okay, and what I'm asking for, this is an amendment to the amendment, is simply to give me the authority to write to the minister responsible indicating that we are seeing our service deteriorate. It's a provincial program. We'd like them to contribute to this extra cost. I think it on its face is straightforward. Sorry, I have no other comments.
Okay. Any questions on the amendment to the amendment? Councilor Brasciani? Gotcha.
So I just want to be clear, so are you asking that we wait until we get money? Okay, so you're saying this would go through and we would still write the letter?
We go through and it's like...
Vote on the
Okay.
amendment.
It's actually, in a way, it's like sending a bill, is what Council Dow said. We're sending them a bill.
Okay, great. I will take that amendment, yeah.
Could we just accept it as friendly?
Fine.
Yeah, you're good with that? Then we don't need to do an amendment to the amendment?
That's good.
Councilor O'Donnell, you okay with that?
Okay, so last little comment here is that's probably the one I'll accept. The other ones I'm concerned about us crafting differences on our transit system in isolation of the transit master plan, which is coming soon. So I just made the general statement.
Okay.
I'll speak to those more generally as we go forward, but I will speak in favor of the 50,000.
Okay, we'll go with number 1 first. Okay, thanks.
Other speakers to the amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor? You want to close on that? Do you have more to say, really? Okay, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
It's not live up here,
Sorry.
just kidding around. You have 3 minutes to close.
Okay. I understand that we have been downloaded by not just transit, but many things with the province. I will say, though, when we look at the denial rate of 919, that's almost 1,000 people, from January to June, I don't think we can wait. Do I want to send a message? So I thank you for that amendment to have a conversation, a meeting, write a letter, whatever we have to do. I agree, though, there's an election coming up. We all need to advocate. Everybody in the gallery, we all need to advocate for not just this, but everything else that we're facing within this municipality. But the last thing is that the master plan that's coming, it's going to be at least 2 years away. I appreciate that we're going to start it in 2020, come in 2021, but again, it's just going to grow, it's just going to get worse. So again, I just ask for your support on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brasciani. You have closed debate. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? It's carried. So the second amendment, this is a $209,000 for the Route 60 Cola Express.
Yes, thank you. So, Your Worship, I bring this forward tonight because of the fact that in my ward, I have heard loud and clear that we have higher densities in Ward 4 than we've ever seen before. I never thought I'd be even asking about transit, but in the Green Zone Gardner, we have a high density. It's a newer development. In our OCP, we've put forth all this different kind of housing. That was approved back in 2012. So when we look at this OCP and we ask for different densities, with that has to come services from the city. And we've approved housing in my ward. We've approved 48 units that will be done. And this is affordable housing connected to the YWCA. And they're going to be completed in March of 2020. They're also digging another 56 units that are be anticipated in August of 2020. The service that we have right now, and I actually wanted to bring also, you probably saw the email I asked about Route 22. I know our budgets are tight, so I stuck with 60 because if these women and children move into these, they can access downtown. I spoke with the developer that's developing these. She did a survey and asked, what is the concern? Why are they not coming out here? The YWCA said, because of the fact that there is no transit. They can't get to downtown where the city services are. So when they did a survey, and it was, they surveyed Eastbrook and the green tenants that are there now, 24% were only 24% were satisfied with the public transit. So it's not a great, what I'm asking for here, the Route 60 runs only at peak times. That is from 6 in the morning to 9, 6 to 9, and then again from 3 to 6. I'm asking that we take it in the middle and we go from 9 until 3, so that'll make it a full day. That's the next step. I asked Transit, they said that's the next step, that's the next level. I don't think anybody, I had a Transit meeting, I hope, because it is a concern in the Greens, an email I got from a lady said, I'd love to get to your meeting, but there's no transit. So we need to do better. Transit is a huge issue for Connector to get people to where they have to go. And it's unfortunate when we have higher density and people now, some of these people don't have cars. So I'm asking for this, and the amount for this is the $167,000. Yeah.
You need a seconder for
Thank
the,
you.
the motion? Seconder? Okay. Councillor Stevens moves that. Speaking on the amendment. Councillor Hawkins on the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is tough. We simply can't design a transit system by voting on one-offs. Each one of us, I think in our wards, could find some transit route that might suit our ward. We don't do roads that way. I can't come, or I don't feel I can come towards council and say, look, Hill Street, 21st Avenue is in terrible shape. I bring a motion to repave or rebuild 21st Avenue. I think council would say to me, look, we can't do it one-off. We have to do it with some kind of coherent way. There may be other routes that are other roads, other routes that have even higher priority. So I think we're into very dangerous territory if we start as councillors to redesign the transit system without the input of the administration on what a coherent transit system would look like. I'd like to ask the administration whether this route that's being proposed, Route 60, is a viable route, whether there's been any planning with respect to it, whether they feel that it should go ahead at this time, or whether it should wait for the master plan to see how it fits in the total transit structure.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so this would be one of the routes that we would want to wait until the master plan is complete, to the very point, Councillor, that you bring forward. When we look at the transit system, we try to look at it holistically, knowing that we have many, many areas that require additional service. So the reason we're asking to have the master plan complete before doing that is it will give us a comprehensive look at the entire system and then determine where the priorities are once that is complete. I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment further.
Mr. Bells.
Through you, Your Worship, just a little bit of facts about this route. This route is an express route that started in May 2018. Therefore, it's only really been in our service for a year and a half. We have seen growth in the area. And again, that's why we started with our peak service. Our next service, as Councillor Bresciani has indicated, would be the afternoon service. But yet it's not, as Mr. Onright is saying, there is other routes that could definitely use the money just as well as this Route 60. So again, if we had funding, we could place that in many spots that Councillor Hawkins has indicated.
Thank you. Two very brief comments. One is I feel I have to accept the expert opinion of the administration on this point. That's the first point. The second point is I'd be very concerned if this money came out of the surplus, out of the surplus which should go into the general reserve. I'll talk later on why I think the general reserve is important, but I think it is critically important, and we're just not going to be able to fund all of these motions out of the so-called surplus, which should be going into the general reserve fund. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for that. Councillor Bryce. Sorry, just a second here. There we go.
Thank you. My questions are along the same lines as Councillor Hawkins. Is there a tipping point where we bring more service in, we extend service based on population or usage? How do we decide on an annual basis which ones we extend and which ones we don't?
Mr. Onright.
So on each of our buses, we have our electronic counters. So we know on the service we're delivering today, if it's at peak, what that demand is. We also know through service requests that come through Service Regina or direct calls to our transit office, that will also help determine. And as we see some of these areas build out, as that build out occurs, the demand gets greater, and so we kind of tier our service. So in some areas, we will start out with a very small piece of equipment, which will be a 25 or 22 passenger. We may move that to a 30 passenger, then we will move it to a 40 passenger bus. So we take the demand into consideration, we take our data counts off the equipment into consideration, and then that will determine when we come forward to ask Community and Protective Services to consider future need or expanded service for our conventional.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Flagel?
Yeah, I just want to, so right now, the service, what's the service right now today? I'm not familiar with Route 60.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, so the current service, it runs on peak times Monday to Friday, which is 6 to 9 a.m. and then 3 in the afternoon to 6 p.m. So that's what we start with, and that's what we did start with in this particular area. And it's on 30-minute frequency.
30-minute, okay.
Yep.
And are we at capacity with that?
Mr.
Would you say?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Bells or Mr. Looney to comment.
Mr. Bells?
Through your worship, no, there's still capacity on that route for additional ridership.
Okay, between the hours that are existing today. So at 9 o'clock it shuts off and then it only starts up at 3 o'clock again. Okay. Do we have an anticipation of the ridership from 9 to 3? Would we have a...
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Looning to comment.
Mr. Looning?
Through the chair, we do have some ridership estimates. If we did expand that service, we would have approximately 68,000 more rides over the course of the year, which is about 15 passengers per bus hour.
So is that part of the 42,000 in revenue? Or is that over and above?
Mr. Looning?
Through the chair, that is correct. That's the revenue.
That's part of it, okay. Okay, good, thanks.
Councillor Brashear, do you want to close debate?
Thank you through the chair. So I understand this is a one-off. I understand that we want to, we don't want to make these decisions just off the cuff. But I also think that in this budget, we discussed in our pre-budget meetings how important transit was. And the delegations last night spoke about transit. And in this budget is very little transit because we're doing a study in 2 years. So these people who, I've got one other route that runs one other weekend. It's a Saturday, one weekend night on the weekend. That's it. There's nothing else. There's Route 22, slim, doesn't even run in the summer. So when we're developing projects in new areas and we don't have transit and we think that the skinny is okay, then let's not sell it to women and children. They're going to have to find transit or get a job or be self-sustainable because this is wrong as a city. We failed them too. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Brashear, you've closed debate, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Someone didn't vote. So it's, the motion's lost 6-5. Okay. 6-5. Yep, I counted 6-5. Yep. So next one is Councillor O'Donnell. You have the floor.
This is a safety issue. You would have heard something about this last night, so I'm just going to describe the situation in the area. Westera is bounded by Pinkey Road, which was heavily used before the bypass, and Dudney Avenue. Dudney Avenue is a major access point off of the bypass. So we have within Westera currently, we have a rental development that is, if I remember correctly, 240 units, running at 97%. We have a seniors complex that has 200 units plus the people that live there. So if you walked from the rental accommodation to the first bus stop, you would go approximately a mile. If you went from the seniors complex, it would also be a mile. If you walked from the neighborhood until you got to Dudney, it's a half a mile. That last half mile is on Dudney Avenue. There are no sidewalks, there's nothing. The vehicles are traveling at 70 kilometers an hour, heavy truck traffic at times and so on. So there are people who are using the route. They're getting over to Courtenay and Dudney just to access a bus. And again, it's a safety issue in terms of the people that are having to cross and walk on here.
Thank you,
Seek your
Councillor.
support.
I need a seconder for that, please. Okay, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray, you're speaking on the amendment?
Thank you, through the chair. So if not for this motion, when would Westera receive any transit service? When is that day?
Mr. Onright, did you hear the question?
No, can I
I can
get that repeated, please?
Yeah, no problem. If not for this, if this motion didn't pass, when would Westera receive any transit service?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if this did pass, we would add this service in the spring of 2020,
Okay, if it didn't pass, when was it planned?
in 2021.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray.
Thank you.
Speaking on the amendment. Lots of lights here. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So was it part of the community plan when this area was planned for transit and a timeline for that?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, there was always a plan to have transit in this area. It was just a matter of when the area built up to meet the service standard to get enough people in the area to demand the service or use the service, then we would put service in. So as I mentioned earlier, the service would have been brought forward for the 2021 budget for that service to go into the area.
Okay, and what triggers that? Is it population growth or is it something else specifically?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Looning to comment.
Mr. Looning? Sorry, go ahead.
Through the mayor. There's two criteria. If any service is extended 400 meters to a bus service, then we consider that for transit service. But in terms of population, we consider service if there's 1,000 residents or 300 employees per kilometer of route for transit service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I stand in support of this motion. I just felt I had to explain myself for a second. Transit's something greatly needed in our city. I did not vote in favor of the last motion due to the fact that it already had service to the area and it was an increase in service. This area has no service and there's only so much money to go around and so many tax dollars. So sorry I didn't support the last motion. I do believe in transit, but being there's no service here, the distance, the safety issue cited, I intend on supporting this one.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I say I find this difficult, but I think the same arguments that applied in the last case apply in this case. I want to ask the administration, is one of the criteria for delivering transit service to a particular point the safety of individuals that might be walking to access that transit service?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, first and foremost, it is the service levels that Mr. Looning has pointed out. I think as we were made aware last evening with one of the delegations that came forward and spoke about the safety concern, we definitely would have a look at that also.
Has there been any look at that in this particular, in that safety consideration in this particular instance?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Bells or Mr. Bruning to comment.
Mr. Bells?
Through your worship, it's my understanding we haven't looked at this area for the safety components.
That distinguishes this, I think, from maybe other areas where you have looked at safety, where you also don't deliver transit, but there is safety. And on that basis, and rather than make a decision on this floor, I think this is properly referred back to the administration so that they can, the transit people, so they can look at this and see whether there's a viable system that can be worked out to handle the safety consideration, or to see whether it's simply not viable to run transit in this area, just as we don't run transit in some other areas where safety would be improved if transit did exist. So I'll, after, with your permission, Your Worship, move a referral motion of this particular amendment back to the administration to give us technical advice on this after all have had a chance to speak.
Okay, that's a referral motion?
Yes.
We're going to make sure we get the wording done here. Just one moment. And of course, referral motion is not debatable, so we'll have a vote on it. Yeah, and there's no one else that's on the list to speak.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm allowing it. Okay, well, we'll have Councilor Brasciani speak on it as well as you're getting ready for the referral motion. Just one moment. Councilor Brasciani?
Thank you. I would support the referral motion, as indicated by Councillor Hawkins. I know this area as well, and I know residents in that area that are in the seniors' care home there. And again, it comes down to, we develop an area, and I know we have to wait for it to grow out, but sometimes there's services needed. We approved a senior citizen home where we've asked them to be independent, and they've made them less independent by not being able to access transit. So again, it comes down to some of the decisions that we're making. Maybe there's a gray area that we have to see. This grid that we're using has to be relooked at. But I'll leave it there because I know how important it is, and I would support this either way, but I'll support the referral.
Thank you for that. So we have the referral motion on the floor.
Councillor Stevens.
Now we have a time for, just one second, the time for coming back, and that's not in the referral motion. Councillor Hawkins, do you want to get the advice from the administration?
I simply ask the administration when they could do this. I don't presume it's going to be very long.
Mr. Luning? Mr. Bells?
Through your worship, we can have a report back by Q2 2020.
How about Q1?
My recommendation through you, Mr. Mayor, would be Q2 of 2020.
I have to accept that recommendation.
Okay, that's wise, actually. Okay. So on the referral motion? And it's on
the amendment.
Okay, well, we have a referral motion is not debatable. Unless you have a point of order. This is actually...
I thought you were waiting for us to speak on your referral.
Do you want to take it off the floor? Because there was no...
No, I don't want to. I'm not making the rulings here on procedure.
Okay.
I'll abide by the chair.
Okay. I'll allow it, because I did say anybody else that was speaking, it was just Councilor Brasciani is the only one, so now I have two speakers before we put the referral motion on.
Thanks.
Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. I've heard the comment made enough about one-off. I don't believe any of this public service is a one-off. It's a growth. It's something that's going to be there, hopefully, and it applies to all of these. When we're talking about public service to the city of Regina and the residents, regardless of where they live, if there's growth involved, we have to be ready to expand that growth at any particular time, whether it's 4 amendments like we have right here, transit service, road network, street lights, traffic lights, stop signs, yield signs, rumble strips, whatever. Those are all, we could say, one-offs. Adding 8 more police officers could be one-off, because we're doing it this year, but maybe not next year, and on and on. So honestly, I think any one of these 4, but or 5, I'm going to support this one, because I think part of the problem on the safety issue in this particular one, Councillor O'Donnell, is that maybe the developer could have put some kind of a sidewalk in there like they did with Councillor Mancinelli on Courtney. The city had to come in and build a sidewalk on the east side of Courtney. Maybe the developer could have helped out and done something there, and maybe they still will. But I kind of wonder about, if I could, if this is to go through at this 98,000, would that be a 30-minute transition or a 1 hour, or what would be the frequency? Because I know the volume is light, but at least the residents might be able to plan a 1 hour stop-start, or what would be the plan?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so this is an extension of service off our number 1 route. I'll maybe let Mr. Looning explain the service in this specific area, as opposed to the general service provided on the way to that area.
Through your worship, this proposal is to extend the current number 1 route into the west area, but it would be just like the last proposal, that it would be 30-minute frequency in the 2 peaks, the 9 a.m., the 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., and then the 3 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't realize it was an extension, or extended to West Air. I just saw extended. I didn't realize. I thought maybe it was a new route or secondary. But again, all of these are not, I don't believe, one-offs. They are just part of growth in the city. We came from 190,000 people up to 230, whatever the number is today, and we're going to expect these types of things to come up, and we just got to be prepared for them and deal with them and listen to the residents. Thanks. I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Stevens.
Well, very simply, we're a city, we're a small city. We shouldn't be building residential neighborhoods if we don't have public transit. Period. We shouldn't be extending the city. We shouldn't be allowing these new developments if we don't allow people to get there. This is a problem. The fact that we're humming and hawing over it is an issue. This transit plan should have been put together when we were talking about this neighborhood and how people are going to live there. So I'll be supporting this. There's no reason why we shouldn't be extending public transit to where people live.
So I need a seconder for the referral motion. Okay. Councillor Flego moves it. So there's no other speakers? We need a seconder for the referral motion. So we'll put the question on the referral, no further debate. All those in favor of the referral? Opposed? It's defeated. So the referral motion is defeated. So back on the floor to, which is Councillor O'Donnell's motion that we spend this money now. So are there speakers to this? Any further speakers? I had on this Councillor Murray, Bryce, Massinelli, Hawkins, and Bresciani spoke to the motion as presented by Councillor O'Donnell, not the referral. So other speakers? Otherwise, I'll call a question on the main motion, or the amendment by Councillor O'Donnell, which is to go forward with the spending now. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. So we're going to go into the fourth. This is the Airport Authority Transit Service. Just 1 second, 1 moment. Okay. Councillor Stevens. Oh, City Manager.
Through your worship, I just wanted to confirm, so far 2 decisions have been made. Fund 50,000 to paratransit, fund 98,000 to Westera. Is council drawing down on our option to utilize that 213,500? If you're not, then we haven't specified a funding source in the motion. If you are, there's now $65,500 left out of that 213,500.
My assumption, unless I hear from the council otherwise, is coming out of the reserve, as you just spoke about. That's my understanding, unless someone wants to say no to that. That was the basis of the discussion before, and I'm hearing nothing otherwise, so, okay.
Great, thank you. Through the chair.
Councilor Stevens, you're up, and I need a seconder for your motion. Councilor Massanelli?
So I'll just start with concern that Councillor Hawkins had raised. This started as a motion at council, it passed, it went to Community and Protective Services, discussion, it passed, it went to transit, the business case is there, all the numbers have been costed, various route options. Unfortunately, from transit, it went to ELT and it didn't make it in the budget for the financial reasons explained. So just to be clear, this isn't a one-off, we've discussed it. In fact, CPS 19-10 was within June 13th agenda package. I'll go through the report that administration brought before us. This is, as the title suggests, an airport route. The $144,000 is what we would be on the hook for. It includes revenue from fares, and it includes $100,000 that James Bogus and the Airport Authority have offered us for operational expenses. This is one of the sweetest deals you're going to find. They've also offered to negotiate that amount, and they've also offered to invest in infrastructure by way of stops, pads, shelters that are actually better than what we have as a city. This is a good deal. What would it entail? Direct service to and from the airport to the downtown, service to the business adjacent to Sandra Schmirler Way, direct access to the main transfer points downtown. We'll increase frequency of transit on 13th, as well as introduce service to the small residential area west of Louvain. In other words, not only does it go to the airport, it goes to the downtown, connects with transfers, it connects then to other hotels, and it actually increases and improves services in very established neighborhoods. I argue it will be used. We have the capital, we have the small buses which will be started on this route. We also have the airport's assurance that it will help promote and get riders bums in seats and meet the city's passengers per hour benchmark. This is something that's been asked for by the airport. It's spoken about by Tim Reed. Everybody wants this. I'm told that the request for an airport shuttle is older than I am, and it was incidentally one of Regina's first stops. The business case is there. There's a tourism component. I had the unfortunate situation of having to explain to people who were here for a conference a couple years ago, no, there is no route to the airport. What do you mean? Yes, we are one of the 2 cities in this country that doesn't have one with an airport that size. Money's there, business case is there, potential ridership is there, and it also connects people to the city and prevents them from having to cross an otherwise very inhospitable section of the Louvain. So I'm asking for your support.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Speakers to the amendment, Councilor Murray.
Thank you. Very, very briefly, this sounds like the best deal we could have got, and a lot of work's been done. Why was it not in the budget? Open-ended question.
Ron Wright.
Through your worship. So just for clarification, Mr. Boquist has committed to $300,000 over 3 years. We've put forward $100,000 a year. As you will hear tonight, there are many priorities, and those priorities have all been weighed out by administration. This was not at the top of the priority. Discussions with Mr. Boquist, just for clarification, there is no more money on the operating side. The negotiation piece is where we want to utilize the money. So over the 3-year period, whether or not we want to bring some of that money forward, more money forward into year 1 and then less. Understanding that after 3 years, there will be an additional $100,000 that will be requested or in that neighborhood on the operating side to continue the service. So their commitment is 3 years. They also have a commitment of approximately $90,000 on the capital piece, which would provide shelter pads and shelters on the way along Schmirler Way or by the airport, which they have committed to also.
Thank you. If this didn't pass tonight, when would those negotiations begin with the airport to lock this in? and make this a reality.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment.
Mr. Bells?
Through your worship, if this was approved tonight, is the question, or not approved?
If it was not approved tonight, when would those negotiations begin? Sounds like a lot of work's been done.
Mr. Bells?
Through your worship, if this is not approved tonight, then I guess it would wait another fiscal budget cycle and be presented again next year.
So this is not in the transportation master plan and laid out going forward?
Through you, Mr. Worship, it would be part of that transit master plan as well. That's 2 years away, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't understand why this isn't in the budget. I need a better explanation than what I've gotten. What was the higher priority than this? And I don't know that Councilor Stevens is right, but if he's right, the work's all been done, it's ready to go. Why wasn't that included in the budget?
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, it's been mentioned a number of times that as an administration, we have a lot of competing priorities, and we do an evaluation and have conversations like you're having tonight. So even though there was $100,000 on the table, the total cost of this is $344,000 annually. We'll get $100,000 in revenue. At the end of 3 years, Mr. Bogus's $100,000 disappears. So of course, we'll be on the hook for the full amount. So it really came down to choices. You ask what is more important or why wasn't it included? It's because of choices that we deliberated on, that we felt were more important in terms of long-term benefit to the community. So I would comment that, as of right now, there's 2 more items on the table. There's $65,500 left. One of the initiatives that we've put in the budget, there's $1 million for Grey Cup. $500,000 of that is coming out of the general fund reserve. $500,000 of that is in our operating budget. It'll be funded by mill rate. That was intended, keeping that $500,000 was to look at how we could attract events, how we could work with Conventions Regina and our Events Alliance to attract events to this community. We always say that we want to be a competitive community. We want to be able to compete with our neighbors in other provinces and with Saskatoon. If council wants to include this in the budget, there would be an option to increase the amount that we would fund out of the general fund reserve to $600,000. We would keep $400,000 that would then move forward in future years, and you'd have $100,000 of additional flexibility to invest in this transit initiative. So if council wants to put it in the budget, there is a trade-off, there is an opportunity, and you get to make the final decisions.
So to be clear, it's a trade-off here, money for the Grey Cup being reallocated to money for this?
So,
Mr. Holden?
Through you, you want to be clear. Right now, there's $1 million to fund Grey Cup, and that will stay in our budget. There was $500,000 being funded out of the reserve and $500,000 in our operating budget. The intent was that that $500,000 would continue into the future, and it would allow us to support events, support bids, so that we could be competitive in terms of attracting events to our community. What I'm suggesting is we increase the amount we'll fund through the reserve to $600,000, which would give you then flexibility to invest $100,000, and the amount that we would have moving forward into the future would be $400,000 annually rather than $500,000.
So this would be funded out of money that would otherwise go into the reserve, is that right?
This would be, yes, correct.
Your Worship, I just have one question to ask the mover of this motion. Do you have any comment to make about how this should be funded?
Councilor Stevens.
I don't. To be honest, I mean, the idea is that this is a project that would be ideally reviewed in 1 year, and then over a 3-year period when the money runs out, we'd see where we'd fund it from. I don't really care where the money comes from. I think there's a business case to be made. My initial intent was to probably draw from the operational surplus, whatever balance that is remaining.
From
However, if
reserve.
you wanted to talk about an alternative, I'd be happy to discuss.
I don't have an alternative. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship. With this route, are there any other, let's say, costs, looking at how late is the route going to run if it's an airport? I mean, are we going to be servicing it at midnight? If a flight coming in, is that our intent?
Mr. Onright?
Your Worship. The proposed route would run on peak 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. So there's a gap in service from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and this is going to run I'll ask Mr. Pells to comment. I believe it's 30-minute frequency.
Mr. Bells?
Through your worship, yes, this is a 30-minute frequency. Mr. Onright is correct in the times. We worked with the YQR authority on establishing those times for both flights coming in and also for workers in that area.
Okay, then the next question, to Your Worship. Do we, as administration, if this route, let's say any route, is underperforming or is not performing, do you have to come back to the council, or is there a way of saying, it's not performing, it's gone for 1 year, and then take it back? Or stop it, or is there?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, we would bring a report back to Community and Protective Services to determine whether or not the route should continue or whether the route should not continue.
Okay, and is that to Your Worship, is that a standard procedure, what you do on other routes too? Is that what?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, we monitor the routes all the time, so it was just a few months ago we did some changes to some routes that were underperforming, changed some frequencies and timing of those routes, and reallocated those service hours to other routes that required more service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Other speakers? Councillor Brasciani?
Thank you, Worship. So I have a question. We talked about this would be there to meet flights. Is there been discussions with the Hotel Association to fund some of this? Meaning that some of these people coming in may want to, will be going to a hotel. Has there been any discussions at all in regards to funding from the Hotel Association through the chair?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, I don't believe so. No, there has not.
Through the chair, so could that be a possibility where through the airport authority down the road that this becomes an option to be more collaborative because they will also benefit in this through the chair?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, we definitely could have a discussion with the Hotels Association to see if there is any interest.
Thank you. Some of the other cities, they have actually shuttles from hotels. And I know maybe we're not big enough to do that. So if we're not, maybe that's something that the Hotel Association could consider, being that there's no shuttle, this would enhance service for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Other speakers? Councillor Flagel, could you take the chair, please? Good discussion tonight on lots of transit for our city, and with respect to the airport authority, I'm not going to support the motion, and there's a couple reasons why. Councillor Brasciani just raised a point that I think is quite important. To secure a business case. To my mind, there is not a business case yet, and for two factors. Partnerships, Hotel Association being one of them. Secondly, we don't know yet, unless is here and I haven't seen it, ridership, what that means. And we also don't have a sense of ongoing relationship with the airport authority. We have a front ending of it in the first year, and then the back end it's less. And we'll, as a city, will be on the hook for that. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not a finishing of negotiations. So I'm hearing for the administration, they want to negotiate this. And I'm not against transit going to the airport. I'm against this moment doing it because I don't, in my view, get a sense that it's completing of negotiations. So to the administration, is there intention over this next year, as you're doing the transit master plan, to finalize negotiations with the airport authority and perhaps other partners as well?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, through Mr. Chair, sorry. So the negotiation that I spoke about, we have looked at it and evened it out over the 3-year period. So we've applied $100,000 a year. The ridership, of course, is an estimate. On the $348,000, we have estimated revenue of $104,000. So 104 on the revenue side, $100,000 from the airport authority leaves a net of $144,000. What we have not done is entertain any conversations with the Hotels Association.
Thank you. So I'd like to see discussions with the Hotel Association, and I'm also concerned about using our reserves to fund this until we have the administration come back to us and say, this is how we're going to fund it that's sustainable. Operations for using reserves is not sustainable. So on that basis, Mr. Chair, I will not support the amendment.
Thank you.
To close debate, Councillor Stevens?
Yes, thank you. So a correction, there is a business case. In fact, there were a multitude of options presented before CPS. The mayor and council were included on correspondence from Air Canada. WestJet has reached out. Businesses, the hundreds of people that work around the airport lands, which is part of the city. Over a decade of requests to actually have connectivity there. There couldn't be a more solid business case. What we're asking for, and what the mayor has asked for, is essentially an increased subsidy, which will never materialize. A hope and a prayer that there's going to be another partner to fund what is actually a city service. So I have yet to see something as solid by way of a business case as what administration brought before us.
I don't think I'm talking about a wing and a prayer of any kind, so you should be respectful in your comments back to me or anyone else.
I would argue that it's a delay tactic. If we don't get this off now, I see no reason why it needs to be delayed and waiting for a plan. Since I got elected, I've asked about this, and every year it was supposed to be the next year. I haven't seen it. And I would say that if council wasn't putting these items on the table for discussion, we probably wouldn't see much by way of improvement to new routes. Thank you.
Would ask for some respect and comments back by members of council. We've closed debate. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Route 18. Councillor Stevens.
So the same business plan was presented by administration. I'll need a seconder, please.
Seconder for it? Councillor Flagel.
I would refer council to April 11th, 2019, Community Protective Services Transit Sunday service information. There was actually a series of options presented to us, and this is the most simple, and I would argue the most lucrative for a couple of reasons. One, the projected Sunday passengers per hour at 19.5 is the highest in the city. Currently, Route 18 connects Harbor Landing with the university. And I'd also like to remind council that the university, through the UPass system, has been leading the charge in increasing and boosting ridership and usage of the transit system. So I think we can credit their financial investment through students and the leadership of the city, as well as the students at the University of Regina, in pushing this forward. One of the shortfalls currently with access to the university is there is no Route 18, no Harbor Landing service to the university on that day, highest performing route. Again, business plan, case to be made from, I think, the most important transit partner in the city, and it would help students and others connect to the university on Sunday.
Councilor Murray.
Sorry.
Pardon me? Any speakers to the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Shane, how did you vote? Do you have it? Do you want to do it again? All those in favor? The opposed? It's in? Motion is defeated. Okay, so do you have other, we'll move on to other amendments. We had a group for transit. And now we have other amendments that may be brought forward. To City Manager.
Through your worship, I just want to have Mr. Lacey just confirm the decisions on those five items and where the funding sources are to fund those.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, so in total, sorry, just give me a second here. There's been approval of the paratransit for $50,000, the West Era route addition of $98,000, and the airport route for $144,000, which equals $292,000 in additional expenditures to the budget. So I just want to be clear how we are funding that additional $292,000, and that may require a motion through you, Your Worship, once we get through this. So $292,000, Mr. Holden had indicated earlier that there was $213,500 in one-time operating expenditures, where he had proposed we could look at using the surplus or the general fund reserve to fund those one-time items. That would free up, so to speak, $213,500 of ongoing funding that would fund these initiatives. So that still would leave $78,500 where we would need to find a place in how we fund that. Mr. Holden had mentioned that currently, with respect to the 1 million Grey Cup commitment, $500,000 was being funded from the general fund reserve, $500,000 from ongoing operations. And so I think if we followed that line of reasoning, that we would instead fund of that $1,578,500 out of the general fund reserve, which would free up that $78,500 to fund the remainder of the operational costs related to the transit items that have been carried here tonight. So potentially, there could be a motion that the $213,500 in one-time expenditure items in the 2020 budget be funded from the general reserve fund, and that $578,500 of the $1 million Grey Cup commitment be funded from the general fund reserve, which would then allow these items to be funded on an ongoing basis.
So does everyone follow that? Councillor Hawkins?
Right.
Your Worship, where does this leave the general fund reserve?
Mr. Lacey?
And could you maybe tell us where we are with respect to its limits as well?
Yeah. So, sorry. So that gets into a broader conversation about the general fund reserve. So the general fund reserve in the reserve report the council saw here at mid-year was projecting a general fund uncommitted balance of around $15 million. The minimum reserve balance is about $23 million is what our guidelines would indicate. So $6.5 million The surplus would go against that to bring that 15 million up, as well as a number of other minor additions to around 23 million. So if we move that whole 6.5 million in, we would get to a general fund reserve balance projected at the end of 2019 of just a little over $23 million, which would meet our minimum. The only so my caution would be, because I've spoken to council before when the question's been asked, Barry, we know we're going to be below the minimum. How are we going to bring this back up to our minimum fund balance? I've always spoken to, well, for the general fund reserve, really the opportunity for council is when we see a surplus in the general operations budget. And so this year we're projecting that surplus of being 6.5 million. So I am always cautious, given that previous advice I've provided, to council to be thoughtful on how you use that 6.5 million, knowing that that's really the only source to bring that general fund reserve back into balance. The comment I would have here is that we are talking about $300,000 of that 6.5, so I think that is something for council to weigh with respect to its priorities around funding the items carried here, partially through that $6.5 million surplus, recognizing that that will just reduce the amount that would be available in the general fund reserve going forward by that amount, $292,000.
Councillor Hawkins, we're getting straying into Never Never Land here. There's no
I
motion
think
to
we've been in
attach.
Never Never Land for some time,
We
Your
have
Worship.
yes, I agree. I totally agree.
Let me, if I can, I'll ask one other
Another
question.
question, and then I would go to Councillor, another Councillor after. Go ahead.
So, to the administration, is what you're saying, before we do anything, given what we've done tonight, our general fund reserve is down to 15 million. The limit is 20, the lower limit should be 23 million. And what you're saying is, this is what I'm asking, do we still have 6.5 million of this elusive surplus to put into the general fund reserve, or are we now going to draw down on the surplus as well? Thank you, Worship.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship. So you have 6.5 million projected surplus. The proposal would potentially be to use 300,000 of that to fund these items, which would mean you would have 6.2 million to put towards the general fund reserve as opposed to 6.5.
So 6.2 million to put to the general reserve, which has 15 million in it, which would take us to 21.2 million, which would still leave us below the minimum guideline for that reserve.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, there are a few other minor adjustments from that 15.3 that we brought forward mid-year. One of them is a correction on the Humane Society. There is a draw on the general fund reserve with respect to a Humane Society commitment we have in their contract with them. So we had understated the reserve by, as an example, $1 million here. So the projected December 31st year-end balance with the budget that administration had presented would bring the balance from 15.3 million, which we had reported earlier, to 23.9 million. Using 300,000 of the 6.5 surplus would bring that projected December 31st, 2019 balance from 23.9 million down to 23.6 million. So it would still be slightly over the 23 million minimum guideline.
So using the 6.5 surplus, we get ourselves just slightly over the minimum guideline on the general reserve. Thank you, that's clear, actually.
Just to talk about the money stuff again. Okay. Those guidelines are what we as a council set out for standards. So I just want to make that statement. Second of all, if I go through our budget book, there are line items that are only for 2020 and not onward. I'll point out a couple so that the roadway noise attenuation policy, that's under current contributions. You just have to flip through here and you'll see there's the the zone level off-leash dog park, the current contributions, 122. So there
Council-
are, like, it's
Councilor
not
Bryce,
that we,
Can I just wonder, like, where are we going with this? This is a question of how we pay for this? Can you be clear where you want to go on this?
well, how we pay for it, they're saying that it should be taken out of one-time funding, and I'm saying there is one-time funding available if we utilize some of the stuff in the budget with a one-time funding, and then we can fund things differently. So that is up to
Okay.
administration once we make that decision. So
Thank you, Councilor Bryce.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lacy?
I'm right.
Through you, Your Worship, just for clarity, I think you're referring to the capital plan, which is funded by a number of sources, including current contributions. And so you will see in some years there will be an amount, for example, for 2020, and then you will not see that amount in 2021. And that is because every year that current contribution we make is reallocated to other projects. Overall, that current contribution funding level that we put towards the capital plan stays constant. In fact, we've been trying to grow it because of our infrastructure deficit. So that's why you will see changes in the amounts from year to year.
Before we continue on, I just want to have a couple housekeeping things here for you. We are at 10 minutes to the hour, and we have a hard stop at 10. We can continue on if we want to, but I think we may want to stop. So I'm just going to suggest something that we, if that's in any case, we're going to have to decide when we meet, because we now have an unscheduled meeting of council, and there are options to look at, and I want us to consider this, whether it's early in the afternoon tomorrow, whether it's tomorrow at 5:30 tomorrow night, same as usual. So I would look for some direction so we can have our administration cue this up for us.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes?
Saturday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Councilor Young? Councilor Young?
Just a question on what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Do we have another realm of motions coming forward?
We will be, but I think right now we're doing some housekeeping.
We've already spent all the money we had, but we have motions coming forward.
We spent $292,000 right now.
I'm having trouble making policy based on motion by motion, piece by piece. There's got to be a better way to do this.
Well, I think that we talked about this at the beginning, we were doing motions first. We can go back to the main motion and add amendments if you like to. That's possible.
Yeah.
Now, I did say at the beginning, I asked people what they thought of this, that we would sort of do this in reverse, where we had amendments first, and then you'd have your 5 minutes to speak on the main motion as amended. If that's confusing to people and it's getting us into the weeds fairly quickly here, we can, depending upon what motions are amendments are available, we can go back to the main motion and we speak for 5 minutes each. It's a pleasure of council what to do. But we started on the path of looking at amendments as a group. In this case, we would transit as a group. And if we look at other amendments that we have as a group, we look at those as well and deal with them. And then we can talk about the budget as a whole. If you have difficulties, please say now. Councilor Young?
So you're asking us if we have difficulty going like this?
Yeah,
motion by motion.
if it's, I'd ask you if people are okay with it. And if people are not okay, then we can change track, but.
Well, we have just done 5 motions on transit.
Right.
It is obvious to all of us that transit is a big issue.
Yep.
We don't have enough routes, we don't have enough time, or we have too much time between buses, especially at night. We know that people who don't have cars and do shift work don't have a way to get to work and back. We know that there are new areas that have safety issues. So this is all talking about transit, and we have a transit
Master plan.
report coming forward in 2021 to go into the 2022 budget. That's way too long. I think all we needed was one motion that said, could we consider having the transit plan come to us by Q4 of 2020 so that we can make changes in the 2021 budget. And going along with that would be that the administration has to set criteria that they make their decisions by. I think it would be good if we had some time with them to talk about what's our criteria, so that before all these decisions are made in next year's budget, we will have had some influence on what the criteria is. I just don't think this is the way you do public policy.
I would agree with you, but the transit master plan will not be ready until 2021. And that's what's driving this. So again, this is at the pleasure of council to proceed in this way. We have now finished the transit amendments. We will be looking next time we meet to continue on with our budget deliberations from there. Good point well taken, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
I don't wish to assume anything, but we did this. I am not aware of any other motions to come forward. I have none. So can I ask you to ask the question, are there any other motions? Because that will affect my decision. If it is, then we go back and just do our 5 minutes each. We could be here and have it done. If it's different, that's just ask that question for me.
That's a very good point, Councillor O'Donnell. So are there any other amendments that people have to add to the budget in a different area? Councillor Bresciani?
I did share this one with council, that I would be bringing the Harding Dog Park forward.
Okay. Councillor Findura, you said you had one as well?
It's has no money involved with this, the motion, so can I do that when I do my 5 minutes?
You can.
Okay.
Yours is an undertaking.
It's undertaking, there's no money involved.
So there's one motion, and this is on Harding Park. We could, is there anyone else has a motion?
Well, we don't know until we start.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, what we're doing, the purpose of to repeat, was to cluster a group of motions together to facilitate where we spend the money and where it goes to. We've decided that level. If we have individual motions on miscellaneous things, we do have one from Councilor Bresciani. We could deal with that, then we can go into our 5 minutes. I mean, we're making this more complicated than it needs to be. Honestly, we are. Councilor Bryce, do you have an amendment that you're going to want? Okay, so we have another one. Okay, so I suggest that we break for tonight, and I think we have other motions that are going to go on past 10 o'clock, unless you want to go past 10 o'clock.
I move that we shut her down, because we're going to be here till midnight, because everyone's going to have questions of administration on budget. We're going to have all kinds of meetings. It may not be motions.
Okay, we're
It will be conversation and questions back, so each person, if you figure 15 minutes.
5 minutes for each.
No, but I'm
It's
saying
5
five,
minutes.
and answers, question and answer is going to be 10 to 15 minutes. I'd
So
say
I
you got 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours left.
Yep. Presumably it'd be less than that because we've all have brought our motions forward. Initially, that's the point of doing the motions this way. That being said, it is close to 10 o'clock, and I'd ask for a recess motion.
Not until we decide when we're
Yeah. So when do we want to meet?
1 o'clock Saturday. Or Sunday.
Motions on the floor for 5 o'clock, 5:30 tomorrow?
5 o'clock, 5 o'clock?
Mr. Clerk?
Your worship, it's at the call of council. We're if you choose to recess this meeting, we will reconvene at the time you set. It can be 1:30 tomorrow. There is no explicit time that we can't meet. It is up to you to determine what works in your respective schedules.
So let's work it this way. Is there anybody who cannot meet at 5:30 tomorrow? Tomorrow at 5:30. You can't meet at 5:30 tomorrow? Okay. 5:30 on Thursday.
I'm good with Thursday.
5:30 on Thursday. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning? I'll be changing my schedule to fit this. I'm gonna cancel my meetings. I think this is important we get this done, so, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? 1 o'clock? Let's make it 2 o'clock.
Thursday?
Yeah. Wednesday, it's tomorrow. 1:30.
What time?
1:30. I'd like to lunch on that, so I'd like if it's possible to go, maybe it's just say 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock on, tomorrow.
No, I can't. Tomorrow I'm done.
Friday. Friday at 9 a.m.
Thursday at 4:30, 5 o'clock, after work.
Thursday at 5:30.
Works for me.
Is everybody else available Thursday at 5:30?
There's 1 o'clock Friday work.
This is amazing.
Let's just get it done tonight.
What's that?
Friday at 1 o'clock.
Friday at 1 o'clock?
Friday at 1?
Friday at 1 o'clock. Is everyone available? Can I have a motion to go Friday at 1 o'clock? Seconder, please. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Mike, are you, Councilor O'Donnell, you voted against it, you're not available? Friday at 1 o'clock? You voted against the motion.
I'm suggesting we stick it out, because there's too many misses. Everybody's here, so I'm suggesting we stick it out right now. That's my motion.
Okay.
I'm opposed to that.
We're not that far away.
Well, I'm not convinced of that either. I don't think we should be doing this in the middle of the night.
Agreed. I agree.
So Friday at 1 o'clock. That's the date?
Friday at 1 o'clock works.
Okay. You can't do it. Councilor Flagel, you said you couldn't do it.
I can't.
Yeah, there's, Thursday at 1 o'clock is not available? Okay, so Friday at 1 o'clock, that's the motion on the floor. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Those opposed? Just want to know who's opposed. Okay, motion's carried. Friday at 1 o'clock. Motion to recess. Councilor Hawkins? Move it. Seconder. Councilor Flagel. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back to City Council and the reconvening of our 2020 budget.
I'm wondering about speaking times.
Well,
Is it 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes?
It's actually, as we talked about last time, Councilor Flagel, that we'll split the report 19-15 to the general and capital, and then we have another one for the utility. So we have general and capital in one, and then we have the utility in the second one. So you have 5 minutes, and I'm going to suggest, subject to Councilor agreeing, that we go back to our 5-minute discussion. we appear to have maybe one or two motions perhaps that we talked at the end of the time, we would integrate that into the speech that speech time we have. So what I'd like to do is have a motion or someone to continue on. So now we're continuing on with report 19-15. Councillor Hawkins, you want to begin?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so we already have a motion to concur in the recommendations. We're simply continuing on. We had recessed, so we're continuing on. Is everyone clear on that?
Could we make a motion of point of order just on maybe taking 5 on capital and 5 on operating? Is that, do we need that?
We don't need to do that, but I mean, we did have that discussion last time, and then we agreed that we would do that. We have operating and capital on one for 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes for the utility after that.
Okay.
Sure. So we had recessed on Tuesday evening at 10 o'clock, and so we're in the middle of discussion. We just finished passing several motions related to transit. And so at the end of that time, we talked about some other motions, 1 or 2 or 3 motions coming forward, moving into still the general operating and capital discussion. So I'd ask for speakers to state what they line up for discussion, whoever wants to speak first. Any takers? We waited 3 days for this. Councillor Flagel, you have the floor. Go right ahead.
Things about me later on, so, and then I can't rebuttal.
We won't judge you, Councillor Flagel. Just
Thank you.
Speak, please.
You know what, in a nutshell, I'm reasonably pleased with this, but through the year, we've had some discussions that had to bring this to the budget, and they're in the budget items. And one of them is the organic waste pickup, spending $3.5 million to do a test study, taking 1,000 residents and 10 different areas of the city, and spending $3.5 million. And then I've heard that we're the last city to do this. So my question, first of all, is do we really need to spend $3.4 million on a test when we're the last city in Canada? And could we not go to a sister city or another city and say, hey, what's the study like? Can we not do that? The second part of my question is, we're going to spend another $3.5 million on organic waste pickup. And when I go into the City of Regina Citizen Satisfaction Survey Report, May 9, 2019, there's about a 3%, what's the right word? A 3%, yeah, we're in favor of it, on both pages. And I talked to this about with the gentleman that presented this to us, I forget his name, and he goes, well, it's more than that. But in the notes it says it's a 3% citizens are actually asking for organic. And we're going to spend $7 million, and we're talking budget here, we're talking 3.25% mill rate increase. If we took that $7 million and then I'm looking on a website and I see in my hands, and I'll keep it away so I don't show the private business owner that can do all of this for us and take it right out of our hands and not charge us anything for it, because they would continue to do it themselves. They would charge the customers that want it those 3% or 4%. So I guess I have a few questions in there, and I'd just like a little bit of comment on the administration from the organic pickup situation we've got in front of us.
Mr. City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll start, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Onrait to provide some further detail. The $3.5 million that is approved was approved in the 2019 budget. So that is funding that is currently in approved budgets, not in our 2020 proposed budget. The language that was in the budget, it's up to $3.5 million. To your comments about other municipalities being ahead of us, why do we need to do a pilot? We should just be able to take it off the shelf from someone else. There are a number of municipalities that I would agree are ahead of us. the city of Saskatoon is looking at what their organics program will look like. We just want to make sure that the program that we design is a program that works for residents. In reference to the community satisfaction survey, it's Doug Fast, who was the consultant that did that for us. The response to those questions are top-of-mind responses. So the question is, you know, what is important to you as a resident in Regina? So solid waste comes towards the bottom of that list. That doesn't mean that residents don't have an interest or that does not matter to them. It means that it wasn't a top-of-mind response. So, you know, we have a waste plan Regina. We've been advancing that waste plan. You know, we introduced the blue cart recycling. We continue to do education and promotion about that. And of course, we've had conversations about adding organics. So I don't think it's that residents don't have an interest or they don't want to see that happen in the community. It's not a top-of-mind response. But I'll have Mr. Onright just talk a little bit about where we are in terms of moving ahead with that pilot, because I think right now we are actually out about to launch an RFP to undertake the pilot. But Mr. Onright will have some more detail.
Mr. Onright.
Through the chair, so Mr. Holden is right, the 3.5 million, and this pilot project was approved by council, and the money is in the 2019 budget. Council also set a target of a 65% diversion rate to the landfill. Organics is 50% of what goes to the landfill, so in order to reach that target, this is one of the mechanisms used to get there. In respect to why do we have to do a pilot, as we've looked at other municipalities, there are many, many different delivery models on how to use an organics program. So we have 2,600 residents we have selected. We will run that program for a year. We will bring the information back to council for discussion at that time. I'll let Ms. Aird add her comments.
Ms. Aird?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I really don't have a whole lot to add. Both Mr. Onright and Mr. Holden have addressed, I think, the questions fully, unless you have something else.
Thank you for that. Councillor Flegel?
Thank you. I guess I have a couple of questions. So if we would divert the organics from the landfill, how much less money are we going to be able to sell methane gas? And what's going to be our rate? Because organics create the methane gas. And if we don't have the organics, how much money are we going to lose in revenue that we can't sell because we don't have the gas? Do we know that?
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, so this past year there was approval to install an additional 13 wells, and the plan is to put a secondary plant in to sell that power. So we're not anticipating on the sale of the fuel. There is a reduction in revenue going to the landfill, but that also keeping in mind that this program extends the life of the landfill. And extending the life of the landfill takes out the factor of having to spend that additional money to recap the landfill and pushes that out a number of years.
So we're going to charge $10 per resident per household, and they may not use it. Wouldn't we not be better off as a city to let a private contractor take this on? Because if there's 30%, I think there was a number of 30% being using an organic type of a style. But if you ask that 30%, how much of it they want to keep for themselves in their own gardens, in their own lawns, in their own flower beds, etc., is there not a case for us to just say, you know what, let's let the private industry pick it up like they're doing in Belgoni, White City, Emerald Park, Lumsden, etc., etc. Let them do it, and we can save ourselves $7 million.
Mr. Onright?
Is that wrong?
Through your worship. So the pilot is up to 3.5 million.
Yep.
And during that pilot, we will capture all of that information, and that's what will come back to council in a year.
Okay. What's the other $3.5 million? That's in this budget, though. Not at all?
No.
Mr. Onright, you want to?
Through your worship, no, the 3.5 million is in the 2019 budget.
Right, but there's no $3.5 million in this budget to take on the project?
Through you,
Mr. Enright?
Mr. Chair? No.
Not at all? Okay, thank you. I'll leave that one for right now. My other question is the funding of Regent Park, and I have to bring this up because I can't see us spending $2.7 million in money out of a budget where we're trying to cut costs, we're trying to shave money, we're trying to not put more police officers on the street, we're trying to not do a bunch of things, and we're going to take $2.7 million and we're going to take $1.3 million out of a gas tax to develop something, whereas if we put it to the market, we could get, and in the mayor's housing strategy, we are always looking for homelessness, and if you look at building stuff that's at a number 5, you then have people that live in a number 4 move up. You have people that live in a 3 move to a 4. You have that, you get down basically back to the housing. So in the Regent Park facility, there was a clause and an option, number 3 I think it was, to put some low-income housing and affordable housing and put it in there. The other alternative is that once those houses are in there, the taxes could go to pay for the maintenance of the land, which at this particular point, as we all know around this table, we're strapped to look after the parks we have already. This is a revenue generating source. This is a eyes in the park source. This is a place for seniors to live. And the other part I have on this is...
Councillor Flager, you're almost up to your 5 minutes.
Yeah,
So if you want
I
to
will
move.
be really quick. There was some discussion about, there's a 16% vacancy rate in the Coronation with seniors. And Silver Sage was mentioned, so I talked to the CEO of Silver Sage, yeah.
We do have time here.
And I will go into this, and he has informed me there is no way we are at 16%, never have been, never will be. We're at a rate of 1 to 3% vacancy rate for anybody in terms of seniors, low income. They're building 20 more spots on their location. They would gladly like to talk to us about adding another 100 units because they got a waiting list. And we're not doing anything about it, and there's another opportunity for us to put people into an area, and you'd still have about 8 acres of parkland left to do recreational, do park space, do all kinds of things, and I just can't support, and if it has to be in this budget, or I don't know if do I have to split it out?
Your time is up now.
Thanks. That's why I wanted to split it off into capital and operating, because I think we're all going to need more time. I'd like to make a motion, though, absolutely, that we rescind the funding out of this budget for the Regent Park, take another look at it, and bring it back. Administration recommended through all the different types of public consultation that option 3 was the best because it's the best for the city. And my motion would be that we take this off the table and put it back and bring it in as a item to discuss and look at the options again in terms of different kinds of funding we can do. Because to spend $2.7 million when a developer or someone buying the land could do that for us, we then generate tax revenue out of it, and that would be my motion is to...
Okay. We need a seconder for the motion. Councillor Bresciani, thank you for that. Okay,
Thank you. So
do we have on the amendment? Speakers to the amendment, and it's limited to 3 minutes on the amendment. You want to speak to it? Okay.
Sorry. I think this year's budget is just the gas tax. The other money is coming in 21, I think.
Well, just not an informal conversation, just wait. Is that
No,
okay?
sure.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, I think I'd like to identify the amount. If I could get clarification on the amount. I think it's 1.3 million. For
I
this
believe
year.
it's 1.3 million. Yeah, it's 1.3.
For this year, and then the remainder is next year,
The
right?
remainder is next year. That's
Okay,
correct.
so-
Okay, so on the amendment, speakers to the amendment? Actually, I need a seconder for that. Before doing that. Seconder for it?
Lori did.
Councilor Bresciani? Okay, on the amendment? Okay, I've listed there, I do know that Councilor O'Donnell, you are speaking the main motion, so I ask everybody to turn their lights off, and then those who want to speak to the amendment. Okay, I want to get Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question about this. The funding freed up here comes out of gas tax. What are we allowed to do with that funding? How would that affect this budget?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, there's certain criteria around the gas tax funding. So this refers to the 12 million one-time funding, additional funding that the federal government provided the city in this past year. So along with that funding, there is specific criteria associated with it, and kind of recreational projects and enhancements such as the Region Park Par 3 development would fall under that eligibility funding. If the 1.3 million plus another 1.4 million that's in next year's capital plan for a total of 2.7 is not used, that would not impact the mill rate being proposed because it's being funded out of the gas tax funding, not mill rate. But what it would do is that 2.7 would be available for other eligible projects. And we have a number of years in which to time frame in which to spend that gas tax funding. So there is some flexibility there.
Councilor Massanelli?
Could we identify a use for the money to go to in place if we wanted to? I'm wondering if maybe the mover would want to do that as part of his motion. Actually.
Could you repeat that, sorry?
Could we identify a use for the money? We moved to save the money. It's not part of the mill rate or any of the discussions we're having now. Was there some type of a movement or a use that was supposed to be along with this motion was the other part of my question.
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, obviously we have a 5-year capital plan which has established priorities. If we don't proceed with this project, then we would look to bring council a recommendation as to where we'd invest that 2.7 million. And as Mr. Lacy's indicated, I think we have until the end of 2025 to complete the expenditure of that gas tax funding.
Thank you. In reference to this motion, it talks about taking this back, and I know that this project's been over a decade already, and that gives me pause. Can we take this back and rediscuss this project, and could we hold this money to be available should we come to the same conclusion?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, the amendment on the floor is, from my perspective, that you are reconsidering your investment of $2.7 million. Council has debated this. They have given direction to the administration to approve the concept plan that was suggested, which is develop the park for $2.7 million. Council was very specific in terms of they wanted to see additional elements included in the development. And our direction was to bring that level of investment, $2.7 million, and include it in our 2020 budget. So that's what we've done. If council is looking to reconsider the park development, then to me that's a different process in terms of reconsidering a previous decision of council. I'm not sure if Mr. Nicol wants to provide some further background, but from my perspective, we're here discussing that $2.7 million and whether that proceeds as a part of this budget or gets identified for reconsideration in the future.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any comment on that?
Through you, Your Worship, Mr. Holden is correct. Essentially what the motion would do is halt the funding that had been identified in the budget for the project. My understanding of your motion, Councillor Flegel, was that, or reconsideration would be, if you came back, you could look at other funding models. You were talking about that in your comments. But right now, the project itself would not be ended, but it would certainly be stalled because you haven't had a funding mechanism for it. So this would certainly put it kind of in a hiatus, and then you would have to, at some future date, give it future consideration if you wanted to move forward with it. You couldn't just leave it outstanding forever.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Just for
Councilor
confirmation, so I'm clear, if we halted the funding, we could go back and look at the funding model and potentially agree to what we last time disagreed to, or is that going to be off the table?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, to me, that's a reconsideration of the decision that council made. Obviously, that's within your purview to bring a motion forward or to table that to a future discussion.
Councilor Massanelli?
I think that's all I have for questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bresciani?
Excuse me, point of order. Councillor Bryce has been waiting.
No, she shut it off. That's why you're on. None.
Then, is there any other speakers?
There are, but you have the floor, unless you don't want to take it.
I'll wait then.
You'll wait? Okay. Councilor Stevens?
Through the chair, I have a question for the mover. For clarity, would you be satisfied just going back to the initial recommendation that administration brought before council and before that CPS on what they wanted to do with the park? So that was selling part of the land for the purpose of a seniors complex and using that money to then invest in the park. It might be simpler just to go back to what we already discussed. Through the chair.
Basically, it's what I do believe that we're doing ourselves a disservice by not including a housing element in this to generate some revenue to help pay for future. And just as a further note to this, if the money in gas tax, if I could, was to be built for like a rec center for the area, I'm good with that too, because that was always on the table but never discussed.
Councilor Flagel, you're debating it, so you can just answer the question that
Yeah,
you want to do.
I did.
I know the clerk has a comment he wants to make in this. So, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. To your point, Councillor Stevens, if you wish to have the decision rescinded or reconsidered of the Regent Park plan, which was approved some months ago, you would need to have a motion explicitly asking first to reconsider that, and then if it was approved that you were going to reconsider it, then there has to be a motion to discuss what you're going to do. The point being that reconsideration would require unanimous consent today, which of course, as you're debating the budget, it would then get pushed off to next month, which makes it moot. So this motion is essentially giving you a stall tactic if you don't wish to fund it, and then as the mayor indicated, you could come back with a subsequent motion to reconsider those options that were discussed at a future date, but not today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Clerk.
I have no interest in going, we've had 2 hours of conversation about it, 2 hours at committee, 2 hours at council to talk about it. I don't think we need more debate. Administration has 9 years of consultation under its belt with regards to this project, so I'd rather we dealt with it now. I'll leave it up to the mover to reframe the motion, but my last question then would be to administration. How would the financial amount change if we did pursue your first recommendation on this project? Through the chair.
Ms. Howard-Luck?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So the original recommendation that administration put forward was concept 2, and that would provide a profit of, an estimated profit of $350,000. So we would get approximately 2.3, or pardon me, we'd get 2.7 million and some change from the land sale, and then the park development would be 2.3, based on the concept that we recommended.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
I would, to the mover, if you withdraw this and go back to Mr. Nichols' point about how we would shift it back to those original recommendations, I could support that. I do not want to go back to another public consultation process.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Okay. There are no other speakers on this. Okay. Councilor Bresciani, you're on.
Through your worship, I think I was the last speaker.
Okay, someone's got to speak.
I'll speak. It's fine. So I'm just going to, I think this is the concern that we've heard from delegations the first time. They talked about not wanting any development down there. So as a council, we took that and heard that. Second time delegations come forward, they have now said, okay, we do not want to have anything on there. We want to keep it a natural park. This council has, I'm not sure, but we're here to listen to the residents of Regina. But I think the concern I have is the mismessaging. I am not comfortable with saying no to senior housing or affordable housing. I don't think we had an in-depth conversation about that, because when I met with senior organizations, there is a need for affordable housing, low income for seniors. There absolutely is. And I think a park in this area is needed, absolutely. But I think that we have to, there's no rush here, there's no reason to do this. I think that we need to take a good look at it. Councillor Flegel raises a good point. We can hardly get $50,000 on the table for paratransit. And we're going to approve $3 million when we have a developer that's going to come and say, I'll take 2.7 acres and you can still have the 9.5 acres to have a beautiful park. Administration did what we asked. The taxpayers of Regina are asking us to be prudent with the tax dollar. They're getting their park however they want. If they want a natural park, if they want recreation, but the key here is these dollars are going to cover that recreation, however it's worked, the tax dollars from that condo development, from the seniors who are going to get to live in that community and stay in that community, have a garden, have a community garden. They're going to be the eyes. We've heard about crime in this area. They're going to be the eyes on that park. People who sit on the police commission, we heard from Chief Bray, it's not just up to police. It is absolutely up to people who live in our neighborhood to be the eyes on the street. In Italy, these little nonas overlook these areas and they become the eyes on the street for crime and everything else. So I don't really want to go back to engage the public, but I would like to ask the clerk, can we table it for another discussion to see, again, because I'm not sure, I guess the question I have for administration, this is a high Indigenous population in this area, which we've heard from the community. Have we actually gone out and met with those Indigenous communities in that area? Have we done that? Through the chair.
Ms. Howard.
Through you, Your Worship, we had an extensive engagement process. I'd have to ask Ms. Shaley whether or not we engaged specifically, any specific group, but I can tell you that we had many different ways that we engaged the community, and there was mail-out sent 3 times to over 9,000 households in that process, and feedback was given by almost 1,200 people on the options. So I'll ask Ms. Shaley.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, Ms. Harlock is correct. The consultation was targeted at the whole neighborhood rather than specific segments. And so we did hear from 1,200 residents, but it wasn't a targeted engagement.
Thank you. And the 1,200 residents, the outcome was to build housing, was it not, through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So there was mixed feedback that came back that wanted different things. I would say the larger portion would have liked to have seen it as a park, but there was understanding of the reasons why the housing options were being brought forward.
Okay. So I guess I'd like to ask the question. So can we, is there Indigenous community groups within Regent Park that we actually could go and consult with through the chair? Or Coronation Park as well?
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Ms. Shaley.
Ms. Shaley?
Your Worship, there are a number of Indigenous organizations that are citywide in nature, and we would have to engage those organizations.
Okay. Through the chair. So if I would like to, sorry.
The time's almost up.
So I would like to ask if we can table this to go back to discussion with Indigenous groups as well in that. And then we then would have a fulsome discussion and then consider also in that what they feel about affordable low-income housing for seniors.
Okay, Councilor Bertrand, I'd ask you maybe hold off on the tabling motion until we have other people speak.
Yeah.
Were you giving notice of that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before I give the floor to Councilor Bryce, you said your light is on, but I'd like to speak on this if you don't mind. Oh. Councilor Flakely, you want to take the chair, please?
Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to stand in concurrence with the going forward with this project. It's been over 10 years that this area of the city has not had the kind of support we're trying to give them, recreation facility. This is the eyes in the park that keeps the place safe, that gives children a chance to have some positive outlets, and it's great to build a community there. So we had a public consultation, and I believe in June, we debated this at length, and we decided we're going to go forward in the way we are going today. We talked about possibly having the seniors' home built in there, and council said no to that. Nothing that I've heard convinces me to change this now. It's been a long time, and Councilor Bryce will speak to this, for this community who lost its community building some time ago, and the commitment back in previous councils was to develop a recreation plan and strategy for this community. We have it today. This is not an either-or issue here. This is not going to impact the budget. It's actually gas tax money. It doesn't affect our budget if we go forward or not go forward. But this is really common sense that we've had a long discussion with us, and we just considered in June to go forward. I think the message we are sending is not mixed, it's clear. We have had consultation over a number of years. We came to a conclusion as council, and I think we should move forward with this. We made a commitment to Regent Park and Coronation Park to do this. And I think it's important we follow through on our promises that we actually said we're going to do it. Let's do it. Let's make a decision, say, move on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. This community's been waiting a long time to have this park development. They've been engaged with public consultation for a number of different years. The question was asked, has our Indigenous population been consulted? Yeah, actually they have been at the gathering places where we had some of our public consultation. So you can't say that wasn't looked at, because it was. We debated at length here at this council chambers to go forward with this project the way it's been decided on. To rescind this is not fair to this community who's waited over 10 years, already had property that was the rec center sold, that money was put aside for part of the consultation process. So that housing piece has already happened with the housing that's on the spot that the rec center used to be. We did consultation at length. We debated at length what to do. We talk about affordable housing, seniors affordable housing. Just because we say we want that, that doesn't mean a developer who would come into this park and buy property is actually going to put it as affordable housing. We have no guarantee of that. If we sell that property for land or for housing, we will never get that park property back again as park property. So I encourage us, this is absolutely no money savings for our budget at this time. So I encourage all of council to stick to our original decision with this property to move forward as we had decided. I think having a reconsideration at this time just prolongs the process, and the community is ready to move forward with this. We heard the other day that 67% of the kids in the area live in poverty. They need places to go to stimulate, to be outside, to be active, to be healthy. This provides all of that. So let's move forward on our original decision. And I don't want us deciding something at a council and then a couple of council meetings later saying, let's reconsider all of our decisions. What are we doing? We're representing the people in our communities. We've made a decision. Let's move forward. We promised the community we would move forward with this. Let's keep our promises. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers on the motion, on the amendment? Do you want to close debate? Councillor Flanagan to close debate, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't disagree with Councillor Bryce, it's time. But I've not heard any one particular thing, and the original thought was we're going to replace the rec center on Pasco Street. There's not been 1 minute's worth of the conversation about a building, about anything, and if you want to use the gas tax, we could probably use it for that building. Taking 3 acres of land to enhance the park for seniors, for low income, for all that, is not going to deter the number 65% in terms of the health and welfare of the children. There's still 8 acres of park. If I look at the size of 8 acres, there's 3 parks in the city of Regina that are bigger, and one of them is A.E. Wilson Park, which is more like a marsh area, not even a residential park. It is, but it's a little different. There's 2 other parks. One other park that would be bigger than this 12.5 acres, and that is Sullinger Park in the southeast. The rest would all be smaller. So to have the health and welfare of all the community and use 8.5 acres of land, I think is huge. I mean, there's people that live around parks that are 20,000 people and they only got 5 acres. They seem to be doing okay. The park that's there today is not usable. All I'm saying is let's add some housing, let's put some eyes in the sky to look over the park, bring some stuff to this, stop this funding for now. We need to reconsider this, and if we have to go through another public consultation at some point, if we can ever get to that, you know what? It's part of what we do. And we've debated things long and hard for years on certain issues, but if we're going to build this thing that the residents originally wanted, then we better get a rec center in here, and that's what they wanted because it was taken away from them with the Habitat housing that went in there. There was no talk 10 years ago about building a park for them. It was a rec center. So if we want to use the 1.3 million bucks, I'd be more than happy to put it towards a rec center on some land inside there. We've got dog parks coming. We've got all kinds of things going on there. We've got soccer pitches. We've got all kinds of green space. We've got trees. We've got everything going on. Everybody would win. Housing would be there. The mayor's homeless strategy would take advantage because people could bump up and there would be more space available for the homeless to move into. We could find things for them to do. And I just believe that this is something the city needs as a community, as an organization, and it would give something for everyone when right now the land is sitting there empty and nobody's using it. So I appeal to the people that would get some use out of a little bit of everything. And you know what? If there's seniors walking around in the park, is that a bad thing? They're enjoying life. They probably never thought they'd ever get a place like that to live. And I just believe that we need to rescind this for now and take it back to the table.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You've closed debate, so. Yep.
Mayor Fisher, so I had talked earlier about a motion to either table?
That's true. If you want a motion, it would be to refer it.
Yes.
You can put that on the floor.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So this is, again, a great discussion. There's not...
Could you just put the motion of referral on so we have it? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I need a seconder for it, please. Councillor Flanagan. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't think there's anyone here that doesn't say that Regent Park does not deserve a park of some kind. Absolutely. If it's recreation, if it's some natural reserve built in that. But
Well, she has to explain a referral.
so my point is that when we look at, when residents came forward, they asked for this. I am asking, and they talked about 1,600 people being engaged, many of them being Indigenous. So I'm asking that they go back and talk to the Indigenous groups, also consider the funding model and talk to housing organizations in regards to Is there a demand? Is there a need for some senior housing in that area? That is a key. I can't make a decision here without having all the information, and I don't think we got all the information. So,
Councilor Brasciani,
Yeah,
you have to
sorry.
be brief on why you want the referral.
I did.
shared everything.
I just did.
Okay, that's good. So
Thank you.
it's not debatable. So on the referral motion, and members can read what's here. If you're clear on the referral motion, I'm going to call the question on the referral motion. All those in favor of the referral? Referral? Those opposed? Motion's defeated. So we are back to Councilor Flagels. Now, this is back to Councilor Flagels' amendment. You closed debate on that?
Yep.
So I'm going to call the question, those who support Councilor Flagels' motion. Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Okay. So move on to next speakers on the main motion. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you. I want to, excuse me, I have no questions, just so you know, okay? Just comments. My first comment is I appreciate this budget very much. I think, in fact, over the course of the year, somehow or the administration has listened to the diverse opinion of council and put forward something that I think is actually on the verge of brilliant. So I'm very pleased with what's here. I want to acknowledge Councillor Hawkins and everybody, I think it was everybody who signed the 0.5% on recreation. I think that's important. I think the lesson learned on the 1% on the roads was well learned, and I think other municipalities look at us with some envy that, in fact, we have this consideration that's before us. So I appreciate that. The third point I'd like to make is on the surplus. Council has stood here repeatedly and talked about the notion of sustainability, and that we want to make a commitment, certainly by 2050, and then the question is about other things that we can do. For me, we have to make sure that we not only speak, but do. I will not support any notion that comes to the floor that takes any of the surplus anywhere but to reserves. I want the money sitting in reserves so that when we sit here in months to come and we have plans that are developed, a roadmap to our success and our future, that we can in fact enact that. And I hope that in the future, every single council will make that a priority as putting money towards sustainability. I will not support anything else. And I want to acknowledge my colleagues. I appreciate very much that, based on safety, that West Terre will get transit this year. Thank you. Now, if you've listened to me in the past, you know that I always have a topic that I like to bring up, and it's called revenue sharing and urban connectors. So I'm going to bring the two of them together. So first of all, a quick story. When we were dealing with lead pipes the other day or a little while ago, somebody went with a microphone to the provincial government and said, well, what do you think you should do about this? They have lots of money in revenue sharing. They should be able to handle it. That just ticked me off. So I want to give you some facts. Now, some good people here in the city helped me, but I played with them a little bit. So I'm going to give you some numbers, and I'm going to tell you where I played. First, I want to go back. In 1978, the government of Saskatchewan introduced revenue sharing. The objective was to support municipal governance and service delivery across the province. The initial program was an unconditional operating grant. At the time, municipalities felt that they were overly reliant on property taxes and limited own source revenue. Revenue sharing was meant to reflect provincial government revenue. In other words, they have a greater chance to have revenue than we do. And they also wanted to make sure that because of provincial interests, they wanted to make sure all municipalities had a chance to offer services. Some of the services at that time that were considered were, see if any of these sound familiar, policing, transportation, recreation, arts, culture, community development, economic development, public and paratransit. Now, if you look through our book this year, you'll note that there are $42 million coming in revenue sharing. Since 2007, we have repeatedly stood here and thanked our provincial government for the wherewithal to look at the 1%, now 0.75% of the 1% PSD. So we end up with 42 million. This is the same amount that we would have received a couple of years ago. So now I'm going to tell you what's been downloaded on us to show against that 42 million. First, SaskPower, Sask Energy grants in lieu. For us, that's an annual loss of $10 million. West Nile virus, that's mosquito control, $220,000. Dutch elm disease protection, $20,000. Regina Economic Development Authority and Tourism Regina, $485,000. Education tax administration fee, $2 million. Paratransit. Now this is where I played with the numbers a little bit, and so this is where I have a request later. Currently, the province gives us $1.1 million, but we spend $6.725 million. Traffic safety, speed monitoring, provincial traffic safety fund. The approximate loss on those red light cameras this year would be $600,000 to the city of Regina. You have heard little about prompt payment legislation. It is yet to be enacted. It's passed. Regulations are being tested. My estimation is that because of the process that's involved here, we need to start setting aside $2 million a year. PSD on construction. We are building, from the budget, about $110 million. My quick math says we've lost another $7 million. Now, my simple math on this is that we are now greater than 50% of that money has been spoken for by downloads. But here's the crunch. We have a liability, and it's called the Urban Connector Program. I'm told, and I just listened, that there are about $40 million in liability for bridges and $10 million in liability for roads. We have no plan on how and when to do that. The commitment from the Urban Connector Program is that it's totally dependent about whether there is money in the budget for it, and there rarely is. We get a little bit of money from maintenance, that's all. So I have a request.
Councilor Down, you're getting close to the end of your time now, you know that. Okay?
All I have is a motion, and I'll ask the deputy clerk to put it up. So I'm a little fed up on the fact that we're told we always have money. So what I'm asking is that the administration do a little bit of work in the coming months on this. In fact, come up with the real numbers so that we can, in fact, have some information. That's one. I'd like us to consider that report. I'd like us then to share that report so that all municipalities across the province have access to it because they can look at it from their own point of view. And lastly, I'd like to then share that with the Minister of Government Relations or the Premier or anybody else who wants to listen with the notion that let's take a real look at revenue sharing and the impact it has on that. I'd ask you to support this.
Okay, we'll get a second in front of Councilor Hawkins seconds that. So speakers on the amendment? No speakers? Okay. Councilor Murray? Okay.
Friendly amendment. I know SUMA's written in there explicitly, but if we could add Saskatoon, as they are very, very similar to us in every way, and I know that their engagement with SUMA is not always to the same degree as ours, if we could just add Saskatoon.
I think that's part of SUMA.
It is.
But these are Councilor Down,
okay.
if you want to do that.
All
of everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Barshani?
Thank you, Worship. So just to the mover, are you asking that there kind of be a breakdown, a list, or just a total amount? Just so I think the more information would be better to Chair.
Councilor Donald.
Thanks. So administration is well aware of the list. We worked on it together. I may have missed some, so it'll be broken down individually.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, and I think this is great.
Councilor Flagel, you want to take the chair, please?
Go ahead.
Microphone on. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I would hope all members of council will support this for unanimous vote to support this. This is good information, and I want to thank Councilor Donald for doing that. This will be the cost-benefit analysis of revenue sharing, what it means, and the Urban Highway Connector Program, how that has impacted our community, all communities across the province. This is a great example of that. That information is really important and powerful information both for SUMA as we talk about our relations with the province, with revenue sharing, with infrastructure, but the Urban Highway Connector program, and other communities may well do this kind of work as well to show what the real picture is like, that downloading has a significant impact on the operations of us, and it makes our discussions around this table sometimes a bit thorny, because we find ourselves having to cover off programs that are provincial in nature, and I think paratransit is the best example of that. Started by the province, had a formula that we were going to be doing, I think it was 60% operations, 40% capital, and we're nowhere near that. Have not been that since the inception of the program. So this gives us good, solid empirical information to make a decision, and I hope all members of council will support the motion.
Yep.
Councillor Down, do you want to close debate? Okay. I'll call a question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Other speakers on the main motion now. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would like to bring a motion forward, or an amendment, that we add an off-leash dog park at Harding Park to be funded in the 2020 capital budget. And I ask that it come from the following revenue sources. That'd be $66,000 from service agreement fees, $144,000 from the recreation infrastructure program, and then $10,000 from the reallocation of capital funding and unfenced dog parks to fenced dog parks infrastructure. I also added in there that administration bring back a report regarding dog licensing fees, and that the comparison of what other Canadian municipalities do in relation to the fees and where those fees are allocated to. The reason I asked that is we did have a discussion at council in regards to this, and we really weren't clear if we could just put the $10 fee on and add it on. And before we do that, I think we need some consultation with the community, but also with legal, and find out how we would actually do that.
Okay, let's get a seconder for the motion.
where it would
A
go
seconder
to.
for the motion? Councillor Flagel? Okay.
So right now, the city of Regina has done some work in trying to find other dog parks in the city. We are a little behind compared to other cities, so this is one that, there was 3 actually. The other one that is going forward is Mount Pleasant. And there were some other ones that were going to go forward this year, but because of, they were unfenced, that kind of went back. So this at least will move another dog park forward. This is a municipal dog park. But what I'm asking for, and I want to get this from administration, communication with the residents is vital. So what will be the communication plan for neighbors who border Harding Street and Harding Park? Through the chair.
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to go through the consultation process that will be undertaken.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, we will be holding a public meeting. We will drop notices to residents who will be impacted by the park, and they will be invited to a meeting to provide input on the design of the park.
Thank you, through the chair. So buffer and kind of the space and the size, that kind of thing, through the chair?
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct.
Okay. And if, say, for example, the community says, no, it's too close or something like that, would this just go back into the pot and would go to the next option for a dog park, through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, depending on the outcome of the consultation, we'd have to come back to council, but and have a discussion. But yes, if there was that opportunity to do another park, that's what we would do.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for the administration. I'd like them to tell us how they decided on the number of dog parks, how they recommended the dog parks that they recommended to us, what their game plan was in making the recommendations they made.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, your worship, I'll start and then I'll ask Ms. Shealy. But there was we worked internally to look at what options there were throughout the city, and then work plans with respect to how to deliver it. So I might ask Ms. Shaley to go through maybe the details of that deliberation.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Your Worship, in follow-up to a request from Council to explore options to provide more dog parks, we did a jurisdictional review. We also analyzed all of the open space within the city. We used criteria such as proximity to houses, potential size of the park, proximity to schools, recreation amenities, and those sorts of things to identify those areas that are most suitable to serve as dog parks without conflicting with other uses near the space. We then recommended 2 types of parks: municipal level, which are really intended to attract residents from a broader area. So those kinds of parks need adequate parking and need to be a bigger size. And then we also recommended a variety of neighborhood level parks, which are intended to serve residents within walking distance of the park. To start, we're recommending that we focus on 3 municipal-sized dog parks, 2 being those mentioned by Councillor Bresciani, Harding Park and Mount Pleasant, and then the next priority in the future would be A.E. Wilson Park.
So I want to ask, very thorough, I want to ask where we stand today, to refresh my memory, on what we approved for dog parks.
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, I might ask Ms. Shaley to go through the parks that were approved by Council.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, what Council has approved is that we include in the budget process funding for 2020 for Mount Pleasant, and then that we report back to Council on our progress, which we would do through our annual Recreation Master Plan report. And we would report back with respect to the priorities among the other opportunities that I mentioned.
Okay, it's, Your Worship.
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, and also with the approval of Regent Park, we'll be consulting for that dog park also. Yeah.
Okay. I want to make 2 points. The first point is that we've debated this. We have a plan. It was based on the plan. I don't think that we can undo that by redebating it. But even more importantly, I think it's very dangerous, and I made this point the last time I spoke in the budget meeting, it's very dangerous to do one-offs in a budget meeting. I mentioned that with respect to road improvements, for example. I think that we've got to follow a plan, and we've done that here. We've debated it. There is a plan in place. I worry that if we all start bringing our own individual wards, wants, and desires to the budget table, what will happen is that we'll stop acting as city councillors. We'll start acting as ward councillors. And I think in order to act as a city councillor, you have to follow the plan and make amendments to the plan when the plan is brought forward. But I don't think the budget is the time to do this, so I can't support this for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Murray?
Thank you. I'll be just very brief. I want to appreciate Councillor Bresciani bringing this forward and including, regardless of how it goes, including a funding mechanism laid out very well for it. So thank you for that.
Okay. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Hawkins. I would not like to see this be a ward motion place where we just take care of our ward. I'm here today to take care of the city of Regina. But I have a question about the funding sources. Is that just money lying around with no plans for how to spend it? Is it loose money?
Mr. Lacey, can you please answer that question for us?
Through you, Your Worship, it certainly isn't loose money.
We all want to hear it.
So the Harding Park, I believe, has kind of been on the roadmap, but for future years. And so the $66,000 for service agreement fees, which we collect, has always been known that when eventually we develop that park, that those service fees would be applied. It's just advancing that then into the 2020 budget. The rec infrastructure program, this is the 0.5% dedicated mill rate that in 2020 would result in $1.26 million in the capital budget. When council approved that motion, council directed administration to come back at a future point in time and provide council a report on how it would propose that dedicated mill rate be spent. And so we would intend to do that shortly in the new year here. What this recommendation does, though, is takes $144,000 of those dollars and dedicate it through the budget process here.
Would there be a time in the future when you would bring back to us things we could fund with that $144 million?
Through you, Your Worship, it is my understanding that that was the intent of the motion when council approved the 0.05% dedicated mill rate to rec infrastructure. It is a requirement of administration to come back and report back to council how it intends to use that funding prior to expending funds.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I've stood here a few times in the last while talking about dog parks and encouraging them. But I was struck very much by one of the delegations when we talked about this recently, and her words have stayed with me about it's really important how we do this from the get-go and making sure that each one proceeds without question. And I think that was a large reason why we gave up on the without fenced areas and so on. Second thing I have stayed with is the notion of perhaps a contribution from those that are using this area. So you will recall the other day when we were talking about another topic, I asked, what about funding? What are you prepared to contribute? So from my point of view, I would like to actually, I'm really pleased with Mount Pleasant. I'm very pleased with Regent Park, and I'm really pleased that there's a plan for the future for more dog parks. That part's good for me. What I'd like to do is now go back to the dog folks who are using this and say, so what are you prepared to do? And so I'm not going to support the motion that sits here as it is. I think Harding will come in the future, but I think what's more important to me is that we look and see how we become real partners in this notion.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I also stand in favor of dog parks and a plan for more dog parks, of course. And we do have a plan for more dog parks, so I'm happy with that. I agree with Councillor Hawkins. One-offs during this time of the year, after we've already decided on something, isn't really the place to do this. It's not a wholesome debate that we actually have on specific things like dog parks. So we do have a plan in place for dog parks and increasing the number that we have and looking at what we can actually, how we can change them. I know that the changes with no fence were brought in and we chose against that. So so I think that I'm opposed to this. I'm in favor of dog parks, but the one-offs kind of is a sticking point because we've already made a decision on how to move forward with them. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Berchan, do you want to close debate?
Thank you. So to me, this is not a one-off. We talked about it when the dog park people came forward, the list was there. I actually wanted to bring all three municipal parks because we are so behind in this city. Saskatoon has 10 municipal dog parks. Regent Park, with the funding of $3 million, will have 2 more. In the southeast, we've seen the highest growth in Regina. We don't have one dog park out in Ward 4. This will also help Ward 5. But the concern I have is we have McKell Sanctuary Park there. It's a place for nesting ducks and a natural reserve. And Mr. McKell donated that land to the city of Regina, not for a dog park, for natural reserve. And you know what happens? It becomes a dog park. Those birds and those nests and those everything else in it that's supposed to be natural reserve is no longer natural reserve. So I'd like to ask, this is supposed to come next year, is that accurate? To the chair, I think it's on the list to come next year. Is that accurate?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe it is. I'd ask Ms. Shealy to confirm.
Ms. Shealy.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, that's right.
So, so again, I will say it's not a one-off. It's not jumping the list. It's coming up. But because of the fact that There were some other discussions around other municipal parks that, and with the consideration of Regent Park. I think that we need to start looking at wholesomely all areas, the areas that have seen the growth in the city, to start having some amenities out there. But again, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor President. You've closed debate, so I'll call a question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's defeated. Councilor Bertrand, you have about 3:37 left. Was it carried? Was it? Let's do it again then. I counted differently. Okay. Those in favor of the amendment? 3. It does carry. Okay. Good. Okay. Councilor Bertrand, you still have time on your 5 minutes. You finished? Okay. Okay. It's good. Other speakers on the main motion? Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of people, including our councillors, talk about how prices are rising and things are unaffordable. I am going to, every year I talk about this. I've talked to people about tax increases. I've talked about the services that we provide. I've talked about what all they include. So I have people in my area who are living in poverty, who this increase, they've said to me, where am I supposed to get an extra 3% or so? And they don't know. It does take food off of their table. So I'm going to look at trying to find ways to decrease the mill rate increase. So to bring it under 3% to try and help people, which equals about $750,000. Am I correct, through you, Your Worship?
To Mr. Lacey. Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, if you were to reduce expenses in the budget by $750,000, I understand that would bring the mill rate down to 2.95% from the proposed 3.25.
Okay. Thank you. And I think every little bit helps.
So we'll get a seconder for that. Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Fundura.
Every little bit helps people who are struggling at this time. This is a really hard time of year to do budget to, with Christmas right around the corner, and people are actually struggling to make ends meet. And here we are putting another increase on them. So I will look at, does the city administration need to know where I'm looking at taking money from, or can I leave it up to them, through your worship?
I think you've answered your question by the question itself, so Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, yes, if council wants to make a reduction to the expenses, then we would request that you identify where you want that expenditure reduction to take place.
Okay, so I know that the capital fund for Parks, Rec, and Culture is at $3 million. So I'm wondering if we could reduce that by $750,000 to bring the mill rate down to 2.95%. So we're not cutting anything. We're just bringing that fund down.
Just to identify the source again, Councilor Bryce.
Administration's looking at establishing a capital fund to support Parks, Rec, and Culture. So that fund is $3 million. So looking at reducing that by $750,000.
To the administration, can you explain what that fund is, Mr. Holden?
Through your worship. So we're proposing $3 million into a infrastructure fund to invest in parks, recreation, and culture. That $3 million comes from the savings that we identified over 2019 from our management review. So the management review resulted in a reduction in the number of management positions, and the savings was $3 million. When we did our internal budget deliberations as an administration, we looked at, what should we do with the $3 million, and should we apply that directly to reduce the mill rate that we would recommend and propose to council. At the end of the day, 3.25% is the lowest mill rate that we've had in over a decade. You'll have heard me speak many times about the importance of trying to invest in improving quality of life. I'll go on a little bit of a soapbox here. I've worked for the City of Regina for 42 years, father of 5, now a grandfather of 3, and it's important that we as a community are able to compete in terms of opportunities for families to participate in recreation, cultural, and social activities in our community. So the $3 million that we're proposing was to create that opportunity on an ongoing basis to create this capital fund. Council also recognized the importance of sport, culture, rec with the approval of the cultural plan several years ago, our recreation master plan. It's important that we're able to start to move those plans forward. So the 0.5 adds another $1.26 million to further support that fund. So from our perspective, we would like to see council maintain that full $3 million because we really do believe that it provides opportunity for council to make investment decisions. So whether it's dog parks in the future, whether it's replacement of outdoor pools, we will have flexibility that we've never had before. In the past, when we want to invest in sport, culture, rec, we put that up against a bridge. We put that up against a roadway. And through our internal processes, recreation doesn't make it to the top. So this is really, I think, positioning our community to move forward in a different approach. We'll have an opportunity like we've never had before. So I would just respectfully caution the reallocation of that $3 million in savings to reduce mill rate. But obviously, it's your decision.
Thank you. We were talking about loose change. Not that it's loose change, but this was money that we didn't have and it's not allocated to something. So we're not taking away a project to have it, to actually have a decrease in the mill rate. And it's something that administration did think about, decreasing the mill rate using this money. They felt it important to use it for Parks, Rec, and Culture, which I think is still important. But I think we need to have a balance on what we do and what we can afford as a community. So that's why I'm proposing that this money go. I looked at surplus rather than this money, but the surplus is earmarked for our reserves, and we're at a low level for reserves, so that's why I didn't choose to go with the surplus. I chose that this would be money that we could use that's not already allocated. So I'll leave my motion at that.
Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. So if I understand this correctly, you guys started to build a pile for money. So when we encountered things like 70-year-old swimming pools, we could actually have something to do when we came up to that problem. Is that correct?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, yeah, this definitely isn't loose change.
It's not a big pile.
So this is creating an investment opportunity. We know that we have a significant infrastructure gap in terms of some of our aging sport, culture, and rec facilities. This is really about providing council an opportunity to be able to make strategic choices over the coming years, which will continue into the future, to try and catch up and make sure that we can be competitive with other cities across Western Canada, both large and small.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up, so if we had this type of a thinking years back, we probably wouldn't have the problem of the Regent Park Rec Center we're facing today. This was a pile of money to alleviate problems that led to that situation, which brought us to the whole Regent Park issue today. Is that correct?
Mr. Holden?
Can you just repeat the question? Sorry.
I said, had we had this type of thinking in years gone by, we wouldn't have come up to the point of the Regent Park issue with the rec facility, led us down the path to the 10-year debate about what to do with the remains of the money from that rec facility. We might have been able to have a solution for the Wascana pool problem we're facing today. This is what the community wants us to do, so we're responsible for the assets to the future, correct?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, I would agree that we have had challenges in terms of being able to fund the recreation priorities. Each time we create our recreation master plan, and I think if I go back, we created one in 2010, and it became very difficult to implement the plan because we just simply didn't have available funding.
Didn't fund it.
It drives our decisions, but we were very slow in terms of implementation. We've just approved the cultural plan a few years ago. We've been challenged to move on the implementation of the cultural plan. We've just approved the recreation master plan. This will allow us to take action and make investment And also look for partnership opportunities. That's been discussed over the last few evenings of budget. And obviously, if someone comes to us with an investment opportunity, or the federal or provincial governments come forward with infrastructure programs, we have available funding on hand to be able to make investment. Another topic that we need to bring forward in terms of investment is Globe Theatre. So we've decided to fund the Globe Theatre, $6.5 million. So with the establishment of a fund like this, we're able to make those investments without either increasing mill rate or taking debt. So it does provide us some flexibility and will allow council, I think, to make choices in the best interests of moving forward in growing quality of life and improving quality of life.
Okay. So here again, mechanic, not a financial wizard. You guys have provided a lot of information. I did some calculations. I went through things, and I need to be corrected. I modeled out 25 years of financial modeling to figure out what our average mill rate has to be. I'm not saying I'm right, but I know there's professionals on that side of the desk that should be right. I came out to 3.5% average mill rate to remain solvent for the next 25 years. Have you guys done that work, and what number did you come up with?
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, we have internally done some long-term modeling with respect to the general operating fund and what that gap is with respect to what the operating costs are over the next 25 years, but also what type of capital outlays would be required to place either existing assets that age and need to be replaced, or as the population grows, infrastructure to support that population. So in that modeling, I don't know if we have picked a specific mill rate that would completely close that gap. What we do know is we have a fairly large gap. And the reason we haven't picked a specific mill rate is there's many different factors that impact what that gap is. There is obviously the revenue side, which is property tax, but there's also fees and charges that make up a portion of the city's revenues. And then we have the expense side, infrastructure investment, salaries, and then non-salary costs. So what we have done is we have made some assumptions about what that gap would look like if you model it out 20 years. And I believe that the assumption that we have used on the mill rate side, if I recall correctly, is, I'm just looking at my support staff here, 3%, 3.5%, 3%? 3%. So we've used 3% in that 20-year model that every year we'd see on average a 3% mill rate increase. Even doing that, and there are a lot of assumptions that go into a 20-year model, we still have a substantial gap to close. So we haven't picked instead of a 3% mill rate, what would it take to actually totally close that funding gap? We've used that model instead to determine the budget that we propose. Is it widening that gap over 20 years, or is it beginning to close the gap? And so with respect to the proposed budget that's here before you today, when we run that proposed model through this budget through that proposed model and what we're proposing, based on those standard assumptions, we are closing that gap slightly. So I like to say we're going in the right direction here. We know we have a large infrastructure gap that we need to close, and I think this budget does take us down that road of beginning to close that gap. So I hope that doesn't totally answer your question, but I hope that helps.
It does help, and I guess just for clarity, what I understood from you is on average we have to maintain a 3% mill rate to continue to close the infrastructure gap and the challenges faced by our city for 20 years. Does that sum it up?
Through you, Your Worship, that would be correct. All other assumptions in that model holding constant.
Okay, so we could take speeding tickets and quadruple them and offset some of the mill rate increase and collect off people with fines or parking tickets or other mechanisms like that. But realistically, that we only have so many sources of revenue. 3% mill rate is going to be the mill rate we have to maintain for the next 20 years to continue to move ahead as a city without having things fall apart.
Mr. Lacey, Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, I would say that without widening that gap, that would be correct. Having said that, we still need to find ways to close the gap and use the opportunities. Even with a 3% mill rate increase every year in each of the next 20 years, we still have a challenge in front of us to close the gap, because there still is a gap there that needs to be close. So that would be the only addition I would have to your remarks. I like maybe a visual of this is, I think I used this last year with council, as a 4-seat teeter-totter, right? And so there are various pieces here. So if you decrease the mill rate, well, then you got to do something else somewhere else with respect to either
Drop
reducing
service,
costs or finding additional revenues, or vice versa. And so it is a balancing act. But to answer your question directly, yes. If you go outside that 3%, obviously it changes that gap range.
Okay, and one more question. That 3%, it's not an excessive utopia you're building with that 3%. It's a maintenance. It's a bare minimum maintenance, correct?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, your worship, so what that model basically is projects is the operating costs that we have today, and then you add on, cost of inflation and all of that, as well as a projection coming out of the various master plans that council approves, and the priorities in those master plans, and what it will take to fund those items that the master plans project that we will need moving into the future. So it factors them into the model as well as additional costs being added to either our cost infrastructure or the operating side.
One more question. In future budgets, could you incorporate either a graph or a ratio or some type of a recognition that's easily understood for the average resident to understand if we're meeting the widening infrastructure gap and making progress on it? Could you start some type of language or report back to people so they can incorporate that into understanding success rather than just the singular fact of the percentage of mill rate?
Through you, your worship, I think that's a very valid observation. We have been working on this financial model internally for the last couple of years, and I do see there being great value in us bringing that more public, so there can be a public discussion and a conversation around not only the budget today, but the long-term financial viability of the city, which is an objective, a community priority in the OCP. And so I guess to your comment, I would say yes. I think that's something as administration that we are looking at doing moving forward, is how can we introduce some additional information with respect to not only the budget of today, but the longer-term financial, health, you could call it, of the city.
Thank you. And I guess just some comments on the motion at hand. We all agreed to a 0.5% increase to fund rec model. Looking at what we're trying to carry out here, it looks to me like we're trying to bring some type of an artificial reduction down below that number 3%, kind of like selling something for $1.99 instead of selling for $2 for some type of success measure. So that would just nullify most of what we did with that agreement, so I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Stevens, on the amendment.
Perfect timing. Great, thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate the concern about translating this mill rate into an anti-poverty initiative. Just doing some simple math here, if we distributed that $750,000 to the city, it's 96 cents a month. This is not going to make a dent on the poverty questions that you've raised. However, if this $750,000 were to be spent perhaps on a living wage initiative, housing incentives, homelessness, community grants, that'd be another story. But what would happen is if this were to go towards mill rate, we would disadvantage recreation infrastructure. And secondly, it would likely be higher income earners, higher home property owners that would actually benefit from this. So I don't really buy the argument that this is going to make a dent and put food on the table given how little this is going to be. I think to Councillor Mancinelli's point with regards to the cost, future and current of taking money out of this fund, and to administration's point, I think to say that there's an infrastructure gap and recreation is a bit of an understatement. So we all have access to the State of the Recreation Report. We all have public access to the Recreation Master Plan. It ain't good news. I think some of these facilities are held together by pigeon poop and duct tape. I think this money is desperately needed, and it's been very clear, considering we're bringing new assets online with this budget, we're going to need more and more money just to head off the state of recreation in the future. So I won't support this. Again, if there's another question about how we fund anti-poverty initiatives, that would be a conversation. But just to lower the mill rate, either through this source, or I think there will probably be a future motion to bring it down even further using the reserves, I can't support it. I think we're selling the future short if we do this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. question the administration. If we lower the mill rate from 3.25 as recommended to 2.95 as proposed, what would be the saving to the average homeowner in Regina per month?
Mr. Holden?
Your worship, the proposed budget at 3.25% for an average homeowner with an assessed value of $350,000 is $5.60 per month. So if we reduce the mill rate by 0.3, the savings to that same average homeowner would be just over 50 cents per month.
$6 a year. Who are we kidding here? The administration, as Councillor O'Donnell has mentioned, has brought in a very fine and considered targeted budget which gives the people of this city the lowest mill rate increase in a decade. That's the message out of this budget. If we now start lowering that in an election year, we will achieve none of our objectives on infrastructure, on preserving the General Reserve Fund, on building for the future. For what? For what? For next to nothing. That's the hard lesson. The administration did not play this year the usual game in which they come in with a little bit higher mill rate, knowing that councillors will lower it. What they did was come in with a very considered low mill rate, carefully crafted in the best budget presentation that I've seen in my 7 years as council. I'm worried when we build a recreation infrastructure program that the first thing we do is strip out $144,000 for dog parks. I'm not sure that that's what the recreation infrastructure program was all about. I'd be very worried if we then stripped out money to create a savings to residents which is minuscule at the expense of our recreation, culture, and sport programs. It makes no sense. And I would be extremely concerned, as Councillor O'Donnell suggested, that if we'd use the General Reserve Fund to do the same thing. We have to protect that fund. It's misnamed. It is not a General Reserve Fund at all. It's an Opportunities for the Future Fund. So we have to stop this right now. 3.25% is the correct number. It is a number which is fair to everybody across the city. It is the lowest number in a decade, and it lets us get on with some of the critical infrastructure pieces that Councillor Stevens has just referred to. I support the administration's recommendation for a 3.25% increase. I do it because I think recreation, infrastructure, and culture is important. I do it because the general fund is important, and I do it because it is a fair, minimal increase that allows us to cover inflation and to cover our infrastructure deficit that we have to get onto. I salute the administration for their courage in giving us strong advice, and I'm prepared to support it. I'd ask councillors to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Well spoken, Councillor Hawkins. I won't be that eloquent. To me, there seems to be a disconnect with this motion and what just happened. And I will ask that it seems that all the time there was always talk about poverty and issues and everything coming, you know, and then all of a sudden we put $2.7 million into an area for Councillor Bryce, and she's talking poverty and all the rest of that in trying to reduce the mill rate by 0.4%.
Councillor Flagel, I think you should not make it personal here.
I'm just stating what was happening. Sorry.
I'm just going to ask you to please be careful, okay?
So let me ask you this.
Please be careful when you refer to another member of council.
I have been. 2.9% less all of the things based on 0.5 in the rec, 0.45 in the stadium, 1% to police, leaves us 1% to the city administration. Is that correct?
Mr. Lacey?
Through your worship, that's approximately
what does that mean in dollars and cents to the city and what would you use that what is the mill rate used for if you need an increase? What is the mill rate used for?
Mr. Lacy?
Through
gonna ask for
you,
clarification.
yes, through you, Your Worship. So the mill rate, the portion of the mill rate increase that relates to what I call civic operations, that's the City of Regina, less police, I would characterize going into two main buckets. One is to cover the increased costs of general day-to-day operations of providing the services that the City of Regina provides. So that includes covering the cost of collective bargaining increases and non-salary inflationary costs. And then the second piece relates to the increase in what we call current contributions to capital. So through our operating budget, we fund a large part of our capital infrastructure program. That was part of the $3 million that I referred to earlier. But as well, in general, we try to increase, we have been trying to increase our contributions to our capital funding by about 3% a year. So that 1% net increase in the mill rate, approximately for civic operations, is going towards those things.
So that through you, Mr. Mayor, is 2.5 million, right? 1% in the mill rate?
Mr. Lacy?
Sorry. So 1% of the mill rate is approximately 2.5 million, correct?
Okay. I'm not quite sure if Councilor Mancinelli asked this question, but so Councilor Bryce is asking for 0.4, right? 0.3? What if you took out the 0.5 of the rec plan instead? What's the difference?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, the 0.5, if that is approved, that is 1.26 million. Obviously, this is taking 750,000, so those are the numbers.
Would it make sense for us to do it the way Councilor Bryce is talking, or would it make more sense for us to reduce the rec number to 0.2?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, obviously, council's motion to add the 0.5 to the budget for 5 years. If you establish that this year, obviously then that continues to grow each year and grow over time. Reducing 750,000 from the savings that the administration found and are proposing an investment, we don't catch that up. You lose that forever. So you're 750,000 behind.
So it's a different animal altogether. Okay. I won't support this either. I think we're skinning it right over a rain barrel a little bit too thin here, and not allowing administration enough funding to do what they need to do. And I believe, and Councillor Hawkins is right. This is, especially in an election year, and I know we all would love to say, yeah, let's go to 1.5% to make us all look better. But we're doing a job for the city. We're funding programs, we're doing all kinds of things for the city. There's grant money that needs to go out to people in need. We've got a housing strategy that needs to be worked on. We need all kinds of different funding, and for us to stop short, and I consider one of these as a one-off. This is a one-off. And the other ones, I don't know if they were one-offs. Putting transit in for a lifetime possibility, that's not a one-off in my books, but this is a one-off, and it's not going to do us any good. And you're right, $5 a month or a year, $6 a month, $6 a year. I don't believe that that's going to do anything to any family. We need help, absolutely. We can find help. We can do all kinds of different things. Maybe throughout the year we can look at cutting some other services. But at this particular point, we got to deal with 3.25, and I'm okay with that. Thanks. And I apologize for whatever you thought I was trying to say, but it wasn't.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much. So this fund that's been set up, how much of it over time has administration planned on those 5 years for it? Has that already happened yet? Is there essentially matching opportunities that we have to use?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, so creating the $3 million investment opportunity and adding the 0.5, We've indicated that we'll bring a plan in terms of how we can move forward with our recreation master plan and our cultural plan, and other initiatives that council has requested we look at. Establishing the fund doesn't necessarily mean that we have to spend that each year. So, we've gone through recent conversations, and probably the most recent example is around outdoor pools. So the administration, in our last budget, said, don't build Maple Leaf Pool. And the administration brought that forward for one reason and one reason only. That was because we didn't have enough financial flexibility to make the investment. Council said no to that, the community said no to that, and you've redirected us, and we've now included that in our budget. This type of an opportunity will allow us to bring you a long-term plan in terms of the infrastructure priorities, and then we will be able to look at opportunities to make choices around whether we hold off until we have enough money in that capital program, whether we look to have a combination of utilizing that money and potentially debt. So we'll have flexibility to make investment recommendations to council so that you can make decisions to be able to move forward with our master plans that, as I mentioned previously, we haven't had that opportunity or flexibility.
Thanks. So yeah, my concern is that we're looking at this almost as a one-year piece when it generally should be about a 5-year to look at the plan on it. So I can't support it coming from the Parks and Rec. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think one of the concerns here is exactly what we were talking about earlier, that becomes a one-off. We're all sitting around this table now trying to figure out what's left and what we can do. Where we make these decisions all year long, heard about Regent Park, $3 million, could have been fully funded, and we would have had an extra $3 million sitting right here at this table right now. Administration did their work. This council chose not to do that. So we sit here now with 3.25, which Councillor Hawkins is right, lowest in a decade. But should we be making these kind of decisions on the fly? Probably not. I would like us to see in future budgets that we can actually sit down as a council and administration, have a strategic plan like Councillor Murray said, talk about a 4-year plan as we move forward. So I would like to see the mill rate lower. I think every resident in Regina would. But I think we have to be realistic. I would like to share our story of how much administration has done to save money. It's $3 million. Our recreation is truly held together with duct tape. It is. Our pools are on our last leg. We decided as a council to give $6 million to the Globe Theatre. We have our recreation pools that we're not getting any funding from the provincial government, so we have to fund them ourselves. Maybe that money should have went to our pools. Nothing against the Globe, love the Globe. It's not even a city entity. But we decided it's going to go to the Globe, and now we fund these pools. We say $3 million to Regent Park. We're stuck with this budget, a 3.25. That's what it is, folks. We decided it. This is what it is. And it's fair. Administration has done their job. So to hack away and now try and say we need to go into reserves and take something out of the budget, that parks, recreation, and culture, we're the second fastest growing city in Canada for new immigrant families coming here. We talked about a cultural plan. Our recreation needs it. So I would not entertain that at all. But again, very clear, yes, I would obviously like to see it lower, but not coming out of that budget.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Frondera.
Thank you, Worship. I second that motion. I look at, we found some money in that $3 million. I know we can do a lot of things with it, but my second was, I want to hear the debate. We always have to have a debate. We should have a debate. Second motion to go. That's one. Second thing is, just to tell the residents, some of the savings we can translate to them, the $3 million. We found it. They was asking us that all mill rates are up or taxes are up. I wanted to show that Yes, we have some of that, and 700,000, yeah, we're not going to get it back. But we need to show, we are showing due diligence, I know that. It is the lowest ever, we've been here for 10 of those. I see that, no problem. But this, I'm looking at as I see it, is we did find some of that money, and I think should kind of go back as a little bit of a savings for the residents. Give it back to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fandera. Councillor Bryce, do you want to close debate?
Thanks. So this is found money, am I correct? I've heard it said a few times, so.
Through you, Your Worship, administration's commitment to continuous improvement is to try to find efficiencies. That's where this money was realized.
Thank you. I've heard administration say during the debate that this is found money. It does deserve to go back to the residents. So it's not money that we planned on. Yes, it's going for some really good, we don't even know what it's going for yet, but we have it planned for recreation, parks, and culture. So it's going to a really good space. But it's not that we intentionally put aside this money. It's found money out of some savings that we found. So yes, we need this money, some of the money, to go towards the parks and recreation, but as I said, we're also adding another 0.5 for that area as well. That's why I felt this is being found money. This is where we can get some of our savings without taking it out of reserves, without impacting any services. So I do think it needs to go back to the citizens of Regina.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. You've closed debate, so that's on your amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Councillor Bryce, you have more time on the, okay. Other speakers on the main motion? Councillor Stevens.
Just one question, actually, and it's to help administration provide a response to the delegations that came forward about Wascana Pool. We have a concept plan. We're not approving the concept plan. Can you tell me how much is in this budget for Wascana Pool? What does it go towards, and what's the next step in terms of getting that pool rebuilt?
Ms. Howlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So the next steps is that we're taking all of the feedback, and we will be moving forward with the final designs, and that'll come forward in the new year. And in this budget, I believe it is 15 million. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the exact number. It's approximately 16 million.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear through the chair, this is based on an estimate of what rebuilding the pool will be based on a revised concept plan, even though we haven't approved it yet. So it's kind of an estimation of what a new pool might cost, correct?
Ms. Howlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So what we've done is we have a budget, and we're building the design based on the budget that council has provided us.
Perfect. Second and final question, Maple Leaf Pool budgeted, ready to be constructed, concept plan done. Is there money in this budget to complete it, or is that all finalized and now it's just putting the shovel in the ground?
Ms. Howlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So at this point, we're just finalizing it, and we're going to move forward with the construction.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Fandera.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now that we have had a little debate on 2.95, we're going to debate on passing this budget on 3.25. I know that the administration will look at the budget and looked at all the things that we need to work out and look after, all the residential roads, providing all the services. I know it takes a lot of effort. And I know that, mill rates and taxes are not, it came in from way back, Roman time, even before. No one is in favor of these things. I would rather not to pay, but we as a society, community, we need to do some payment to make sure that everything flows. So we have fire, we have police, we have transit, and all the services. I know that the residents are asking to keep the taxes down, but yet operate. So give us a good service, and then keep the taxes down. And that's the magic here. That's the trouble that we have to work on. It's not a trouble. I mean, we need to run the city. The supporting community associations. We've heard a lot of stories that community associations do a lot of good work within our community that help us as a city, as a partner to do. You've got all other things that are working with us. The nonprofits. And we debated the improving paratransit and transit. Our community is getting older. I'm getting closer to that retirement age. We need the paratransit. We need those services. And that's important. We need to invest in a regular basis with that. So I'll sit on after this. I'll decide on how I'm going to think about the 3.25. But before I do sit on, Your Worship, I know we have in the capital, we're doing some lighting, solar lighting pilot project. I have a motion, if I may. I'm going to go slow on it. There is a willingness from a developer who may wish to partner with the city of Regina to install lighting in the Stuart Russell Park. I was approached by the resident saying, yes, there's no money, no funds. There's no funds. So I'm just going to give the question. There's no funds available to maybe speed up installation or looking at that particular park to bring a little bit of lights on the sidewalk. It is a retention pond where we do have a big light there, but we do not use that light. So what my question would be is that I would like the administration to reach out to the potential partner to have a discussion of a partnership that would work. And after that, after the discussion that the developer, that the administration includes in the report, coming back to council in Q2 in 2020, regarding the plans for the 0.5% recreation infrastructure that we're looking at, if it passes, to look at to see if we could use some of that into speeding up the process, or maybe getting the lights there. And I think that's on the lights now are on the capital side. So so my question is, that 0.5 is going to be on the capital side, or is that just the whole operating in capital?
Councillor Fender, I'm wondering if this could be an undertaking.
Sure.
As opposed to motion, and
Sure.
if members of council are okay with that, and just understood what the administration, they understand what Councillor Fender is looking for. It's a report back that talks about working with a partner that could possibly share the cost and come back with a report in the second quarter of next year.
Sure, yeah, that would work.
Are you okay with a undertaking?
Sure.
To the administration, Mr. Holden.
So through you, Your Worship, Councilor Ventura has raised this as a potential opportunity. We're always, encouraged when partners want to come forward and make financial contributions. So definitely, if there is a willingness with a potential partner who's prepared to make some investment, then we'll review that and we'll bring it forward for your consideration when we bring the full report on our recommendations as to how we look at that 0.5 and the 3 million moving forward into the future. So we'll bring that as a part of that report.
Okay, that would be
Are you okay with that?
That would be in Q2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Good, thank
I'm
you.
done.
Next speaker is Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much. I have I just have one question on the entire budget, and it's regarding the cycling infrastructure from last year that's been carried over to this year. What is the total amount of investment for cycling infrastructure now with the carryover? It's 250,000 this year, and there's carryover from the remainder last year.
Ms. Harlock? You need a second to dig that out, I think.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, through you, Your
Ms.
Worship.
Harlock?
I just need just 1 second, unless Ms. Gazmo has the number handy. Ms. Gazmo, you do? She has the number.
Ms. Gazmo?
Through your worship, there was 250,000 in the 2019 budget. Approximately 100,000 has been spent to date. 150 is remaining for projects that are already planned and to be completed in 2020.
Okay, and we have the capacity to spend that now. What is the how much would that be, $400,000 now? We have the capacity to spend that this year?
Through you,
Ms.
Your
Gaismore?
Worship, in the budget, excuse me, for 2020, there's 250,000 for bike lanes, and then there's money in there for the Courtney Street Pathway project.
Okay, then that's all allocated. Okay, great. So I'd ask this as an undertaking, the administration take all that information that we get this year with the additional funding after it's completed, and we look at increasing it years in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Other speakers on the main motion? Councilor Massanelli?
Thank you, and thank you for all the work that went in this budget through the chair. I intend on supporting it. I'd like to mirror Councillor Hawkins' comments on how this went together. I do have a couple questions. One of them, on page 78, there's a Telematics 2020 project. I noticed there's future contributions, but no current contributions. And being for all the innovations we're looking for, fuel costs we're incurring, I'm wondering why that seems to be a paused program.
Who's taking this one? Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, I will perhaps start, and if you wish additional information, we'll see what we have. I guess it's just me. So, so that telematics capital amount, that relates to, as the description shows on that page, investing in basically IT type of systems, assets that relate to GPS systems and the ability to track and locate in various systems related to GPS. So the reason it is there's no funding in 2020, I don't have the specific reason here, but obviously funding needs fluctuate depending on what type of investment you plan to make in the current year. So I would imagine that the reason we have, and I will look at my group here, whether they have any additional information, but it's either likely due to the fact that there's no planned capital investment this year because they don't need that funding, or there was sufficient carry forward from previous years, and I'm getting a head shake here, so that would be the reason that we have sufficient carry forward from previous approved budgets where the funding wasn't spent, that we will spend that money then on, we'll be spending that money this year, and there isn't a need then to be requesting additional funds for that program for this year.
Thank you. How well implemented is this GPS system in the city's assets? How much coverage of our vehicles and our fleet do we have by GPS? Question one. And a follow-up. In many smart cities, they're using this information to track and improve on fuel costs, employee workloads, and to gain efficiencies. Are we planning on using that data?
Mr. Lacy? Or, Mr. Onright, go ahead.
Chip. So the GPS and this particular software package we're just starting to install in our solid waste vehicles. And we already have it installed, some of our graders, payloaders. So we're moving the program forward. I don't know right now why there's no money in the 2020 budget. There was a vendor change on a part of this contract, but we are moving it forward. And we'll collecting data. So it has location services. It will be able to give us idle times, which it does. We've also put a software package into our landfill equipment to give us efficiency in compact ratings, which helps us with the longevity of the landfill and with the regulations with the province, which we have to report on.
Thank you. Another follow-up question. There's lots of construction in this whole budget, of course, millions and millions of dollars worth. With that comes lots of concrete. When recently at a conference for FCM, I was made aware that there's a new low carbon concrete across Canada that greatly affects the carbon imprint of a building through its lifespan. Are we implementing that low carbon concrete in our building, and are we making it a requirement for our contractors to use as well?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So to that point, this is a very new product. We have reached out to some of the cement or concrete suppliers. They are just starting to look at this product, and they will be doing some analysis over the near future is what we've been told, because it is so new. There are many factors that come into play with using this product, cure times, our environment, soil conditions, that they will take into consideration. So I would say it would be premature in the upcoming construction year to be requesting that through our RFP process, but we definitely will be in contact. We also have our engineering team that attends conferences who will be made more aware of it as they attend those in the upcoming months.
Thank you. I understand it's cost neutral, so it's very attractive, but if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. I get it. I guess one more follow-up is I was going to support this budget as presented. I have faith in it, but after 3 meetings, and the first one speaking much about police, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that in the last week, the province announced that it's putting towards $4 million plus to Saskatoon and Regina to have an effect on the sudden crime we've had seen increase. We've all talked about this in the past week, about what we've seen as well. And I'm thinking that we talk about needing a provincial partner to get things done. It sounds like this is an emerging problem, as we've described. So I would suggest that we maybe show a partnership with us to have an effect on the crime and offer to put $200,000 towards the program to show partnership and funding towards it. The funding goes towards Regina Treaty Status Indian Services. This is in answer to the problems that we all described earlier in the meeting in regards to Chief Evan Bray and the crime problems we've seen in our city. So
Need a seconder for that,
$4 million over 4 years. I said $200,000 as a percentage because usually there's a percentage between municipal and provincial. I didn't say this earlier because it just made the newspaper and I just found out. It looks like that's who the province is choosing to try to make a grassroots effect on the crime problem in our city.
Just, we need to get your motion down, so if you could sort of, if you could try to encapsulate it, so.
I move that we fund $200,000 and the associated, whatever it is, 0.02 or 0.08% mill rate increase to go towards the province-led crime program to curb crime in our city, going towards the Regina Treaty Status Indian Services program. That's who they've put their money towards for this. So following suit, that's why I'm saying that we should follow it to try to have an effect on the crime problem as described by ourselves.
Let's just see if she's got your motion down first, if we can just.
Your worship, I'll second.
I guess I should say it's operated.
Operated by.
After crime program. You could say it's operated by Regina Treaty Status Indian Services. And here again, this was just announced after our last meeting to do with budget, and it had workings of what we were describing in our meeting for this budget with Regina Police Services, and that's why I make the motion.
Councilor Massanelli? I'm just wondering if, and maybe, I don't want to interject in the debate here, but I know nothing about this, and it's hard for me to say I'd agree or not, and I think it's a good idea. I don't have enough information to make a decision.
I guess just to offer an apology too. This just came out in the news. I haven't a chance to mention it to any other council. I'm sorry, this was really off the seat of the pants.
It's off the, I know the city manager, while we're doing this, city manager, go ahead.
Through your worship, so much like everyone in the room, this is new information. We are bringing a report by the end of Q1 2020, which looks at community health, safety, and well-being. I think we would, if you would be willing to accept this, we would undertake to ensure that we're including this in that discussion. And when we bring that report, council will be in a better position to make a decision. And then if we made a decision to fund $200,000, then obviously, if that was a priority, then we would look at an opportunity to find a funding source at that time. So I would respectfully just request that you undertake, and we'll do that work and bring it in the report in Q1 2020.
You know what? That would be fine by me, make an undertaking. And I guess I got one last thing to say then, that's been taken care of. Included in this is a pathway for the northwest corner. I had all of my council colleagues cooperate on that, and I want to take one more chance to say thank you. I really do appreciate that, and once again, thank you for the budget. I think you guys did a great job putting it together.
Thank you, Councilor Nassar, and thank you for the flexibility on your notion. That's very good. Councilor Young, do you want to speak?
Budgets are never wonderful, but this one comes close because it really meets so many of the things we need to have met, and it looks to the future. And this isn't budget time right now. We start on this budget in January for the next year's budget, and we do it through all of our standing committees, our executive committee, our council committees, where we make decisions and put the things that are important to us toward the next budget year. So this started back in January of 2019. Still, when we get to the end of it, we still think of things, and things come up that are really important to us that we want to bring forward. So one of the things that this budget has to deal with is years of not taking care of infrastructure because taxes were low and money wasn't put toward rebuilding or refinishing infrastructure, and it grew old and out of date. Could the administration give us a figure for what this infrastructure deficit is? Is there a billion-dollar figure around somewhere?
Used to be $1 billion.
Used to be $2 billion. Yep. I don't know where it is now.
Mr. Lacey.
Just a you know.
Yeah. Through you, Your Worship, so we are continuing to mature our asset management programs, and I think over time we're going to have better and better numbers. Right. This was looked at a number of years ago, and back then the estimate is we'd have to invest $20 million over each year for 20 years to get our infrastructure up to a, sorry, 90 million? 90 million to get our infrastructure up to where we would consider it to be at an adequate level.
Thank you. So asset management just came into play when I was first on council, and that's what started the road renewal program for residential roads, was all the work that the administration had done to put the figures in place for that. So we've come a long way in the last 8 years toward doing that, but we have to do that catch-up from not funding things adequately in the past to also looking forward to a city that's growing and vibrant, and a city that wants to be inclusive, and now we have motions coming forward about health and well-being to prevent some things from happening. It's always expensive to do prevention or to do things ahead of time, ahead of schedule, and if we don't do that, then we play catch-up all the time, and it's a very expensive way to do work. So this budget accomplishes both. And I'd like to say just one or two things about the Parks, Recreation, and Culture budgets this year. There's a wonderful action plan for community associations, and they're right at the core and root of our community, and there's a lot of work to be done to have those be the sounding board that we'd like them to be, as well as doing recreation programs. And also the arts and cultural programs and the major institutions in this city, like the Art Gallery, the Globe Theater, the Symphony Orchestra, the library, all are carrying Reconciliation Regina forward. They're all doing major work in that area, very important for our community. So I'm happy with, if you can ever be happy with the budget and taxes going up, I'm pleased with this one. I think it's doing what it needs to do. Could we do more? Would we like to do more? Of course. But I think it covers the ground. And I think through all of our deliberations and bringing all of the things that are happening in our wards forward, we get to do this within the framework that the administration provides, so that we have areas small enough that we can look at them as we go forward throughout the year, and then bring them all together at the end of the year. So I will be supporting this budget, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Are there any other speakers? My list shows everyone else has spoken, I believe. So, Councillor Flake, if you take the chair, please.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank members of the public for being in the gallery for all this time and the full night, our first night having 40 delegations and communications brought to us. I thank the administration for working hard, not just at budget time, throughout the year to try to understand and galvanize the cut and thrust of our debates and decisions over the year to say this is what we think we can do for budget and how we go forward. And I really appreciate that work, and members of council working hard. This is our third night of discussion. We had a good, fulsome discussion on the police budget. Don't usually have that, so shedding some light on the way in which you make decisions at the commission is informative to this council and to the public generally. So I really am very pleased with that. This is a good budget. It does reflect very much the conversations we've had throughout the year. But I'm going to test something here just for a moment, in just a moment, and see what members think. I think I know the answer to the question. From my perspective, the part that I hear of and want to put up for a moment is affordability for taxpayers. And for me, I'd like to see a reduction in the mill rate. For me, it's not a question of changing the focus and the good work done by the administration or by council. I did support the amendment on the Parks and Recreation Culture because we have the 0.5% on the mill rate. But that is not ideal. I see how that could actually be somewhat problematic. But I would like to see a reduction. We have $6 million in the surplus, both by good fortune, by good management, but a surplus nonetheless. So I am pretty sure this won't be supported, but I'm going to put it on the table that we use $1 million from the $6 million to reduce the mill rate. And if I could have a seconder for that, I'd appreciate that.
Councilor Bryce?
And on that amendment, I would just want to talk about the need of affordability. And I think our economy is changing compared to what it was a year or 2 years ago. I'm hearing more people having difficulty paying their loans off, people not working, and I think it's important that in the vernacular discussion in the public, the highest profile of taxes is city taxes. We all know that we have an inelastic income. It doesn't go with the economy, but it's very high profile. This is a message to residents that we hear you. We're not affecting the integrity of our reserves. We're not affecting the integrity of what we want to go forward into the future. I have a different perspective related to what our ask would be over a number of years, and I don't know if 3% is the level it would be. As a modeling for economics, it would be, but as a reality of every year, I think it becomes difficult to say we're going to expect to see this happen. So that's just my perspective. I know the tone of what's being said around the table. I respect everyone's opinion on this, but from my perspective, I do believe that reducing the mill rate sends a clear signal to taxpayers, residences, that we are listening to how you feel about this. And we can talk about it being $5 or $3 is both symbolic and is substantive. And I know we use those terms to say it has a lighter impact on your wallet throughout the year. But I just hear this all the time, and for me, I just can't not respond to that. And I can defend the budget beyond that, but I would say this would be what I'd like to do. So that my amendment is for $1 million from the surplus of 2019 to go down to reduce the mill rate. Okay. That's my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Holden, what would the mill rate be with this new motion?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to comment on when Mr. Lacey indicated that, the model that we have, based on a lot of assumptions, the projection out would be a mill rate of approximately 3%. That's a response to a question about what our model looks like. We're not in any way indicating that 3% is the magic number. Obviously, and respectfully, council makes that decision each year. Taking $1 million from reserve and applying that to reduce the mill rate, $1 million is 0.4, so the mill rate would go from 3.25 to 2.85. We never recommend using surplus to fund ongoing costs. So without identifying exactly what that $1 million would fund, introducing that would require us, as we head into our 2021 budget planning, we still have 0.45 for a few more years on the stadium. If council approves the 0.5 for the next 5 years for recreation, we would have to make up this 0.4. So heading into 2021, we would be at a starting point of 1.35%. So I just put that on the floor again for your consideration.
Thank you. Before I let other members of council speak on the amendment, I wasn't suggesting that we're going to have this 3% every year. I'm saying as a model that of getting costs down and getting rid of our backlog of work to be done. I'm not being critical. I'm just making the observation that that's a lot of assumptions in there. It doesn't assume transfer by the federal government through infrastructure, for example. It's a model, and I'm not being critical. I'm just making the observation. So, through you, Mr. Chair, that is my amendment. Or my amendment.
Okay. To the amendment. We have Councilor Bryce seconded. Yeah. Councilor Mansanelli.
That is a number to me. What is the state of the reserves? I remember you mentioned this to us at the start of the meeting. If I remember right, I think even if we put all of that money into the reserves, we're still below the base recommended balance. Is that correct?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the surplus of 6.5 million gets transferred to the reserve. If the 6.5 million gets transferred to the reserve, the forecasted reserve balance will be just slightly over 23 million for the general reserve fund, and the recommended minimum balance of that fund is 23 million. So it'll basically bring it to its minimum balance if we transfer the entire reserve over, the surplus over to the reserve.
So basically we bring her back up to zero. We're not fighting the line of credit there, eh? We're not sitting heavy or anything though at all. We're just coming up to zero on it, the minimum recommended balance, correct?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, the transfer of the surplus of 6.5 million would just bring us slightly above 23 million, which is the minimum recommended balance to keep that reserve fund at.
Okay. And I guess this is about affordability and value, and I guess playing with these numbers to try to get the mill rate from 3.2 to 2.9, which equates to approximately 80 cents or 90 cents for the average resident a month. To me, once again, that's not responsible or affordable. That's trying to fit a definition of success that revolves around a mill rate number instead of what we're achieving as a city. So I can't support this motion, and thank you again.
Thank you. Councilor Murray.
I find interesting and I think is important is to have a discussion. When the public sees that we were just to rubber stamp something, then they think that we're just every year approving the same thing. To me, it is important that we at least look at it, and it is symbolic, but the public doesn't know that that money that we get back isn't a surplus. That's the problem here that we run into year after year after year. There's a naming issue, but I think it is very important that we at least talk about this in the public sphere. So, thanks.
Okay. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. A reminder of a couple of things. We received a huge amount of money because the federal government decided on a one-time basis to double the gas tax. There is no promise of that in the future. I do not wish to take away from the work of the administration, but we wouldn't be having this conversation at 3.25 if it wasn't for that additional $12 million. That's why we're able to accomplish some things. So I don't want to lose sight of that. Two, I talked to you at the very beginning. I will not support this. I will not support this because long-term, in terms of being sustainable, these are the kinds of dollars that we need to make sure that we can invest. And so the message to residents, not only is this 3.25 the lowest in a decade, but we're actually looking to the future because we're maintaining these reserves, and I hope we can add to it. And I have to say this. I appreciate that all of you supported the notion that I had about revenue sharing. Do you want to talk about $25 million of lost money? Because that's a different number that we can't talk about because it's gone. But that's what the number is as a minimum. $25 million more, we wouldn't be having this conversation. No.
Okay, Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, no, I unfortunately can't support it simply because it's a very expensive symbolic gesture. So if I do the math on this again, spread over households, it's $1.28 a month. So if the purpose again is to reduce costs, pay off bills, this would literally get lost in the couch. I can't support that considering all the other responsibilities we bear. So it would be a symbolic gesture that comes at the expense of investing in the public good over the long term. Incidentally, I understand the million is the number that the Chamber of Commerce proposed. There really was no attachment to that $1 million of what it would mean in terms of economic investment and activity. So we spent a fraction of this on new transit services that over the course of the year will benefit thousands of people. If we're spending $1 million, it better have an impact that great. I don't think this does. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. When I came 7 years ago, Ms. Schultz for the Financial Administration explained what a General Reserve Fund was. And she's repeated that explanation every year to this year. And I want to echo what that fund is. I called it before an Opportunities Fund. It's there to enable us to budget to meet the law. Some years, because budgeting is not a perfect science, we'll have a surplus. Not a big surplus, and this surplus this year is not big. Some years, as Saskatoon had a few years back, there'll be a deficit. And in order to comply with the law, they draw on their General Reserve Fund. Even more importantly than that, we've used our General Reserve Fund to take advantage of unexpected opportunities, which are good for this city. I'm thinking of the new police headquarters that we're building. And even more importantly than that, the federal government has consistently said that there is money for infrastructure projects, but there has to be the ability of a municipality to match the federal grant. And we can do that. Why? Because we have the Opportunities Fund, the General Reserve Fund. If we take the money that we call surplus and add it to our General Reserve Fund, which is really our Opportunities Fund, we bring that fund up to its bare minimum with which we're comfortable. And that's why we should do it. I want to talk a bit about symbols. I know how important the symbol is to the citizens of this city, especially the seniors on fixed income, that we are working hard to keep our tax rate low. We have had two terrific symbols to present to them out of this budget year. The first is the administration's saving, I believe, of $15 million over the last 3 years. That is a concrete symbol that we take their concerns seriously. And the second is 3.25% for the mill rate is the lowest mill rate in the last decade. And why do we do that? Well, not just for symbolic reasons. We do that for our children and our grandchildren so that we can build a strong city which has strong infrastructure in which people want to live. And that's the symbol that I'm voting for today, and that's why I'm supporting 3.25%, and that's why I'm not prepared to tinker with it for a pittance.
Thank you. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I will support this. I think that our residents have told us that it's unaffordable to have these increases every year. Their wages don't go up that matches the increases that we do. So I will fully support this. We're looking at 17% of the surplus, less than 17% of the surplus going to bring this mill rate down. Part of our job is to take a look at our tax dollars, how we spend them, and we have to be really prudent with them. because that's the money of the residents of Regina. So I will support this to bring this increase down.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I have a question of how does money come into the general reserve? What's the source of money for the general reserve?
Mr. Lacy.
Through you, Deputy Chair. The primary source for the general fund reserve is surpluses.
Okay.
So, we've had the conversation, I think earlier this year, before we revised our forecasted surplus for this year, and we were talking about that general fund reserve being around $15 million. And the question was asked at that time, well, how do we bring it back up to the minimum balance? And really the only way we have to bring up the reserve back to its minimum balance is to take the opportunity when there are operating surpluses to take a portion or all of that surplus and apply it to the reserve.
So without reserve going in there, there wouldn't be any more money without the surplus going in there, there'd be no more money put into the reserve.
Mr. Lacy.
Through you, Deputy Chair, that is correct. The only other option would be if council wanted to put a specific line item in the budget as an additional expense to directly direct that money into the general fund reserve. Okay. Otherwise, it's at a surplus.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Findera.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will support that. We have to remember, we're going to be dealing with utilities next, and that is the tax as well. So if you add all these things together, like those comments made about someone on a tight income or fixed income or low income or single families and all that, every little bit helps. So I understand the impacts, what we do. Talking about maybe, like Councilor O'Donnell, we're talking about budgeting for 4 years on. Maybe that's something we need to look at to see how we are, what the temperature is when we're going forward. But again, I will say, like I said before, I will support it. Just give a citizen a little bit of a relief, have a little bit as it is. Because next discussion is utilities, and you'll hear me standing up and talking about that. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I spoke earlier, we talked about some of the decisions council's made, and now it comes down to dipping into our surplus, which is a reserve. And again, these are the decisions that I don't like making around this table, and we do it every year. My first year in council, I brought this exact motion. Actually, wanted to take it out of the winter maintenance and the surplus, and it was defeated. And it was over and over I heard from my council colleagues that this is unsustainable. We should not be dipping into our reserves for this kind of to keep the mill rate low. The other thing is, I ran on transparency, and I ran that whatever I'll do, whatever decision I'll make it on the best that I know what's best for just not my ward, but the city of Regina. I see the budget, I see the stress that we are under. Would I love to go lower? Absolutely. But I think the concern I have here is that we need these dollars moving forward. I have a question though. When is the discussion next to come up for about a base tax? I think that is coming in a report next year. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Lacy.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So typically that would tie to a discussion about tax policy and the application of tax policy. It is my understanding that we would bring a report coming forward within the next year that would talk about the reassessment, the 4-year reassessment of property tax values. And so typically that is where we bring a general report as administration with respect to the various tax policies that council has the ability to apply. We don't have a base tax, I think you referred to. We don't have a base tax currently in our system. And so I would say that would be the opportunity if council wished to have a discussion about our tax policies and how they're applied. it would be when we bring that report forward with respect to the 4-year reassessment.
Okay, thank you for that. I really truly think that's something we have to really look at, considering all of the residents of Regina. It starts with a base tax of what things actually cost, and then we go from that mill rate increase from there. My residents that's one of the things they've asked from the very beginning when I was elected. When they see a mill rate increase and see some of the service, I will say, in a new area that you don't always see. So, but it's unfortunate, looking at the city, the budget and the needs of the city. And I want to make a comment about going back to the 0 days. Those 0 days set us back 30 years, 20 years. So, you know, when the previous councils made those decisions, I don't think anyone understood the concern that we have for running our city and to be sustainable, but to also look after the aging infrastructure that we have. So I would ask, though, that our administration help us council share that with the residents of Regina about the concerns that I think that Councillor Mancinelli was talking about. Give us a chart, give us something to take back to the residents of Regina to share the story of the impact that we have, that we're facing. That is vitally important, because everybody says at the end of the day, it should have been lower, it should have been lower. If it was 2.9, we would have been trying to go for 2.5. And again, I would never do that in an election year. It's what it is, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to close debate? Because I have a couple of comments. So I'm going to make them from here or there? Okay.
Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I can't support this either, because there's a couple of factors here. In today's deliberations, I asked to save $7 million to get rid of the organics and go to a private company. And I asked to change the dynamic of Regent Park to save the city $2.7 million. And that didn't happen. That's almost $10 million. And then I asked for $600,000, possibly, whatever the number was going to be, or look at, to put more police officers on the street, and that didn't happen either. So this small optic of a slight price reduction and a mill rate, I support administration on their 3.25. I think it's imperative. What Councillor Bresciani said about the zero, I was one of them that voted in a zero back in 2009, I think it was. And yeah, who knows what it did 10 years later, but economics were different at that time, surpluses were different, funding was different, so there was a lot of factors that went into that, but I don't disagree that maybe it did affect. But what I brought forward just today was close to $10 million in potential savings, and I'm not about to just give back $1 million just to show an optic of a little bit of a price reduction on the mill rate. So I'll leave it at that, at 3.25, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
We'll close debate. Appreciate the comments by everybody. These are not easy choices to make, and I respect everyone's opinion here, so I just want you to know that. I don't see this as being totally symbolic. I see it as that we're listening, and that when seniors at fixed incomes, as an example, have other price increases, they just say this is just another element of what is putting pressure on them. And this is substantive and symbolic at the same time. It's not perfect, and I know the way this is going to go, but I will say that some of the price reductions we looked at earlier on are issues that have already been spent. They're out of this year's budget. So we can't use it as an amalgam of $7 million here or whatever. So we need to be clear that some of the suggestions are not possible this year, with respect to the organics as one example. So I just ask you to consider, I know the way this is going to go. I'll stand by by this. I do believe, from what I hear from residents, they're looking for some leadership, substantively and symbolically, and I'm asking for your support.
Okay. No further questions. Debate has been closed. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Sorry? Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, I'll ask the mover, Mayor, to open the voting.
I vote in favor.
Councillor Young,
Against?
Councillor Bryce,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Against.
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins.
Against.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Against.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Flagel.
Against.
Blank.
This is you going off. It won't.
The vote is 7 against, 4 in favor. The amendment's lost.
I got it.
So I think I have my, I'm trying to work on my other name.
Oh, you're on this one. I got you on this one here. I don't know how to get it. How do I get this here? Okay. I got it killed up. Yeah, just about 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. 1 minute and 57 seconds.
So I just want to close by again thanking members of council for their work, and in particular the administration for their tenacity in putting this all together. It is a lot of work. It's a lot of heavy lifting. The part that I would say, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that this is the government closest to the people. You do not see people coming in to fill the galleries. They can come in and affect policy right off the top, as you do with municipal government. I'm very proud of that. This is democracy in action. It's not easy. It's not clean. We put ideas forward. But this is transparency, absolutely transparent. So I'm very proud of the work that's been done by administration, proud of the work that's been done by council. I still think we have a tax that is too high. That's my opinion on the last motion. But I do absolutely thank everyone for their contributions in putting together the 2020 budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I actually was the last speaker on this, but I know that Councillor Massinelli would want to be here for this. He's coming back now, so. Councillor O'Donnell.
I just have to serve notice. I am here till 4:30, but I cannot stay longer.
We should, I hope we'll be quick. I hope so. Appreciate that. So we have just a couple of housekeeping notes as we're getting ourselves in order here. We do have to formally vote on the amendments and changes we had to the to transit, which is our first evening, and then so it would be the first operating capital as amended, and then we'll get that in a moment. But I want to do capital first, or sorry, the utility, because Councillor O'Donnell has to leave. So if we could turn our attention to the utility budget, and I would ask for the administration to frame that discussion for us on the utility. It's in the report, of course. So, Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, the utility budget being presented to you today and the rate of 3% is the second year of the 3-year approval that was done last year. That 3% in the second year, obviously the budget that we put in front of you confirms that 3% is what we need to sustain the utility moving forward. And of course, the other piece that has come up recently is, of course, the concern over lead in the water supply, and of course that report will be coming forward in the new year. So with that, between Mr. Onright, Ms. Wilson and the team, we'll be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. We do have speakers. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Worship. Last year, through your worship, I talked about the utility. Talked about the budget, one thing, operating capital. Utility is another rate increase. I've been told many times by residents, yeah, they have no issues with, some of the, like 3.2 or 3. But the biggest issue what the residents have is that utility. So when I asked in the report, administration brought it back because I had a motion last year to talk about can we lower some of the base charge of how can we move things around to alleviate some of the pressure from this nice looking little bill I get once a month. And it states that no, it's not possible because we have a review going in to, I believe, at 2024. We're going to start that. on that bill, when I look at it, I've got $8.25 on the recycling. We set that up in 2013. Daily base charges 0.83 times 33 days. Consumption is $1.98 times 28. Then you've got your base charge on sewer, your base charge on storm drainage. That all adds up. So I've always asked that. I know we need to, our water is like 90 kilometers away. We've got a lot of moving parts to it. We've got not just the water alone. We got undergrounds and all those things. That's part of this. I understand that. But I'm hearing this all the time, same thing. The utility, my water bill is, we went from one invoice in 2 months to now one invoice a month. We went from 9%, all the increases we had, to 2, back to 3. I voted against it last year, the 3. So I'm trying to figure out a way of speeding up the process of finding out what is really that we need or we don't need, and we can still be sustainable and make sure that, we're not going to be an accident like happened at, say, in Battlefords or some other places. I understand that. We need to be, cautious about that. But the citizens are still saying, it's a pretty large chunk of their daily check. I'm talking about no increases on your wages. Economy's kind of slowed down. And I mean, you look at the increase. Yeah, we're looking at $142 million will be for 2020, with 2.4 increase on that. And the idea and the talk of user pay. So I know there's some explanation about user pay. You need to, because everybody has to pinch in into, because the water doesn't just go by and bypasses my house. I know, community, we work together, we pay things together as a society. I understand that. But I'm trying to figure out a way of looking at this from the perspective of a grandma that's on a fixed income. Her wage went up 2 cents. Her partner passed away. She's struggling, trying to stay in her house. That's where my always discussion and debate is about that. So when you look at the utilities for the increase of 2.4, it's $4.14. So the other one was $6. So that adds up to $10 already. So we have to remember that utilities are just as important as a tax as your mill rate or your operating capital. So, Your Worship, I'm not going to go too far with this. The 3% that was voted for 3 years, what leg am I standing on if I say I would like to reverse that, to say, can we put it back on the table and vote on it again? To Your Worship, is that possible?
I'll ask the clerk about that one in terms of a procedure. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a previous decision made by council. I would consider that to require a reconsideration motion, which if you were moving it this evening, you would need unanimous consent to proceed to debate.
Okay, so then I won't go there. Won't bother with that one. So what I like to do, Your Worship, is I looked at the consumption and looked at the base. The base, again, like you said, it's at 83, 0.83, and then consumption as 1.8. And I asked the administration to look at it, if we would shift that, what flexibility we could get to shift it one or the other.
You want to ask that question?
I'm just going to make a comment and I'll ask a question. And I didn't see, it was told that if you shift it, it might add more trouble to residents that are on a low income or a rental. It might help with the condo. I understand those things, there's a shift. But I would like to have a little more deeper understanding of the shift if we do it. I know that I could ask for a lot of things, but right now what I'd like to do is, as I see it, I will not support the utilities budget. But what I'd like to do is put a motion, if I may, Your Worship.
Okay.
I would like the administration to look at the full rate servicing review to start now, instead of start in 2024.
Okay, just to make sure we get the clerk can get that down.
Okay. So instead of going into project starting at 2024, I'd like to start it now, 2020, and bring back to report to 2021 budget on a base utility rate what the rate would look like if the shift is made and the consumption is variable. That's my...
Let her get this down, if you don't mind, Councilor Pender, just so we get it accurately.
Okay.
So this is essentially to do the review earlier,
Yes,
not 2024, it's to do it in 2020.
yes. And if the administration will tell me, if I could, then, if I could get an answer to say, because I'm looking at 2024, start the review.
Let's get this down first,
Okay.
if you don't mind. Then we'll ask the administration maybe to comment on this first.
Okay, do we need a seconder on this one? First to get the answer, or?
Oh, let's get a seconder for it. Councilor Massanelli seconds that, that's good.
Thank you.
Okay. To the administration, Mr. Onrait? Mr. Lacy? Going once?
Somebody?
Going twice? Mr. Lacy stands up, excellent, that's good.
Touchdown.
Your worship, I was the loser on that one. Maybe I'll just make a couple, through you, your worship, I'll make a couple of comments. So Appendix D of the budget report provided a little bit of a summary with respect to utility rates and the fixed versus variable rate component. So as I understand the motion that's before council here, so the rate has a variable component and has a fixed component. So what this would be looking at is doing a review about whether it be appropriate to how you might shift those rates and what the impact would be. So I will in a second turn that over to Ms. Wilson because she'll likely have additional comments on that piece. I think the important takeaway here is that any shift in variable to the variable and fixed component, at the end of the day, we'd still be needing to look to obtain the same amount of revenue out of the revenue that's collected through the rates to be able to operate the utility. And I think the challenge in part is really understanding with the technology and systems we have today, when you move that variable and fixed component, what is the impact on individual homeowners, particularly I think as it's been framed here from a affordability perspective. And so I think that really is a challenge around that piece. So certainly I think we can undertake a rate review. One of the pieces that we are doing is we're going to have to replace all the water meters in the city over the next 4 to 5 years. So in the utility capital budget, there is a plan to do so. And with new technology advancements and how these meters can read water usage, the reason the report in the appendix had suggested coming back in 2024 to do that review is there'll be much better information to understand how changing that fixed and variable rate will impact individual households or areas within the city. I'll ask Ms. Wilson at this point whether or not she has any additional comments to make on the motion.
Through you, your worship, one of the things to keep in mind with the advanced metering information project coming in is that it will include tools that will allow more refined rate setups. So one of the issues can be determining exactly what are those impacts to various kinds of households. Trying to determine what is core or required usage, that base usage that people can't do with less than, versus what might be discretionary, watering the lawn, filling a pool, and things like that. Some of those tools are a little bit more available through something like advanced metering information, which can gain us a better idea of how people are using water. As Mr. Lacy said, any changes in the rates are going to have different effects on different people. So if the concern is around affordability, there may be other tools that are appropriate. Adjusting the rate will create different winners and losers, but does not necessarily address all of those concerns.
Okay, so then, your worship, then the first now, the first thing that I had in mind to do is just ask about the base charge, not, yeah, so so if this is, I'm hearing that this is the difficulties to bring something to this year, next year, to figure it out, it would be tougher to do it now. It will be easier to do when the meters are switched. Then I would switch the ask on the motion is just to look at lowering, not adjusting or shifting, but just lowering the base. That'll be easier to figure out if what the implication that would cause for the city, because then now you're lowering the base. That means there's less money coming in.
It would be for information, I think.
It's done.
Okay, Mayor, I'll give you a microphone so you can, just,
I have to confirm that the motion's just dealing with delivery of information. I'm fine with being the seconder still.
To come into 2021.
Right.
Right, okay.
Good. That's good. So other speakers to the to this? Councillor Stevens?
Yes, thank you. The way I see it, we can't, through the chair, we can't escape the inevitable, which is we need, as the administration had mentioned, revenue to support the water infrastructure and usage. So I have a question for administration. If we're looking at the spirit of this motion, what kind of work would it entail in this process to actually revisit the utility model? And specifically, if we were to take the base rate for both commercial, residential, industrial, and other property classes and put it onto the actual property tax bill instead. So in other words, you only pay for usage with your utility bill, but the basic infrastructure required to get that water from Buffalo Pound to Regina, flush it, to go to the wastewater treatment facility, all of that infrastructure costing would then go onto the property taxes. Is that something that is feasible within the confines of this motion?
That's not what you intended, was it? Did you intend that, Councillor Fundura? Okay. Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship. So I guess the comment would be is that anything can be looked at, and you could probably do something like that. I would just make a few comments on that piece. At the end of the day, the cost structure of running a utility would be the same. So at the end of the day, whether you pay it through a utility rate or whether you pay it through a property tax rate, the fixed operating costs of the utility, residents of Regina would still be paying. It would just be how they pay would be based differently. One of the things with the utility model we have right now is it is self-sustaining. And I think that is an important thing for people to know. This is much different than the conversation we just had with respect to the general fund, where we talked about there being a wide infrastructure gap, and that's not fully funded when you look out 20, 25 years. The utility fund and how we determine that rate of 3%, that includes a base and a variable component, is we have a 25-year model. And that 25-year model looks out on what the operating, maintenance, and capital costs are of the utility out over that time period, and from there we make a determination on what the rate needs to be able to be to fund those costs. Thus, you don't have that gap. So I think those are just a couple of comments with respect to the motion for council to consider, and I believe Ms. Wilson would like to add a few additional comments.
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, if I understand the councillor correctly, if we were to look at moving all of the fixed costs, that would be approximately 80 to 90% of the costs, which would move in the opposite direction from the discussion about the fixed versus variable. We actually do have more of the rate on the variable than what the costs associated with it are, which does encourage conservation and some other elements like that. So doing a shift like that would actually move the majority of the cost, leaving relatively little incentive for residents to manage their use.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious about this process. I'm not interested in having administration go down road where we're just looking at numbers for the sake of it. So presumably, Councillor Findura, you're looking for options, and your point is to make the utility budget less regressive.
Right.
Correct?
Yep.
Is that clear in the intention here? The idea is that a low-income household should not pay as much as a higher-income household, I think is the intention. We can't escape that intention. Is it possible for administration to take that to task?
We shouldn't speak for, I would let Councillor Findura speak for himself, but I think this is more, not so much shifting as much as what's the actual cost? Is 3% the right number? Both variable and fixed costs. I think that's what this is.
Okay.
I think that's what you're trying to say, Councillor Findura.
Yes. No. If you say so.
Is that clear in the motion? And Councillor Findura, you should confirm that's what you really want to say. Councillor Findura, is that what you really want to say? Is that what you should confirm with the administration that that's the intent of the motion?
That's the intent of the motion.
Okay. Okay.
There's chatter going around here, but.
Through you, Your Worship, I just would like clarification about that last piece and what's captured in the intent of the motion. I think we may have missed that, so I just want to make sure we're clear.
Councillor Findura, go ahead.
Yeah, well, for me, what the basis to this is, because your description, your recommendation and the report stated that by shifting some of the stuff, it's going to put more burden one way or the other. So I'm looking at the base. So this here, looking at, if we lower the base and leaving the consumption the way it is, what the implications and impact is on the bottom line of providing service. So this is how it reads.
Mr. Lacey, are you clear about that?
So through you, Your Worship, I'm not quite sure. So what are the implications if we lower, if I could reframe it, if we lower the base but keep the variable the same?
Correct.
Right. So it gets back to this is a fully sustainable model. So if you lowered the base revenue but kept the variable rate the same and the revenue the same there, overall you would not have then enough money coming in or funding coming in to continue to make that a sustainable model. So if we want to continue to have the utility fund model be a self-sustaining model, any adjustment to the fixed or base portion of the rate needs to be adjusted by the variable portion of the rate, or you have to look at other funding sources, whether that be the property tax base or some other funding source, if you wish the model to continue to be self-sustaining. I understand a lot of this conversation is also around affordability for specific residents in Regina that might be challenged. So there are other things you could look at that don't necessarily look at the rate, but you get to then programs with respect to affordability programs. So do you provide a grant, an income-tested grant, or some other mechanism by which to offset some of the costs of a resident's utility bill? So I think if there was an interest in that, there are other options that you could look at. I think one of the questions that I would throw out there for council as well, with the three levels of government, when you start talking about affordability and affordability of those type of services, what's our role as a municipality versus, for example, the province's role? So I think a lot of those things would come into that conversation if council wished us to pursue that approach.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so I'll maybe just add to Mr. Lacey's comment. So if we think back a number of years where we did not have utility model that was sustainable, and we went through a series of 9%, 8%, 7%, 5% over that period of time. I think by taking this approach, lowering the base rate, it has a huge impact on the long term of the utility model, and also understanding, as Mr. Holden had mentioned, we have a report coming back in Q1 of 2020 regarding lead service. All of the utility work is at a huge cost. Utility work is not $1,000 here and $1,000 there. We normally are talking in millions of dollars. That plan today puts in capital is about $50 million a year. and that just makes it whole. So just caution in terms of playing with the base rate and moving that money possibly to a utility or lowering that base rate can have serious implications moving forward.
Okay, so.
So you're almost done your time, over 5 minutes.
Well, then, I mean, I'm listening to it. The reason the motion is that I don't want to cause more stress or funds that's going to be used to deal with this thing. If there's a better way of doing this, I'd like to have some kind of an end result or some kind of an end goal, that something comes on the table to inform the citizens of what we are doing and an explanation of how to read this thing and what the purpose is.
I have a
So,
question to the administration. Can you provide a report that explains what happens when you change the base? You have a variation on the base as a way to explain the implications both on capital and operating? Is it possible to do, as a general report to come back?
Through you, your worship, that a report that explains that, certainly we could bring back
The implications.
to council
Then I'll be okay with that.
in Q3. We would look to bring that back
so
by the end of Q3.
Okay, so if that's the case, then Councilor Dewar will pull his motion and we'll move
pull the
forward.
motion, and I don't want to cause any more stress on the funds and because there's still money involved in doing it, but I'd just like to see something going on, so.
That's good, Councilor.
Okay.
That's good. Councilor Massanelli, you okay with that, to pull the motion? Okay. Floor is yours. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Any other speakers on the utility? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. We do have an undertaking related to Councilor Fundura's. So before we leave, we have a couple of some housekeeping related to, and then we have a bylaw too after that. But just to make sure we capture our first night's discussion on transit. So I believe the clerk will have an amended report that we can vote on the entirety of everything all together, and then we'll move into the bylaw. So I'll wait for the deputy clerk to put that in front of us. So we'll need someone to move and second. These are the expenditures we actually agreed to last time, but it is an amendment to the main report. Councilor Massanelli moves, and have a seconder, please. Okay. Councilor Murray. I don't imagine we need to debate this again. I certainly hope we don't have to. So if no one wants to speak, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now, motion as amended. The entire report as amended. Councilor O'Donnell, Councilor Stevens seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we have the bylaw. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. This is the 2019-66 Regina Traffic Amendment Bylaw 2009, number 4. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Bryce, that Bylaw 2019-66 be read and introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Young, that Bylaw 2019-66 be read a second time.
Any discussion on the bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Stevens, that council hereby consents to Bylaw 2019-66 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Murray, that Bylaw 2019-66 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I'll move adjournment on the
Motion.
longest meeting ever.
Not quite. Not quite. Seconder.
It is the longest meeting.
Councilor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great rest of your day.